Vabbè, praticamente sarai solo, quindi
Sì.
tu non hai slide, il timer non ce l'hai perché tutti gli altri hanno
Buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti. Se cominciamo a prendere posto, tra qualche minuto cominciamo.
Good morning, welcome to you all. Please take your seat because we're going to start in a few minutes.
Qui è l'ora, quando tu inizi a parlare, questo si resetta a 30 minuti.
Per favore, se prendiamo posto, grazie.
Please take your seats because we would like to start in a few minutes.
Io per forza in mezzo qui.
I posti centrali, quindi Franci tu stai qui.
Ah, io sto qui?
Laterale a voi.
Beh, tu mettiti vicino a me, Ale, no?
Sì, vabbè.
Posso levare sta bottiglia?
Allora metto qui io.
Va bene. Tu ti metti qui?
Prego voi. No, no, mettiti qua, io mi metto qua.
Sì, mettiti vicino a me. Sempre va. Certo.
Devo dire che c'è il Covid.
No, 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 no.
Però sembra che non viene questa...
Di tu come ti sei
Lo
messa
sanno
d'accordo con
tutti.
lei? Io per correttezza non...
Motivi di salute, dico, dai. No,
Io per
perché
correttezza...
motivi personali pare brutto, no?
No, certo. Quando tu arrivi in fondo, dove devo guardare? Dove devo guardare io?
Tu, Franci, in genere così si guarda.
Dietro le spalle.
Francesi.
Sto bicchiere possiamo levare? Tieni, Marcio. Era per farti bere se vuoi, ma insomma. Allora, Cesare ha detto quando io arrivo laggiù, ma io non lo vedo.
Neanch'io.
Dove andrà?
Ecco, Cesare è arrivato giù.
No, voglio sapere dove si va. Buongiorno.
Good morning.
Benvenuti.
Welcome to this conference.
Good morning and welcome. Please, I'd like to thank all of you for
I
coming
would-
and for taking part in this very special event. Thank you so much. Ci sarà la traduzione simultanea, per fortuna.
We have simultaneous translation, don't worry.
Comprenderete la mia emozione.
You may easily understand my
Francesca Fagioli nel dare
deeply felt
l'avvio
emotion as Francesca Fagioli to start this international conference on death and sin and knowledge 50 years after the publication of this book.
Era il 1972.
It was 1972.
Ora, in qualità di presidente,
Now, as
spetterebbe a me
president
fare tutti i
of the foundation, I
ringraziamenti, ma
should
chiaramente non è possibile, però
thank everybody. It is not possible due to time constraints, but I wish to thank first and foremost the Professor Ernesto Longobardi, following us from home,
l'Ordine dei Medici che ci ha dato il suo
and
patrocinio,
the Association of Doctors that has patronized this conference.
e il Comune di Roma,
As well as the municipality of Rome, the city
di questa nostra storia.
that has hosted most of this story that is here represented by the president of the
Noi anche
Equal Opportunities Committee, Daniela Spinacci,
l'assessora alle politiche ambientali, Sabrina.
we should have had also Sabrina Alfonsi, that unfortunately couldn't be here. And we would like to greet her anyway.
E nell'augurarvi buon lavoro, però
While wish you
vorrei
fruitful work,
spendere
I'd like to
pochi minuti per condividere con voi le parole di
share
Massimo
with you the words of Massimo Fagioli. He wrote in November 2016 for the fourth edition of Istinto di Morte e Conoscenza, published in May 2017.
dalla sua ultima premessa, rimasta incompiuta.
From the foreword of the book.
50 anni fa,
50 years ago,
come se la mano
as if my hand had a force of its own,
due termini
I composed two
come fossero una sola parola.
verbal terms as a single word.
Dopo anni scrissi
After years, I wrote Disappearance Fantasy.
50 anni dopo.
50 years afterwards, later in the title of one of the many articles wrote on left, there appeared many words, 21.
Vedo il silenzio degli
I see the silence of years without the sound of the words
che davano il nome.
that gave a name to invisible human realities.
Non possiamo chiaramente leggerla tutta.
Obviously, I cannot read all this forward, but I wanted to
La sua mente, il suo pensiero,
show you
particolare
that his mind, his third since the years of adolescence, as he repeatedly told us, never
prima della scrittura di
stopped, even before death instant knowledge,
e molto dopo, come vedete,
and also later after its publication.
attraverso, possiamo dire, una prassi,
Through a practice, I would say, and a theory,
teoria e una prassi che
a theory and a practice that were mutually reinforcing,
lui ha portato avanti sempre una
he
ricerca sulla realtà
developed a study on the mental reality of human
che
beings
sicuramente lo ha accompagnato tutta la vita.
that is certainly accompanying him throughout his life.
Ha lasciato
We can say that he left us a valuable heritage. And in these 2 days, we
a raccontare.
would like to partially tell this story. So I wish to thank all of you for the great work carried out so far. And now the floor to Daniela Spinaci.
Vado direttamente o devo spingere?
No, no, vai.
Buongiorno.
Good morning, everybody.
Come anticipato
As already pointed out
dalla dottoressa
by
Francesca
Francesca Fagioli as president of this conference,
oggi con noi
today
dovuto essere presente
we should have had also the counselor Sabrina Alfonsi. Unfortunately, for health reasons, she was not able to come.
ma ci ha tenuto
But she really wanted me to read
un saluto che
her greetings to the conference, and I'm going to read it on her behalf.
passaggio su quello che era
But then I would like to go back to my personal greetings. So on behalf of Sabrina Alfonsi,
ringrazio di
I
cuore
would like to warmly thank the Massimo Fagioli Foundation for having organized this conference and for having been invited. I'm sorry I'm not with you, but I would like to provide my contribution to the memory of this very important person and for a city which he nourished with content and energy and thoughts. I would like to talk about when I went back home in Trastevere with a square that was full of excited people. I saw that these faces of people may have lost something very important, but through collective analysis, they were able to get in touch to part of themselves. These emotions were very intense, and they captured me. I actually tiptoed into this great community of thought with many people who wanted to participate in collective analysis, but I was fascinated by it. Having met Massimo Fagioli, having talked to him in person, also privately, gave me a great strength. I remember our exchange on women and the words we exchanged on that occasion. And these words are in my mind every time I work with many politicians who are men. And first as president of the First District, and now as a Rome councillor, I've always worked for the city that I'm talking about to create communities through memory of places, but also through the memory of people who have provided their contribution to making Rome full of history and thought. 1 year ago, in Piazza San Cosimato, which is a very important square for this district, I will put a plaque to remember Massimo Fagioli and to celebrate him, because people here walk by and in the square where collective analysis meetings healed souls and bodies, and he was an example and a guide for many people. Sabrina Alfonso.
Proseguo
I would like to go on with
l'intervento
my contribution
e anche la
and
testimonianza
my greetings.
che vorrei portare oggi
And I would like also to
municipio di Roma Capitale.
give you the greetings of the First District of Rome. I would like to warmly thank the Massimo Fagioli Foundation for having invited me to this very important conference. I accepted the invitation with great pleasure because I believe the presence of Rome and the First District was a must, given the very strong relationship between the city and its historical center with the author of Death, Instinct and Knowledge, psychiatrist and professor Massimo Fagioli, and where he practiced in Trastevere. The theory of birth became a practice through free collective analysis sessions, a movement of thousands of people that was spontaneous and open to all citizens from Rome, but also from outside of Rome. But this cannot be restricted to a very confined space because the treatment and the theory of birth became very widespread as a wave of cultural emancipation throughout the city, and it propagated itself beyond the boundaries of Rome and to many other Italian cities. And for years, we have had this theory as a practice at an international level. And as you see here in this international conference with these 2 days of work, I deal with equal opportunities, which is a democratic principle under Article 3 of the Italian Constitution. Being here today is a great opportunity to look into the thought and the method of Massimo Fagioli. And in fact, the moment of birth sees the equality of all human beings. We are born equal, but we grow to be different. Also, thanks to the cultural, social, and welfare, economic, and political instruments that should be given to all human beings so that they can fulfill their unique and personal destiny. So it is very important to disseminate the theory of human birth to actually reverse the cultural model that saw all human beings not equal. But I think policymakers should actually adopt social and cultural policies in order to eliminate the sense of resignation that oppressed many people, and especially women and the most fragile social classes. I would like to close. I would like to wish you a very successful conference, and we have to work so that politics may go back to a human approach to the management of policies. This theory provides to anybody this possibility, but if we have the courage to limit rationality, indifference, and individualism, and as I see from the RICH program, these themes will be discussed in these 2 days of conference. Thank you, and I would like to wish you a very successful conference to all of you.
Grazie Daniela per queste parole.
Thanks, Daniela, for these words.
Passo la parola
Now, I'd like to give the floor to the representatives of the Foundation Massimo Fagioli, namely the President, Alessandro Hinna, and the President of the Scientific and Steering Committee, Marcella Fagioli. Good morning to all of you. Obviously, we would like to pay a welcome to all the participants on behalf of the Massimo Fagioli Foundation, and there are so many people also connected through streaming. We wish to thank the over 700 members of the foundation and the volunteers that made it possible to organize this conference and turn this project of the foundation into a reality, because now the foundation exists. And so thanks to all those who have made it possible. We many people, many of you may know this, but you know this project of foundation started 5 years ago, roughly 5 years ago, on the basis, as Marcella said in a broadcast on TG3, as a sort of moral duty to propose vigorously to the academic, the institutional, the political, and the cultural world the works of Massimo Fagioli, promoting it also to the benefit, and this is a fundamental point for the foundation, to the benefit of future generations. Thanks to Francesca, Lorenzo, Luca, and Marcella Fagioli, the project took the form of a foundation. So the idea was to create a foundation because the foundation has a unique nature. It belongs to nobody. It is the only legal form that has no ownership, so to say. It is a heritage for the others. It is a way to create public value, to provide social usefulness, to protect public interests. The Foundation Massimo Fagioli, among the various foundations, is really unique. It is really hard to understand this, but you know, in the memorandum of association of this foundation, it is clearly stated that it wants to inherit the typical canons of the collective analysis. It is a foundation that will be always open to those who want to contribute spontaneously, sharing the goals of this foundation. Clearly, the idea was not that of replicating the experience of collective analysis, because this was a unique, historical, unrepeatable experience. But we wanted to find a new way to create a sort of collective identity. That has been the distinctive feature of the research of Massimo Fagioli, and many people participated at the time in this collective analysis. It may seem a utopia, quite the reverse. It was possible to achieve this, and over 1,000 people adhered to these foundations. Now we are hundreds of members, volunteers, and you know the resonance of the media for this conference clearly showed that this idea, the foundation, was possible to achieve, and it was a duty to achieve that goal. And probably it had to be achieved now, in the current period, because this is a specific time. As Daniela Spinacci said, the institutional The institutions are now recognizing the important role played by private entities, such as their foundation, that pursue public interest, and this is exactly the case of this foundation. So in Italy, since 2017, we have had the reform of all the volunteers associations, recognizing their role in protecting public interest. And there are important things to be stressed at community level and EU level. Last year, the European Community included the social economy as the fourth sector of its industrial policy. 1 year ago, the European Commission, and this has never happened to the European Commission, implemented a 10-year plan for social economy in March, and the Council of Europe. There will be an appeal for each country to launch a strategy for social economy for all the private entities pursuing public interest. So I believe that it is in this situation that we should place the development of this foundation. And again, in this framework, we believe that we can easily understand the importance of this 2 days conference, because thanks to proposals, suggestions regarding the implication of the discovery that you can find in this book, Death, Instinct and Knowledge, you can create the basis for new initiatives, new ideas, new projects of the foundation, starting from the healthcare sector, and particularly for the diagnosis and treatment of mental illness. So it is a young foundation, but there is a great future. There are a lot of prospects. We have so many things to do, and our wish, and indeed our goal, is that this process can involve an increasing number of people providing a contribution of skills, ideas, and suggestions. This is the best wish that we can make, and I wish you fruitful work in this conference.
So, good morning, everybody. As you can see, we are really moved, and it is a palpable emotion, tangible emotion. I, too, speak on behalf of Massimo Fagioli Foundation, and I would like to go back to what Alessandro said when he talks about community and a new form of collective attitude and approach. These are quite difficult words to be used because they're difficult to interpret. So the Massimo Fagioli Foundation, as already pointed out, was born out of a collective need. So according to me, the need on the part of those who are able to deeply understand the sense of a scientific discovery, that was the theory of human birth, which is the main theme of this conference, Death, Instinct and Knowledge. So the theory of human birth was a revolutionary discovery. And like all other revolutionary discoveries, are proposing a new thought because they challenge existing realities. So they require time to be understood. So perhaps now, as already pointed out by Alessandro, we are at the right time. So the need of a small group of people has become a collective need. When I talk about collective need, I do not mean to talk about only about the people who have met Massimo Fagioli or who have trained with him, who have been treated by him and healed by him, but I also talk about those who have not had the right relationship with him for chronological reasons or for other reasons. But these people are so sensitive that they're able to understand that a new thought on the origin and development of the psychic reality, in particular of the non-conscious psychic reality, makes it possible to deal with destructive dynamics, the pathological dynamics. So it is not only a therapeutical instrument, even though it is absolutely crucial, but it really gives a concrete nature to the idea of conceiving human beings. So a new way of thinking about relations between and among other people, for example, relationships between men and women. So a new way of considering newborns and then infants and children. So today we're talking about instinct. We have to talk about instinct, which is the first book published by Massimo Fagioli, where he presented the theory of human birth, but Massimo Fagioli's theory went on to be explained in many other texts. And I would like to quote Massimo Fagioli. For example, a note to the second theoretical book, and Marionetta Burattino. And Massimo Fagioli said, only the group, only the collective group, the mass, and so only the relationship can give hope to hope. This is in La Marionetta. And then I would like also to mention Left 2013, when he talked about collective analysis, and he said, there are human beings who can do great things, and they do not realize the beauty and the value of what they have done. And I concede that I'm trying to understand the beauty and the value of what an anonymous mass of unknown people has been able to do. Massimo Fagioli has always believed in the natural, social attitude of human beings. So when human beings engage in relations with others and they share an idea or the possibility to be transformed with others, human beings are able to be creative and to really create great things. So in conclusion, I think that Massimo Fagioli Foundation is one of the great things. So that this is a new story that should be great and concrete. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Grazie.
Thanks, Alessandro. Thanks, Marcella. I must admit that the leitmotif of this morning session is based on sound theoretical foundations that we have laid, and I believe that we must develop a real practice so as to instill increasing vitality to this foundation. So I wish you fruitful work. Few words are now appropriate on the program of the conference that you all know. Just few remarks on the program. The program is the result of the contribution of roughly 230 authors and co-authors, as well as the work and passion of all those who have contributed to the organization of this conference. It will be based on 3 thematic areas: psychiatry, psychology of the evolutionary age, and bioethics. For today's conference and the birth theory tomorrow. These 3 areas will be delved into 13 sessions, roundtable discussions, and 63 different contributions. And I wish to underline this because I'm particularly fond of this. There is also a poster session with 48 proposals and many young people that contributed to this initiative. So please visit the poster area because at the end of the conference, at the end of the day, we have to leave quite quickly the premises in this theater. So during the lunch break, you will have also the speakers that can explain you something if you need additional clarifications, and it will be a very interactive session, so to say. The proposals have been so many that we have decided to have an additional session to supplement this session in presence. These sessions have been recorded and are already available on the website of the conference, together with the poster presentation. The conference is broadcast online through the streaming, both in Italian and in English, and we would like to thank all those who follow us remotely and could not come here in Rome. I would also like to stress that this great work, roughly 25 hours of conference, will be a valuable valuable contribution to the foundation.
Okay, we are going to have 2 invited presentations, Professor Paolo Girardi, and we would like to greet him with affection, but unfortunately he was not able to come today, and Professor Joanna Chambers. For their contribution, we're going to have a round table, and then we're going to show a short film. Now, I would like to start with Professor Andrea Raballo. Please, you have the floor. Well, thank you, Francesca. As already announced, Professor Girardi unfortunately would like to apologize, but for health reasons, he was not able to come. But he sent a contribution that I'm going to read. So even though he's not here, but in his biography, apart from his academic success stories as a trainee, and until he became ordinary professor in Rome, and then he became a trainer, Paolo Girardi followed the same path and breathed the same air that of the 50 years that this conference wants to celebrate. So he was an external viewer of the environment that led to the birth of death instinct and knowledge, and then the theory of human birth. So among his contributions, there are 2 important aspects apart from his life of research. For example, he fought against stigma and the cooperation with Professor Forinastri to have a visionary and innovative PhD on psychotic onset, because this field is quite contradictory in the field of psychiatry. I would like to read Paolo Girardi's contribution, just 10 lines, but he wrote them with his heart. Dear friends, I really hoped that I could participate in such a new and interesting conference for its cultural potential and for psychopathology and psychotherapy. I would have liked to talk about my psychotherapy with Mario Trevi as to the definition of death as non-life and life as an experience of self-consciousness preceded and followed by nothing, and phobia, which is an obstacle to the project of happiness. But for example, phobia is a basis of greed and envy. So he sent this message through WhatsApp. So I'm sorry. So the same things are parameters of the most dangerous social neurosis, which is called market economy. Or perhaps I would have liked to talk about treatment, criticizing the deductive models, especially the biological one, very often considered to be scientific and inductive. In concluding, I would like to reaffirm the principle of falsification created by Popper, but I would like also to mention Freud and Marx, Marcuse, and also Massimo Fagioli. Last but not least, for his lessons on hatred and envy, I would like to give my greetings to all my friends and all of you, and see you very soon. Thank you. Okay, so probably Professor Girardi is following us, but we would like to have another opportunity to meet him, because I would have liked to ask him how he lived and experienced those years and what he remembers about the collective analysis sessions. I would like to thank you. And then I'll switch to Daniela Polese, who is going to introduce Professor Chambers. You know Daniela Polese very well, but I would like to make an introduction. She's a psychiatrist, psychotherapist of the Department of Mental Health and Neurosciences of the La Sapienza University. And she works at the Sant'Andrea Hospital in the unit of neuropsychiatry of Rome, and is also a fellow of the American Academy of Child Psychotherapy and Psychoanalysis. Please, Daniela, have the floor. Good morning to all of you. It's with great emotion, and I feel very privileged to be here. Thank you, Andrea, for your kind introduction. And I would like to introduce our first invited speaker, and I will speak English.
I have the honor to introduce you a colleague, a friend, an expert. She's professor of clinical psychiatry and clinical obstetrics and gynecology at the Indiana University School of Medicine. She is immediate past president of the American Academy of Psychodynamic Psychiatry and Psychotherapy. She works on perinatal population with an emphasis on mothers with substance use disorders. We are working together as she's writing with Diletta Di Cesare, Marcella Fagioli and I, a book on pregnancy and birth. The Italian version will be published by L'Asino d'Oro Edizioni. She has also revised our article on newborns' reaction to light at human birth, which has Massimo Fagioli as last author, and which has been recently published on September after a long work, and her contribute has been fundamental. She will present a paper entitled "The Modern Opioid Epidemic, an example of the intersection of a human birth theory and attachment theory." It is with pleasure to have you come up here, Professor Joanna Chambers.
Good morning. Thank you all for inviting me here. Thank you, Dr. Polese, for a beautiful introduction. It is an honor to be here to speak with you today, and it is particularly intimidating to be the first speaker in this conference. The title of my talk is The Modern Opioid Epidemic, an example of the intersection of human birth theory and attachment theory. Introduction. 50 years ago, Massimo Fagioli published Death, Instinct, and Knowledge, describing the human birth theory. In the human birth theory, Fagioli redefined the death instinct as a disappearing fantasy, whereby the newborn creates a non-material reality in order to minimize stimulation and return to the homeostatic environment experienced prior to birth. Furthermore, Fagioli theorized that if relationships in the infant's early life prove painful or disappointing, the disappearing fantasy intensifies, extending to human relationships and eventually leading to psychopathology. In a similar vein, attachment theory suggests that if early relationships are left wanting, psychopathology ensues later in life. Addiction is a particularly interesting form of psychopathology, which has already been linked to attachment insecurity, where attachment involves similar brain pathways as motivation and addiction. Of particular interest in this context are opioids, which have similar effects on the brain as love and attachment, while also effective in minimizing external and internal stimuli. Hence, the current opioid epidemic could be described as a large-scale enactment of the disappearing fantasy and death instinct. In my daily work, I treat pregnant and postpartum women with various psychopathologies and addictions, including opioid use disorder. In this paper, I have taken some liberties to interpret and apply the human birth theory in a contemporary context, describing how the current opioid epidemic is an example of the intersection between human birth theory and attachment theory. The opioid epidemic. Since the late 1990s, an opioid epidemic has escalated in the United States and has since spread throughout much of the world. There have been nearly 600,000 deaths from opioid overdose in the US and Canada alone in the past 20 years. In the 21st century, the number of deaths in the US due to opioid overdose are equal to the loss of life during World War II. An additional 1 to 2 million people are estimated as at risk for dying of overdose in the next 7 years alone. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought an erosion in social attachments and has led to an exponential increase of opioid use and overdoses. Beginning around 2015, the opioid epidemic reached Europe. Opioid-related hospitalizations in England rose by almost 50% between 2008 and 2018. The European opioid epidemic began in northern and eastern European countries and has since spread south to the Mediterranean. The European epidemic differed from that in the US, as Europe's opioids came largely from street market of illicit opioids, while in the US, much of the opioid epidemic was contributed by physicians overprescribing pain medications. The introduction of synthetic opioids such as fentanyl has worsened the overdose statistics. In Italy, heroin is still the main opioid of abuse. The percentage of the Italian population who are at risk of developing an opioid addiction is greater than 5 in 1,000, which is one of the highest in Europe. In the United States, 90% of women with opioid use disorder are of childbearing age. In addition, the use of opioids is clearly an intergenerational process. Treating women who are pregnant and postpartum with opioid use disorder is vital to save and improve the life of women as well as the lives of her children. My clinical work is embedded in a high-risk OB clinic in an academic center, and our goal is to help pregnant women stop using various forms of opioids illegally and transition to buprenorphine or methadone treatment. In the US, a mother using substances such as opioids is cause for the government to remove her children from her care and punish her for her poor choices, rather than seeing addiction as a medical illness and a consequence of insecure attachment and early childhood trauma. In our clinic and other clinics similar to ours, they exist to support mothers in their recovery in an attempt to keep children in their mother's care and provide the necessary support to break the intergenerational addiction cycle. It is in this context that I humbly attempt to describe my interpretation of the human birth theory as it pertains to my clinical work. The human birth theory. 50 years ago, Massimo Fagioli published Death, Instinct, and Knowledge, outlining the development of the human mind at birth and redefining the death instinct as a defense against external noxious stimuli. In utero, a fetus exists in a homeostatic environment with minimal stimuli. External stimuli such as light, sound, smell, taste, and tactile sensations are all limited by the amniotic fluid, allowing the fetus to grow and develop without agitation. Furthermore, physical needs such as hunger are limited in utero. Birth, whether vaginal or surgical, abruptly ends this comfortable and safe homeostatic environment. Upon birth, the newborn is confronted with immediate internal and external perturbations. The human birth theory suggests that light is the essential stimulus initiating a cascade of events, including cerebral activation and the development of the mind. The stimulation of the senses leads to internal experiences and responses in the newborn infant. According to the human birth theory, the newborn responds to this new hostile environment with an intense need to decrease the stimulation, which Fagioli describes as the annulment pulsion. The annulment pulsion, also called the disappearance fantasy or death instinct, allows two simultaneous mental events to occur. Number one, the experience of the external stimuli are minimized, allowing for a more serene mental experience, while number two, the newborn's libido or life energy turns inward, forming a sense of self. The annulment pulsion protects the infant from overstimulation and allows the infant to return to a sense of homeostasis and peace. In addition, in this more serene state, the newborn can begin to shift her libidinal attention to that which will ultimately protect her from these hostilities, her mother. The human birth theory stresses the importance of early relationships. A mother who anticipates the needs of her infant and soothes her infant naturally decreases aversive stimuli. Her soothing and responsive nature will lead to satiety and homeostasis, decreasing the infant's need to disappear. However, if an infant is confronted with disappointing relationships in the earliest stages, leading to unpleasant sensations such as hunger, temperature dysregulation, or other discomforts, the need for a disappearance fantasy increases and serves as a defense against the hostile world and the disappointing mother. This causes a hollowness and lack of vitality, which leads to a psychopathology later in life. Addiction is one such psychopathology, and upon closer evaluation can be understood as an enactment of the disappearance fantasy, a defense against painful and disappointing relationships. Hence, through the human birth theory, we begin to understand that the earliest relationships set the stage for mental health throughout the life cycle. Attachment theory. Similar to the human birth theory, attachment theory, developed by John Bowlby, suggests that the earliest relationships have important implications for mental health throughout one's life. Our earliest relationships create an internal working model on which all future relationships are based. A mother who responds to her infant's needs with sensitivity and affection teaches her child about empathy and the pleasures of human connectedness. The infant's emotions and neurobiology are regulated through her mother's behaviors. A mother who takes pleasure in her infant demonstrates that relationships bring deep rewards, and her infant learns that she has the power to create pleasure in others. These early relationships involve critical neurobiological changes in the infant, which serve as the pillars of the internal working model, which is later projected on all future relationships. When the earliest relationship does not meet the needs of the infant, when the infant is left unsoothed, misunderstood, intruded upon, or neglected, the developing neurobiology of the infant is deeply and permanently affected. The infant's attachment to her mother becomes insecure as she cannot reliably depend on her mother to regulate her internal state, and relationships may become conflicted as her love for her mother is simultaneously rewarding while also a primary source of stress. This conflict in relationships or insecure attachment leads to psychiatric illness such as depression, anxiety, and substance use disorders. To better understand how this might happen, it is critical to understand the neurobiology of attachment. The neurobiology of attachment, the reward circuitry. The hypothalamus is already formed at birth. When an infant is stressed, the hypothalamus responds by triggering high levels of cortisol. High cortisol levels are toxic to the brain, while low levels of cortisol are indeed neurotrophic. The hypothalamus is also responsible for oxytocin production, which naturally lowers cortisol levels. Hence, as a mother responds soothingly to her stressed infant, she naturally increases her infant's oxytocin, decreases cortisol to neurotrophic levels, and restores the infant's brain to a healthy, homeostatic state. If the infant is left unsoothed, the neurotoxic effects of high cortisol levels can have long-lasting effects on the brain and well-being of the infant. The amygdala, which matures around 6 to 7 months of age, is crucial for the development of attachment while also connected with a reward neural network. The reward circuitry is complex and has been described as a dichotomy with a novelty-seeking system and the familiarity system. Early in development, the novelty-seeking system, which involves the ventral striatal pathway, is considered dominant. In the first couple of months of life, the infant is largely driven by this novelty-seeking reward system to look at her mother, who is still novel to her. As her hippocampus develops and her interactions with her mother become more familiar to her, the stimulation shifts to a prominence in the dorsal striatal pathway, where familiarity of mother and their interactions become more rewarding. Oxytocin has been shown to facilitate this shift from ventral striatal novelty processing towards dorsal striatal familiarity processing, involving the formation of a secure internal working model. The internal working model decreases emotional reactivity and provides a resource for active emotional coping. If the mother is neglectful, insensitive, or abusive toward her infant at this early stage of development, the reward neurobiology will be affected, and the dorsal familiarity system will not develop properly. In this scenario, the preference for familiarity, comfort, and satiety cannot compete with the reward of novelty. This process has implications for the connection between attachment, security, and addiction. If the familiar dorsal network is not functioning properly, the rewarding effects of familiar relationships will not protect against the novel rewards of substance use. There is evidence in both humans and other mammals that poor early attachments are linked to later substance abuse problems. Furthermore, attachment style in humans have been shown to directly impact the recovery of patients who are treated for addictions, where insecure attachment leads to poor treatment outcomes. Secure attachment is associated with a shift from the novelty-seeking ventral striatal pathway to a process of integration through the familiar rewarding dorsal striatal pathway. This shift benefits familiar relationships, minimizing the future seeking of drug rewards and other novelty-seeking behaviors. The introduction of a potentially euphoric drug, such as heroin, in someone with secure attachment will stimulate the ventral striatal pathway without any competition from the familiarity reward system and may function as a powerful substitute for a loving, soothing, and uncomplicated internal working object. Parallels have been described between the act of falling in love with a person and becoming addicted to a substance. Hence, a love object can be a person or a drug. In the early stages of a relationship with a love object, one experiences feelings of intense arousal, euphoria, and increasing preoccupation. This correlates to the neurobiological effects of reward with novelty and stimulation of the ventral striatal pathway. One wishes to be near, to consume, to be consumed by, or merge with a love object. As the relationship with a love object progresses, separation and withdrawal encompass a sense of loss, dysphoria, and yearning. In addition, neurovegetative effects such as changes in sleep and appetite are experienced when the love object is not immediately available. Energy and effort are exerted to reconnect with the love object. Over time, if the love object is a person, the familiarity of the love object begins to stimulate the dorsal striatal pathway, which guides the behavior and desire for familiarity driven by the internal working model. However, if the love object is a drug, the internal working model is thought to be inhibited, refocusing the rewards on novelty-seeking ventral striatal system, leading instead to more drug use. In other words, if the love object is a person, the libidinal energy directed to the other person continues and deepens, while drugs, such as opioids, can be interpreted as consuming and eventually eliminating the libidinal energy. More than other substances of abuse, opioids have been linked to attachment and the feelings of falling in love. In fact, a young mammalian animal pup's maternal support and grooming generate an endogenous opioid release of the pups. Likewise, initial use of opioids create warm and serene feelings similar to the experience of feeling nurtured and loved by another human being. Opioids can therefore contribute to the positive feelings of attachment. The use of opioids can even create a false sense of connection with others. Animal models have shown that separation from social attachments lead to increased self-administration of opioids, where the opioids serve as a replacement for social connectedness. This phenomenon exists in humans as well, as seen in the most recent COVID-19 pandemic, where impaired human social attachments led to increased opioid use and overdoses. In addition to creating an intense feeling of euphoria and love, opioids also reduce the sensitivity to external stimuli. Opioids are well known to decrease pain stimuli and increase a sense of pleasure. Opioids also blunt the sensation of several aversive stimuli, such as shortness of breath, psychosocial stress, and depressed mood. In addition, opioids influence decision-making and cognition by increasing the feeling of reward and by minimizing the sensation of pain and distress. Furthermore, opioids enhance the ability to regulate sensory input, filter irrelevant stimuli, and avoid sensory overload. Opioid receptors exist in multiple brain areas such as the orbitofrontal cortex, basal ganglia, amygdala, anterior cingulate, and the prefrontal cortex, where they function to decrease anxiety and excitation. Hence, the neuroanatomical overlap between opioids and attachment is well defined, while at the same time, there's an apparent functional overlap between opioids and the death instinct, as described by Massimo Fagioli. In the human birth theory, the newborn rejects the external overload of sensory information. Light, sound, cold air upon the skin, and the surrounding smells are all minimized by the newborn before taking on the task of integrating this overwhelming and novel sensory experience. Similarly, opioids allow a person to minimize sensory information, providing a reprieve from the stress of integration of vast internal and external stimuli. In addition, opioids decrease all neurovegetative phenomenon, lowering pulse rate, decreasing blood pressure, lowering the respiratory rate, slowing the gastrointestinal tract, while also slowing brain functions. In effect, By decreasing the experience of both external and internal stimuli, opioids lead one closer to the intrauterine environment. This is akin to an enactment of the death instinct as described by Massimo Fagioli. Perhaps not coincidentally, opioid overdoses lead to actual death. In a person with insecure attachment, both external and internal stimuli become too easily overwhelming. The internal working model in insecure attachment is either unhelpful and not worth engaging, as in avoidant attachment, or unpredictable and requires excessive work to engage and manage, as in anxious attachment. The ability to soothe oneself is limited, and there is a distinct inability to rely on others for safety and reprieve. Environmental experiences which might be seen as interesting or challenging are instead experienced as threats and quickly become overwhelming. Internal stimuli, including cognitions, emotions, and somatic sensations, are experienced as frightening and overpowering. Hence, insecure attachment leads to a distinct oversensitivity to stimuli. The death instinct, the wish to avoid the necessary stimuli of life, becomes more intense in a person with insecure attachment. The use of opioids therefore becomes an enactment of the death instinct and is used predominantly in those with insecure attachment. In this way, the opioid epidemic can be seen as a direct result of the intersection between attachment theory and the human birth theory. This renewed psychoanalytic understanding of opioid use disorder, combining an understanding of attachment theory and the human birth theory, can significantly alter the treatment of the person with opioid use disorder. The reward circuitry, as understood through the development of attachment, must be rewired through attachments to other human beings. The innate reward that comes with human connection and attachment is possibly the only drive strong enough to compete with the intense pleasure and feelings of love that are associated with opioids. Given that their internal working model is often complicated by abuse and neglect, the recovery phase of addiction necessarily requires a long-term and reliable relationship with a trusted other person. This person could be a partner, a parent, a grandparent, a child, a friend, or a therapist. What is most important is the feeling of attachment and love. Through the support of this relationship, the reward circuitry converts from the ventral novelty-seeking striatal pathway to the dorsal familiar pathway. Through this relationship, the stress of both external and internal stimuli are decreased, and the need to enact the death instinct is reduced. Conclusion. In conclusion, through our understanding of the neurobiology of attachment theory and how it relates to opioid use disorder, we now understand that the opioid epidemic is born of insecure attachment. In understanding the opioid epidemic as an enactment of the death instinct, as described by Massimo Fagioli, we have been able to connect attachment theory to the human birth theory. It can also be inferred that the treatment of opioid use disorder and the effective management of the opioid epidemic must include rewiring of the rewards circuitry. The only way to do this is through human attachment, to decrease the need for opioids, to find alternative ways to reenact the security of the maternal-infant bond and redirect the libidinal energy towards relationships. I will end my talk with a poem. It was written by my sister-in-law, Sue Chambers Wallingford. She was an art therapist. While the poem describes her relationship with cigarettes, and nicotine in particular, and not with opioids, I think the poem beautifully exemplifies the connection between addiction and love. Sue Chambers Wallingford died of lung cancer approximately 3 years after she wrote this poem. The title of the poem is Life Goes On. I can't remember the first time we met, but I do know that from the beginning we formed a lifetime bond, maybe many lifetime bonds. You were comfortable, familiar, as if I'd known you forever. It was so easy to just be with you. I think everyone felt that way around you. Actually, when I think about it, I think you were around much longer, and before we even met, maybe even before I was born. When I look at old pictures of my family, I see you there too, in the faces and in the places. What a loyal friend you have been to all of us, showing up at every occasion, celebrations, quiet moments with friends, times of deep despair, and even when no one else was there. Never intrusive, really, sometimes not even noticeable. Sometimes you were the life of the party. When I met you, I knew I had found a friend forever. I knew you could never leave me, and you always made me feel better, no matter what. When I felt lonely or sad, anxious, angry, or even happy, you were always there. We had so much fun together. All of us loved you so much. I'm not sure when all that changed. You exited as subtly and as quietly as you entered. Your power to make me feel stronger slipped away gradually, almost without notice. But in your wake, you left your mark of betrayal and heartache. You tried to take everything away, but life goes on, you see. New generations are on the horizon, and we'll be okay. Sue Chambers Wallingford. Thank you. Do we have time for questions?
Okay, thank you, Joanna, for this so interesting presentation, because it is the first time that I heard a presentation on human birth theory and attachment theory. So I think it's a sign of innovation and of entering new ideas in psychiatry and psychotherapy. I think we have time for questions. Penso che abbiamo tempo per le domande ancora, perché alle 10 inizia la prossima sessione. Per cui
The next session will start at 10 o'clock. So if you want to put questions to Professor Chambers,
intanto vorrei farle io una domanda.
and in the meantime, I'd like to put a question.
Yeah, just to warm the situation, you know. And I was thinking about, while you were speaking, that drug abuse has an important implication also on adolescents and young adults. And understanding the non-conscious dynamics of the drug abuse is very important in order to treat them in psychotherapy context. And I've understood that human birth theory could give one more interpretation to intervene deeper on unconscious mind of patients. So I would like to ask you, what do you think about the interpretation of annulment pulsion in the therapy setting, and how it can be efficient for a change, even I would say a transformation, if it's possible, for patients? And if you have experience in that, what do you think about it? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. I think the way I think about it is helping, and specifically if you're thinking about adolescents and young adults, but I think really with any patients, and of course most of my patients are young women who are still developing in their own right along with becoming mothers. The human birth theory really allowed me to understand better how substances are a way to manage overwhelming external stimuli, and also understanding that in these patients in particular, any stimuli can feel overwhelming. And so their desire to disappear, to avoid managing these stimuli, these situations, these stressors become very much part of the treatment. And so it's important to understand how to help them find ways to minimize their stress, their overstimulation without using substances. Now, obviously, part of that is through relationship, right? So whenever you have another person who's helping you, who feels helpful, who you trust, manage a situation that feels less stressful. It feels less scary, right? We do this with our children all the time, right? So the child thinks there's a scary monster in the closet. We don't tell the child, no, there's not, go back to sleep. We go with our child, and together we look in the closet and we show them it's your clothes. There's nothing scary. So the same thing is true with our patients. When they come in and they say, my baby's screaming all the time, I don't know what to do, or as an adolescent, you know, I have all these academic stressors or whatever the case may be, I don't know what to do. A big component of the work we do in our treatment is to take them by the hand, figuratively, not necessarily literally, but we take them by the hand and we say, walk me through what you're worried about, and we do that in great detail, and that by itself will help decrease the overstimulation, the stress, and hopefully also decrease the need to use the substances as they start learning these coping skills by using their relationships. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what comes to mind. Yeah.
Thank you. Vorrei invitare qualcuno del pubblico ad una domanda. Se c'è
I wonder whether some from the audience would like to put questions. We have 5 minutes, and we have Professor Chambers here with us. There is a hand raised. Microphone, please.
You have read something about the research of a lower stimulation in heroin-addicted people. So, how do you interpret the research of the flesh in heroin-addicted people? What is the flesh? Is it a sensation or not? Because I know that addicted people are also sensation seekers. So, have you an hypothesis about the research of the flesh? Because you know that with methadone, the flesh does not exist. So, what is the flesh?
I don't fully understand the flesh.
Do you know the term flesh is the research of a higher sensation stimulation? The sensation of the pleasure that is linked only with the heroin and not to methadone, for example.
Se ho capito bene, chi ha fatto la domanda?
If I well understood, I would like to know what is the meaning of flesh. That is this
Flash, così noi lo chiamiamo terminologicamente, penso che esista anche in inglese. Non esiste, per esempio, con il metadone.
word is not related with the methadone.
Esatto, siccome
Considering that,
la dottoressa parlava, no, di un'equivalenza
doctors spoke about this equivalence between the annulment pulsion that make
o più accettabili, modulati si dice in letteratura, scusate tolgo la mascherina, modulati si dice in letteratura gli stimoli sensoriali.
the sensory stimuli more modulated, and therefore
Di modulazione delle emozioni negative.
there is this modulation of negative emotions. There is one literature on this.
Io volevo chiedere alla dottoressa
So
come interpreta il
I would like to ask her how she interprets this flash, this search for
esattamente gli stessi
pleasure that exists with heroin but not with methadone, although they affect the same receptors.
No, a connection between the flesh and the annulment pulsion are connected to novelty seeking. It's like don't know how you can argument this.
So, like the physical sensations of
Yeah.
using heroin?
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for your question. So very interesting. And forgive me if I don't fully grasp all of it, but I think what you're asking is, what about the physical sensations of opioid use, and how does the annulment pulsion play into those physical effects? And I think obviously, the beginning of using opioids is novelty seeking, et cetera, but over time, what happens with addiction is the person requires opioids just to feel normal, right? So once they become addicted, if they're not using heroin, they go through intense withdrawal, which of course is a much worse feeling of physical feeling. They feel like they're going to die, right? And so the opioid treats that. But I think in the beginning, before that happens, the opioids decrease the physical sensations in general. They're numbing, right? And they help the person really focus more on the positive sensations that you're talking about, the euphoria, the lack of pain, all of that. And I think that is akin to the annulment pulsion, right? The annulment pulsion, while it's not euphoric per se, it is a way to avoid those painful aversive stimuli that the baby feels. And I think as we think about a person who has insecure attachment or where relationships have not gone well, when they first use that opioid, it's for the first time that they are able to really avoid those painful stimuli, both physical and emotional stimuli. And they don't need to integrate that into their reality. So I think that's kind of that's the kick, that's the cue to the addiction. That's how they become hooked, if you will. So some of it is novelty seeking, but some of it I think is really much more focused on avoidance, right? That feeling that they get when they don't have to experience pain or stress with the opioids.
Okay, thank you, Professor Joanna Chambers.
Okay.
Thank you so much. See you later. Passiamo, dopo questa interessantissima sessione,
Let us now move to the first session of presentations for the conference, and I would like to invite Professor Masini, that will be the moderator of the next session.
lasciatemi presentare il professor Masini.
I'd like to introduce Professor Masini. Many of you know him. He is the director of Il Sogno della Farfalla, director of Community of Young Adults of Roma 3 Local Health Unit. He is also an important representative of collective research, and he will moderate and introduce the following session.
Grazie Daniela. Thank you very much, Joanna Chambers. You built a bridge from two very different theories. Thank you very much. La traduzione dell'intervento della professoressa Chambers.
The translation of Professor Chambers will be on the website of the conference. If you have lost some parts.
Perché
Invito a
And
salire
now
sul
I would like to
palco
call
la
upon
dottoressa Maria
the
Letizia
stage
Riccio,
Dr. Maria
Polese,
Letizia Riccio, Dr. Polese,
Carlo Anzilotti,
Carlo Anzilotti,
Armando,
Davide Armando,
Federico Masini,
Federico Masini,
Fernando
Fernando
Pansera
Pansera,
e
and
Domenico Farnioli.
Domenico Farnioli.
Carlo, ma che non penso Carlo resti più... Siamo più o meno in orario. Non voglio
We're almost on time. Without further ado, I would like to introduce
la prima relazione
the first speaker,
dal titolo La nascita è nel venire alla luce.
Dr. Riccio Polese. Birth is in coming to light, not in the first breath. New data on the discovery of a third retinal photoreceptor, which is active at birth. So, Dr. Riccio and Dr. Polese, they will both speak. Dr. Riccio is a doctor of biologist at the Siena University, and Dr. Polese is a psychiatrist and psychotherapist at the La Sapienza University of Rome and at the Rome 4 Local Health Unit. Please, you have the floor. So first of all, I would like to make an introduction, the terms and concepts around human birth and the beginning of human life are influenced by contrasting hypotheses coming from religion, philosophy, and culture. And sometimes they're not often based on scientific evidence. The first breath, by convention, is considered to be the start of human life, but the mechanism triggering breathing have not been clarified yet. In the theory of birth, in particular in instinct of death and knowledge, Fagioli proposed that human life starts with a biological reaction to light, with which is possible to activate all neonatal functions, and this reaction precedes, by about 20 seconds, the first breath. So this is our article that was recently published, as already anticipated last September, entitled The Reaction of Newborns to Light as Determinant of the Activation of Birth to Human Life. In this publication, we have the results of a long analysis and review of scientific literature in order to find neurobiological correlates of the theory of human birth. Since after sending the abstract of this conference, this article was published, accepted and published, we decided that it was important to summarize it, to give you the highlights of. So I would like to start speaking about the discovery of the third photoretinal receptor. The retina is the only photoreceptor organ of our body, and so we have different cell layers and different cell types at the two extremes. We have on one hand visual photoreceptors, cones and rods, and then on the other ganglion cells. So the cones and rods are these ones that have an elongated shape, but they are not neurons. It's just highly modified neuronal cells that capture light photons thanks to some photopigments, and they produce graduated electric potentials that propagate at small distances. And then we have the blue ones, which are ganglion cells, which are projection neurons of the retina. So their axons create bundles of the optic nerve. But once they are excited, these retinal ganglion cells can respond with an exclusive potential, an action potential that propagates at
great distances, as we have millions of visual photoreceptors, 120 rods and 6 million cones. And the information taken from the cells converge into about 1 million ganglion cells. So the photoreceptor activity of the retina is responsible not only for our visual perception of vision, but also for a whole series of visually independent functions or non-visual functions, such as, for example, the synchronization of circadian rhythms and the pupillary reflexive light, which are independent of vision, and they remain in blind patients due to neurodegeneration of cones and rods. Notwithstanding this clinical evidence and other clinical evidence and other experimental evidence, in the last century, researchers believed that there were no other photoreceptors other than cones and rods. But starting from the year 2000, there was this discovery of the existence of a new type of photoreceptor. That is a very small fraction of ganglion cell, retinal ganglion cells, so a very small fraction, less than 1%, so just thousands of cells. And they are intrinsically photosensitive because they express a melanopsin, so a photopigment of the same family as photopigments expressed by cones and rods. And so this is a very unique thing that is quite interesting, which is neglected. So these cells have two properties that were considered to be incompatible. On the one hand, they are receptors, photoreceptors, and on the other, they are projection neurons in the same cell. So they are projection neurons, which immediately send the signal to the brain. And the other particular characteristic is that these cells project into different subcortical regions. And these projections are matched by many functions. And then there is another crucial characteristic. So they are the only photoreceptors that are active at birth, because rods and cones will start functioning only after a few weeks, about after a month of life. So it means that all the visual behaviors of newborns depend on these cells, so blurred vision and visual behaviors that the newborns have. So the discovery of these photoreceptors confirm that the retina is photosensitive at birth, but thanks to the peculiarity of their cells and due to diffuse projections through the brain, we can say that they can capture light and immediately generate a nervous signal activating the brain right at birth, also the centers regulating breathing. So let's go back.
Facciamo un passo indietro.
So let's go back and say, starting from this article that you see on the screen published last year, we started following the theory of Fagioli instinct, and he constructs the physiology of brain at birth. And from the biological case, we have history of a case. And then Mr. Fagioli says what is before the disease, and then he can actually look at the original reality of birth, so the relationship of humans before the breast. So something should happen before the first breath, according to Fagioli's deductive thought. So we propose that in the extrauterine life, there must be something stimulating the central nervous system. So let's see what Fagioli was writing. We, by observing reality, can reason in this way. So the baby is born coming from darkness and water of the intrauterine situation. And then when he is obliged to go outside, bombarded by the different new stimuli, the baby will react by desiring and fantasizing about going back to the previous state. And so there's a new situation that before did not absolutely exist, is only that of light. So this is in this article. So we looked at the new data on PRDG on the basis of functional MRI and electroencephalography. And we've seen that there are major differences between a neonatal brain and the fetal brain. So in this article, we report something very important. In fact, we can confirm what Fagioli wrote in 1972, so 50 years later, thanks to the new neurobiological data. So we can just mention some of them. GABA, which is a main brain inhibitory transmitter, and we can think that in the fetus it has an excitatory function, and this is an extraordinary change of function. This starts at birth and modulated by light. So, and then, for example, we have the brain, a fetal structure, which is active and indispensable for creating the brain cortex. But this disappears at birth, and then at birth, there is a kind of neurogenic vibe which activates the diaphragm. So the diaphragm contracts so that the first breath can be taken, and then it is seen that there is spontaneous neuronal activity in the fetal brain. So the stimuli are very few, but the neuronal activity is spontaneous, while in newborns, the brain activity depends on the sensory experience. Let's see what Fagioli wrote in 1972. The relationship with the atmosphere, light, cold, is considered to be an object relationship. But in this case, we have to concede that even in the intrauterine life, the fetus has an object relationship with water, with the fluid of the amniotic fluid. So we can consider the change of the object relationship in the sense that the object with which the baby is in relationship becomes excessively stimulated and triggers a lot of tension, so it becomes excessively inanimate. So we can see the importance of the dramatic impact of the extrauterine environment. Fagioli proposed this already in 1972, and we can consider the brain activation at birth implies the formation of the mind right from the beginning, with all the mental functions already present in newborn. With the impact of the extrauterine environment, it has been shown that the neonatal brain in the preterm baby accelerates the development, trying to catch up with other newborns thanks to the extrauterine environment. And this happens in a few seconds, in 20 seconds. And this is the time that was looked at by Fagioli, also confirmed by the NHS guidelines. So on the left, you see the seconds in which the newborn, 4 seconds after birth, has flaccid muscles and concave chest. Now the lungs have expanded, muscles are, toned, and the skin is pink. And then the stimuli can reach the brain. In this way, according to the recent research on the behavioral observation of neonates. So Fagioli's discovery, written in Deficit and Knowledge, changes the paradigm on what we know about birth. So, for example, the enigma of the first breath as a start of human life, but also there is the beginning of the healthy functioning of the mind at birth, which is the basis to be healed, to go back to the original situation in psychiatry and psychology. And I would like to quote the first part of the 21 words written by Fagioli in 2016 to analyze in depth on this theory. It's the first part related to birth. And let's look at the images of birth. Reaction, pulsion, creation, existence, time, capability of imagining and strength. And then movement, sound, memory, certainty that there is a breast. Thank you.
Grazie di essere stati.
Well,
thank you for having stuck to the time. So we have decided to leave questions and answers at the end of the session, and I hope that in the meantime you really want to think about them. Unfortunately, we don't have too much time. I'd like to pass on to the second presentation of the morning session that is entitled Unconscious Fantasy Imagination. Some reflections on the birth theory words and their story. Now, the presentation was written by Dr. Carla Zillotti, psychiatrist and psychotherapist, and by Professor Davide Armando, a historian and the first researcher of the National Research Council. The presentation will be given by Professor Davide Armando. Well, thank you, Andrea. Well, as you said, I will read this presentation written by two authors with two different viewpoints, the viewpoint of a psychiatrist and the viewpoint of a historian, myself, in line with the very broad themes of this conference and of Massimo Fagioli's thought. It's also an attempt to go on with the research that developed from collective analysis starting from the 90s on the basis of the similar and continuous elaborations of Massimo Fagioli. The aim of this research is the story of words that describe human mental reality. So by summarizing,
riassumiamo adesso rapidamente la storia di questa parola che testimonia la portata epocale.
So we know that for example, Massimo Fagioli, in his human birth theory, he changed completely the view of the mental functioning. And then Sigmund Freud, in the article on the unconscious in 1915, he said that in themselves, unconscious processes are unknowable. And then so the unconscious was an adjective referred to a subject that was completely unknown to him, and then this word was developed in the German language, and as said by Marinelli and Iannacco, within a very long series of similar terms, there is a term that is completely extraneous to consciousness, that's Überwusst. So the shift from adjective to noun, das Überwusst, the first appears in Schelling only in the 1800s, expressed throughout the world with Edward von Hartmann's philosophy of the unconscious. Reaffirms the existence of reality whose very essence consists in fact that is not an object of knowledge, and therefore it cannot be known, and obscure and threatening inner Africa, according to a metaphor by Jean-Paul Richter. So the unconscious is not only a subjective or transitory state, nor a quality attributed to a thought or feeling, but a spiritual or metaphysical entity, an identity with an aura of mystery, as observed by Fagioli. It is a distant space of the mind, which in psychoanalysis becomes the place of repressed representation of inherited drives. The rejection of the split between the unconscious and conscious is also reflected in the terminology adopted by Fagioli in instinct. For example, in the syntagma, the unconscious COM-C, the unconscious shows a COM-C that is completely opposite of the obscure abyss or terrible death. Over time, Fagioli said that unconscious was an empty term without an object, then abandoning it for other expressions, non-conscious, thought without consciousness, and finally mind without consciousness. And in 2006, he talked about this as a capacity to imagine. Now, in order to try and go on with the search on the word unconscious in instinct, we propose to extend it to the investigation to the set of terms with which Massimo verbalized the dynamics of human birth, which is simultaneous. So the disappearance fantasy vis-à-vis the inanimate world and the simultaneous appearance of the unconscious say that is the fantasy memory of the sensation experience in the intrauterine environment. The term from the 19th century German philosophy, unconscious, we have another two lemmas that are very different in terms of history, meaning, and implications. Freud had attributed to the word fantasy the meaning of an imaginary scenario depicting the hallucinatory fulfillment of an unconscious desire, but its psychoanalytic use led to the theories of Melanie Klein, according to whom fantasy is expressed through projections, oral dynamic based on splitting and projection of the good or bad parts of the self on the object by excluding the participation of the eyes in the visual relationship with the object. The fantasy is the phantasmatic relationship and not as a real relationship with the other, as said by Delisi and Pagnolo in their contribution to the online session of this conference. Fantasy, however, has a much older history, both with respect to its psychoanalytic meaning and to the history of the unconscious. Starting from its Greek etymology, the lemma refers to sight, and in Latin it is generally rendered with imaginatio. And the two terms, fantasy and imagination, will be centuries, were synonymous over the centuries, but increasingly distinct. In the Aristotelian tradition, imagination plays an intermediate role between a sensation and intellect. It is the human faculty of associating sensible data imprinted in memory, producing ideas and images that may not even exist in nature, the centaur, for example. But for Renaissance philosophers, it is a creative force linked to visual emanations, capable of influencing the physical world, and especially the human world. So a productive force that can actually influence the physical world, especially the human world, as I said. For Giordano Bruno, the eyes can actually go through and imprison and impregnate the spirits until the death of the soul. Paracelsus talked about imagination that leads to unconsciously fantasized perceptions. So here, the boundary between fantasy and imagination, unconscious and disease is labile, and it is will dissolve between the 17th and 18th century path that goes from Spinoza to Descartes to the Enlightenment. Deprived of its creative force, imagination is reduced to a source of error and madness. Imagination is the fool of the house, according to Malebranche. And however, fantasy retains an evocative capacity that refers to a cognitive and creative potential and alludes to a mutual influence between the human beings. It comes from a tradition of writers, scientists, and even more so artists, to some of whom Fagioli over the years would recognize or give an insight into human mental reality, from Shakespeare, Caravaggio, and Bruno. And in particular, in The Merchant of Venice, Shakespeare alluded to the origin of fantasy, a term that he used to translate fancy. According to Shakespeare, the strength generated by the eyes, that Italian translation was love, but this is richer in meaning. And so what you see is the manuscript of Fagioli's translation. That is one of the sheets that is actually stored in the Foundation's archive. So the author of Instinct talked about fantasy as disappearance when the child reacts to the light by making emptiness around himself. But there is a psychic also reasoning, so the fantasy of existence of the relationship with the amniotic fluid.
So this entails of seeing in oneself what was external, and which is the libidinal matrix that enables the infant to realize an activity of relationship, a tendency towards the breast object, in which the possibility of psychic seeing emerges. So the child is born with the capacity to relate to the inner reality of the other. And the concept of fantasy in Fagioli is strictly related to the activity of the eyes, both as the disappearance of inanimate reality, physical object and light, and as the child's ability to realize a psychic seeing, intuition. In both cases, this is a truly lived experience, unlike Freud's hallucination and Klein's reverie. That is why Fagioli gives Shakespeare the insight into the origin of fantasy. In the poet's verses, he read of a fantasy that springs from the eyes, which seems to allude to what Fagioli theorized at birth. So the disappearance fantasy and the human world disappears. And then, in order to be able to imagine the possible object of a relationship, so I will never know whether it was the dreams of patience and individual analysis or the English language of the 16th century that made me say fantasy of disappearance, right, Fagioli? With this sentence, he makes us think that his discoveries were elaborated not only in the context of psychiatric practice with patients, but also from human training based on the research of artists. Shakespeare's fancy, as Bruno's imagination, a hint at the movement of human thought that produces them. So we can actually say that the Song of Fantasy in Merchants of Venice accompanies the part in which Bastiano has to identifies or choose the magical treasure box. And then 50 years ago, this word expresses the epistemological rapture of birth. With this phrase, Fagioli declares how what was the meaning of fantasy that then described the origin of a non-conscious mind that represents neither a threatening animal residue nor a receptacle for repressed and conscious contents, rather the matrix of all human psychic life.
Sulle parole per dare un nome ai momenti che caratterizzano la nascita e il primo anno di vita non si esaurisce con la scrittura di istinto, ma prosegue incessantemente fino agli ultimi scritti. Capacità di immaginare, pulsione fantasia, memoria fantasia, fino alle 21 parole utili da 16.
Birth and the first years of life. New ideas are modulated within the discoveries of birth theory, and within the framework of this research, fantasy will undergo further elaborations. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you. The third report, entitled The Theory of Birth and the Origin of Language, will be presented by the author Federico Masini, full professor of Chinese language of the University Rome La Sapienza. Thank you. This is an issue on which, as you may know, we have been working in many years, more than 30 years, since the time when Professor Volinastro invited me to the Department of the Psychiatry of La Sapienza to talk about linguistics and It has been one of the fundamental point of reference for my professional research. You know, Christianity is based on what is written in the Gospel of John. Basically, the conceptual and philosophical aspects of the civilization is based on logos and the verbum, and this is realized through the verbum that is an irreplaceable part of this sentence. Without rationality, there is no ability to speak, and without it, there is not the divine. The divine is the logical thinking and rationality. But what is the origin of all this? We do not know really. Rationality is the rationality of man, and we do not know its origin. The Linguistic Society of Paris, the first one in Europe that was founded in 1864, stated society does not admit any communication regarding the origin of the language. This seems to remain a mystery. And finally, the first work by Fagioli, Death, Instinct and Knowledge, as well as the birth theory, undermine the concept that this is the basis of rationality, and therefore we can understand how we can develop this language ability. In the book, we can find a note, Human Existence from the Biological Viewpoint. There's also a relationship with the secret of language is seen in the ability to change internal images into words and change these words into thoughts. And this is exactly what we can see by experts when they try to trace the origin of language. No language theory has been able to give an answer to this question. Not even Chomsky theory, the mentalist theory that tries to explain the mind mechanisms that underline the real language behaviors. The internal images are based on the dynamics of birth. And here I quote, death instant, due to the existence of this libido situation, is the origin of the development of psychic life, the possibility of fantasy and the possibility of verbal thinking and speaking. So we conceptualize the creation of the image as the merging of the death instinct with libido. Understanding that phase, so far known as pre-language phase, that crucial period of life in which the freedom from the obstacles of a specific language enable us to produce unique images, individual and universal images at the same time, means that we can describe and understand that first year of life that linguists had always removed, considering it as void. Communication starts after 20 seconds when, while crying, newborns communicate their existence in life. And this is the reason why this crying has always been confounded with the period of birth. The small poet is forced to express itself only with the sense and the harmony of the sounds that he can make. He can perceive and understand only the soft or hard content of the sound, and responds with the same language of joy or pain. The thought was born as an image even before the world. All this is already written in Death, Instinct and Knowledge, in the paragraph known as the loss of the image of the object and the creation of the verbal symbol. And here I quote, at first there was the object, and then the image of the object, and then the name of the object, as a shift and integration between the eyes and the ears. The symbols are intrinsic in the process from the shift from the desire to sexual investment. And the eyes that see become the ears that hear, and the ear that hear receive words, no longer images, and these words are not withdrawn from avid libido, but are linked to the interior image of the object to be then turned into words. And so the merging of the external sound and the internal image enable children to understand what sounds well and what does not sound. With the arrival of the verbalization after 10 months since birth, children make the image disappear and acquire the verbal thinking in which the sounds are not linked to the sounds that have now disappeared, but to words. So once again, we have at a different level what happened during the birth, with the disappearance fantasy that created the image of the intrauterine situation. This time, the disappearance of the image leads to the creation of the verbal thinking. At the moment of the acquisition of language, after the first year of life, we have once again a birth dynamic. And here you see the difference from the mouth that sucks to the mouth that speaks. It was theorized that it is the light that at the birth activates the brain function, and also the shift from the transformation from the mouth that sucks to the mouth that speaks. In the first years of life, the mouth in newborns allows to breathe and swallow up. And the oral cavity of the child is flatter compared to the adult, so it limits the mobility of the tongue. So the tongue restricts, since it has no longer have this function of sucking, and therefore there is an increasing mobility. It is easier for the air to come out of the oral cavity, and the child can shift from a sucking mouth to a speaking mouth. So the behaviors regarding the language, oral and written language, have so far been considered the result of some mechanism of acquisition according to this idea of stimuli and reinforcement to stimuli, so only at behavioral level. So on the basis of what theorized in Fagioli's book, have also a psychic dimension. The understanding of the ontogenesis of language is fundamental for psychotherapy. That is clearly shown in the book, where it is written that in the talk, the analyst, the therapist, listen to the words of the patient, and this lead to images that turn the images in words and in genital libido towards the object. So the idea is understanding the sense of verbal communication, the meaning. So understanding the pulsion and the imagination to transform them into interpretations. If Massimo Fagioli had not understood the origin of the language in the first year of life and enabled us to continue to identify the language with the verbum, with the word, with logical rationality, psychotherapy could never exist. Many words like magic stroll around without finding a precise object. First and foremost, this distinction between no and not, to which Fagioli devoted a writing in 1970 before the publication of Death, Instinct and Knowledge. Only the clear distinction between these two terms, not and no, make it possible the study and the research on the unconscious mental reality. So the idea was providing a first reflection on the importance that this had on the functioning of this process, and also enabling us to understand the evolutionary process of the language function. I added nothing original, so to say. I only wanted to stress the way in which we can show, after 50 years, the importance of the discovery of the language for our studies. Thank you, Federico. The fourth presentation of the morning session is From Insulin Group to Collective Analysis, the evolution of group therapy in Massimo Fagioli's practice. The authors are Fernando Panzera, Elena Pappagallo, and Fiorella Quaranta. The report will be read by Dr. Fernando Panzera, psychiatrist and psychotherapist. Thank you so much. Good morning to all. Time is short, so I will certainly begin by anticipating that the content of our communication is a reflection and research on the profound theoretical and clinical evolution that led Massimo Fagioli to start the collective analysis seminars. We also wanted to extend this research with the reconstruction of his existential choices, which are well represented and in a certain sense completing the turning points in his thought. And so in synthesis, we will try to recount a period of about 20 years that we can place between 1960 and 1980, with specific reference to the years between 1964 and 1975-76, that is to say, the years from the beginning of Massimo Fagioli's psychiatric research to the beginning of collective analysis. His psychiatric history began in 1961. As soon as he graduated, he went to work in the Venice Psychiatric Hospital, a large asylum, as it was called at the time, located on the island of San Servolo. Dissatisfied with Venice, in 1961, Massimo Fagioli applied for a job at the Padua Hospital run by Professor Barison. He found a very different environment. Barison, his director, was one of the best Italian psychiatrists. And after his arrival, he was entrusted with a group of particularly severe patients to whom insulin therapy was administered. These patients had a special treatment, and they enjoyed a certain amount of freedom and had separate canteens and rooms. In his first article on this experience, he observes psychotherapy implemented in the insulin group has the aim of breaking autism and bringing the patient into a first contact with reality, consisting of an effective interhuman bond. And again, he wrote, this implies a direct intervention of the psychotherapist's personality. More can generally be emitted in group psychotherapy. The difficulty of relating to these patients is nevertheless a great stimulus for him. So, affectivity and personality, or today we can say psychiatrist identity. He worked with a single social worker who will thus have a way of navigating the group's relationship and thus form a stable therapeutic couple consisting of a man and woman. And in his work on insulin therapy and group psychotherapy, he hypothesizes that the appropriately constructed and specifically trained therapeutic couple could propose a valid, concrete parental and family situation which could stand as a corrective method. In experience in relation to the patient's history. In 1962, he was offered to run a therapeutic community in the prestigious Bellevue Clinic in Kreuzlingen in Switzerland. But he began to notice the limitations of the experience that he summarized in 3 main points. Firstly, group therapy carried out in a hospital is a supportive therapy alongside medication and shock therapy. This is the reason why the patient is not cured, so to say, and does not leave the community cured, but remains there until he or she is in a condition to undergo individual outpatient therapy. Thirdly, the psychoanalytic concepts that are used in psychotherapy along with drugs or other treatments have limitations that do not allow one to deal with the reality of the schizophrenic, whose dynamics go far beyond a deeper contact. So it is clear that even in the most advanced therapeutic community, something important is missing that needs to be discovered, and after phenomenology, he decides to tackle psychoanalysis. As he writes in book 4, I wanted to complete my experience to the end, so bad dreams, etc., everything regular. By 1964, with the first cases he tackled, he had already formulated the core of the theory he would later present with death incident knowledge. He does not talk to anyone about in order to perfect it and make it unassailable. And with the story of a case, which we date from that same year, he implemented a psychotherapy that is a complete revolution compared to what had been done previously. After 6 years, the culmination of his research will finally be in December 1970, the writing of death incident knowledge circulating for a year. The first reaction oscillated between insult and intimidation. You must not publish the book, The Principle of Authority. Undoubtedly, in November 1972 in Rome, at a conference at SPI itself, Fagioli spoke of the dynamic between creator and observer. Between 1973 and 1974, he wrote 2 more books, The Puppet, and Theory of Birth of Human Castration, which completed and consolidated his theory. And SPI responded with heavy sanctions against him, without, however, stopping the spread of his thought that flowed in 1,000 underground areas, especially in the world of the left. In 1974, he was invited to give a series of lectures on capital at the University of Siena. And unexpectedly, the course was filled with students. And then came September 1975. La Sapienza University had opened a center for psychiatry and psychotherapy at its headquarters in Via di Villa Massimo, entrusted to Professor Nicola Valli, who was part of the dissident group in the SPI. In planning the academic year in September, Lalli organized 2 seminars entrusting to Professor Cacrini and Professor Fagioli. Fagioli, in particular, had been assigned supervision meetings for a group of young psychoanalysts, which, however, unlike the SPI private meetings that were held within the university, would have been open to the public. The news of Fagioli at the university spread immediately, and from the first meeting, a great number of people arrived, above all younger people. And finally, in January 1976, a woman said, I had a dream, and Massimo Fagioli interpreted it. What was going on? It became necessary to think what could have been, in Fagioli's theory, the content capable of moving hundreds of people within a few weeks, as had already happened in Siena. We've seen how, at the beginning of the research on groups, the image on which psychotherapy was centered was that of a valid parental couple, a therapeutic couple, with whom an effective dimension could be reconstructed. And we also have seen that already in 1962 conference, Fagioli had identified its limits. We can also add that once the theory of birth had been defined and verified, it was inevitable to think about overcoming the introjection and identification relationship connected to the parental image. So it had already become clear with the case history that in order to reach a possibility of healing, it was necessary to overcome every dimension, so to speak, alimentary, that is, the relationship with the physical object, in order to arrive at a capacity for relationship with the psychic reality of the other, a capacity to accept what the analyst gives as vital and fertile, as written in Instinct. Thus, let us return to the possible understanding of the great influx of people to the seminar, and takes up the essay Creativity and Instincts, written shortly after the book presented in Rome in November 1972. The fate of the creator reserves for the observer is the assumption of an envious identity and the prospect of crime. An extreme synthesis of the Freud's concept that when there is a creative realization of one of the partners, negation is the only possibility of accepting reality. Fagioli opposes this certainty what for him is an obligation to rebellion. He specifically examines two modes of relationship: the evolutionary relationship presented by the child and the breast, and the creative relationship presented by sexual intercourse, evaluating them in many cases based on a dimension of identification and introjection of the physical object, of lack of sexual investment by the other. He then maintains that when within them there is a realization of creativity on the part of one of the two partners, the only possible response is negation, which masquerades as intellectual acceptance of a content in order to conceal the truth of the content itself. To resolve this impotence, to come out of a perspective of crime, it is necessary to accept the realization of an inner dimension of femininity, of a psychic possibility of being fertilized in the relationship, which is linked, and I quote, to a possibility of sexual investment of the object, the only situation of the relationship which, in seeing the other in its totality, allows the reception, acceptance of it. A concept also expressed in death incident knowledge in the terms of making the patient recover his own inner feminine dimension, with the clarification that that is a fundamental issue, obviously, for both men and women, for whom the term feminine, borrowed from biology, must absolutely be brought onto a psychical plane. We could translate this by saying what it was this utopia of a clean desire that becomes receptivity, and the fantasy that managed to seduce on the basis of a valid relationship. We believe that this utopia of a clean desire that becomes receptivity and then fantasy that seduce the green beans, as they were ironically called. The theory, a concept of oath, was the magnet that attracted so many people first to Siena and then even more to Rome, to Villa Massimo, where the interpretation of dreams and the therapy's frustration took us away from the unaffectivity and envy that his intelligence brought. The group, which in Padua and Switzerland was supportive for a substantial rehabilitative dimension, the 1975 group, led to the relationship with the parental couple that had been superseded by a love relationship, as it was written on the T-shirts of the 1980s. Then came 1981, with the end of individual therapies. Massimo Fagioli arrived at the last and final proof of the validity of the treatment by putting himself totally in the hands of his patients, and the seminars lasted another 38 years. The group therapy implemented with the Fagioli's theory proved to be valid and capable of leading patients to healing. Individual therapy is today more often than not the means to reach the group or to return to it after a crisis. I would now like to conclude, if I may, with a quotation that seems to sum up the sense of what we have been saying, taken from the second preface to Death Incident Knowledge, written in March 1976, 6 months before the seminar began. The man who has succeeded in being a woman forces men to rediscover the self that had relationship with the amniotic fluid. It forces the anguish of losing the penis or aptus reason, the paralysis of experience, the desire for the inner substance of the other, the terror of being born. Let us now move to the last session presentation. Death is the knowledge of the psychotherapy of psychosis. The authors are Domenico Fargnoli and Maria Gabriella Gatti. The contribution will be read by Domenico Fargnoli, psychiatrist and psychotherapist.
In istinto ricorre molto spesso la parola libido.
In the theory of birth, the term libido is used in a new meaning.
Nella teoria della nascita il termine viene utilizzato.
It refers to a central concept for the purposes of treatment, which depends on the meaning we attribute to the concept itself.
Dipende dal significato che ad esso attribuiamo.
It is argued that therapy tends to make the patient recover his libido, who has ignored it, alienated it from himself. Recovery understood as the restitution within the treatment of the capacity to give a subject to one's thoughts, to have relationship with reality through sexual investment. As in the history of a case concerning the treatment of a schizophrenic psychosis, the interpretation of the annulment pulsion allows the patient to regain in himself the affectivity and sexuality, the capacity to make the image of the annulled objects reappear, to enact the fantasy of disappearance that originally arose from the fusion between the annulment pulsion and the libido, that is the mesic trace of the previous situation. By delving deeper into what is meant by libido and the expression mnesic trace, we can distinguish the use of the term in reference to the situation before birth from its use after birth and in adult life. So libido in the intrauterine situation. Hellenberg reconstructs the history of the concept of libido up to the second half of the 19th century. According to Phillips Greenacre, the fetal libido would have been a biological energy characterized by an absence of object relationship and psychic content. It has by narcissism concentrated entirely on the bodily self. Freud's analogy of the little bird that satisfies itself autistically inside the eggshell is reproposed. Michael Balint, on the other hand, formulated the hypothesis in 1968 that the investment of the environment by the fetus must be very intense, much more intense than that of an infant or an adult. For the author, amniotic fluid and placenta would have constituted a complicated mixture of fetus and mother interpenetrating each other. Balint speaks of the absence of primary objects or substances such as amniotic fluid or air lacking a definitive structure and form. Balint is mistaken when he states that the distribution of libido in fetal life is a psychological condition, as if psychic processes were involved. Carrying out research together with Maria Gabriella Gatti, Fagioli argued that the fetal brain does not work. Indeed, it functions in a completely different way to the newborn, in that neurological but not psychic processes are present. Motor and sensory activity is aimed at the development of brain structures rather than the appreciation of qualities or the memorization of content. There is a biological stimulation in utero, such as the fundamental stimulation of amniotic fluid on the skin, and there are movements that are needed to establish nerve pathways and synaptic connections, but not to give rise to processes of quantitative discrimination that would imply not only a structural maturation of the cortex, but also a different activity of neurotransmitters.
Massimo Fagioli uses the term libido in the sense of object investment to refer to an energy, a force of biological kind. The precursor of this force is what in 2016-2017 he called heart force that emerges at the differentiation of the three embryonic leaflets. At first, it is the force of the heart is a spontaneous activity that is not an answer to an external stimulus. So he used this term 32 times. So there is the idea of a fetal narcissism, that for him this was absurd. So intrauterine libido sustains the self-organization of the embryo that happens thanks to the concomitance of genetic and epigenetic episodes. The result is the structuring, the different structuring of neural networks that are complex systems composed of different elements interacting in an unforeseeable way. So the importance attached to epigenetic processes in the development of the embryo and of the fetus confirm Fagioli's idea of a biological interaction between the fetus and the intrauterine environment. So how can a biological memory lead to a psychic experience? So there are many contradictory interpretations. For example, how is it possible to shift from biological to psychic? We cannot actually give an answer only on the basis of neurosciences. So a single neuron is not a memory, and many neurons, yes. So what we have to analyze the theme of epigenetic memory and how it intervenes in the psychic processes. Now, the shape and the structure of the body, especially of the cells before birth, is very important. But we know that there is a plastic biological memory. For example, there is a brain, a structure anticipating the morphology of the final cortex in neonates. As a result of all the epigenetic exchanges that took place between the intrauterine life and the fetus. It is an atomo-functional platform, a bridge between before and after that leads to the sensory activity after birth, and which becomes a psychic functioning with light. So at birth, there is emergence of different elements. Libido is transformed, and through pulsion, the mind is created. So the fetus can resist endogenous stresses, but after birth, there are major and irreversible biological changes. So the extreme instability leads to the brain matter to react to light with the appearance of a new property, a human thought. So libido is used in instinct to identify
this kind of psychic functioning. So we have a new semantic range, so receptory, fetal, avid, libido. Starting from the birth, the body and the mind can become progressively integrated by fulfilling the desire, the libido linked to fantasy. On the contrary, libido desire can lead to lust or envy or rage, leading to omnipotence and the annulment of sensitivity and affectivity. So this is a road towards psychosis in instinct. The use of this term does not refer to Freud, who only talked about blind desire and lust, and there is no idea of birth and degradation of libido. This word suggests, 50 years later, all the new contents that Fagioli managed to discover after verbalizing the fantasy, disappearance fantasy. And he also analyzed the libido investment, the complex interaction between the fetus and its surrounding environment, the intrauterine environment. So the sublayer takes place in a very important role at the fetal life, but also at the neonatal life. It leads to memory and fantasy and the response to the light stimulus in a condition of instability and rupture of the homeostatic balance. Thanks to this approach, we understand the interaction between mind and body, between sensitivity and psyche, and also of our interpretation activities. So therapy of psychosis is possible, such as in the history of the case. There are new prospects to understand the genesis of the psychic activity, also thanks to the theory of complexity and the rupture of the intrauterine balance and the separation between before and after leads to all this. The light receptors already present in fetus remain inactive without a specific hormonal or metabolic imbalance in the body of the neonate before and after labor. There are a lot of clinical evidence. So light stimulation in utero does not lead to breathing, but even after birth, even if the embryonic psyche is healthy, and the light cannot have an impact unless the psyche is broken. So this shows that there is no intrauterine perceptive activity. So the thermodynamics of non-balance is fundamental to understand the functioning of the input-driven networks, as they're called. So neuronal networks present in neonates, but also in adults, while before delivery, the activity is endogenous and is not influenced by external stimuli. I would like to conclude saying that our task is to facilitate birth, as said by Fagioli when he mentioned or quoted Pirandello. So we have to remember it and remember how it actually is.
Veramente una splendida
Really a wonderful morning session. I'm really, really impressed with the contents, even if they're very different. And they all go back to the theme of psychiatry and psychotherapy. Now we have very little time, unfortunately. Well, we have a very tight program, and I would like to apologize for this very a fast pace, and to the short time allotted to each speaker, we only have 5 minutes. Time for a question, or a couple of questions, very quickly.
Vedo una mano alzata. Prego di essere brevi,
Please, a very
sintetici
short
nella
questions.
domanda e altrettanto sintetici nella risposta.
And very short answers. So I would like to congratulate all the speakers. I have a question on the first speaker, Dr. Ricci Empolese. So you explained how this third photoreceptor is present at birth, while the photoreceptor responsible for vision are activated later. So we can say that the birth experience or the reaction to birth is independent of vision. This is so the activation of the nervous system happens even in darkness or in blind subjects. Is this a sensory experience? What is the relationship between these photoreceptors and epidermal nerve cells? So skin nerve cells at birth and in the passage from the intrauterine life to extrauterine life. So that's a very difficult question. Well, thank you for this wonderful question. Dr. Rizzo is answering. Well, I think probably you're referring to the fact that the opsonic receptors have been found on skin. Yes. Okay, that is another thing that we have to really analyze, as said by Massimo. We may even think that the skin reacts to birth. And so this is a new research line, right? Okay, thank you.
Grazie, velocissima.
Thank you very much. I've seen somebody else asking for the floor.
Il professor Giorgio Arcese.
Professor Giorgio Arcese.
A noi nota.
We're absolutely in line with the question posed by the colleague to better understand birth as a stimulus to light, even for blind people, what is happening at the level of the skin. I would like to remind you that the nervous system and skull have the same ectodermal origin in the embryo. So that's important. I would like to remind you of a study on blind people where, for the first time, non-visual photoreception has been discovered because researchers understood and realized that even blind people had circadian rhythms. So at birth, as a reaction to light, there is no difference.
Grazie Daniela. Concedetemi una domanda.
So please allow me to ask a question
Carlo Anzilotti, che ho
to my friend Carlo Anzilotti.
Purtroppo io a salire sul palco e non era previsto.
Wanted to force him to come to the podium.
Volevo esprimere una mia domanda, forse una mia così rispetto alla loro relazione. Mi risuonava in mente quel cartello che non ho mai potuto dimenticare, che mi pare Massimo fece mettere
I remember that Massimo showed a poster in Napoli in a conference in Naples. He said that if you want to be a psychiatrist, first you have to be a doctor, and then a philosopher, and then an artist.
Questo penso che mi è stato suscitato in particolare da quella bellissima
especially out of the wonderful
del termine immagine,
explanation of the term image,
come capacità di immaginare,
as the ability to imagine, and this is the base fundamental point of our research. Carlo, would you like to add something? Well, first of all, I would like to thank you.
for this question.
Insomma, la tua domanda mi fa pensare che
Well,
forse
maybe
può essere l'occasione
this
per aggiungere
is the
qualcosina
opportunity to
alla
add
che è stata la nostra
something to
relazione, che
our
non c'era
presentation.
ovviamente tempo
And of
e
course,
spazio
we didn't have time to say everything.
quello che è poi il discorso abbiamo finito sul discorso della fantasia
For
che andrà
example,
incontro poi a ulteriori elaborazioni.
the term
facendo
fantasy
riferimento
that
agli
is
scritti sul left.
that was then
che cosa si intende
elaborated
per questi
on the
ulteriori
basis of the
elaborazioni?
writings on left.
E
So
che,
what do we
Massimo
mean
farà
by
questa
that? Because
distinzione
Massimo
fra
made
capacità
a
di
distinction between
immaginare
the
e fantasia,
capability of imagining
che
and
è una parola
fantasy.
che andrà un po'
And
dopo
then,
la nascita e che fa corrispondere esattamente al riconoscimento del bambino allo
this
specchio.
word is related to
Allora,
when the
lì,
child
la cosa che
recognizes
mi ha
itself in the
sempre
mirror.
molto
So,
affascinato di Massimo è stato un esempio
for
che
example,
adesso non so in
I
quale
remember a
articolo
fascinating
che
example
fa
from
di Left
Massimo. I don't
2016-17,
remember in which
una delle
article in
poche volte
Left.
che spiega.
So he
E
explains
spiega la differenza
the difference
fra capacità di
between
immaginare e
the
fantasia,
capability of imagining and
esempio
fantasy,
appunto di Cristoforo
giving the example
Colombo.
of Christopher Columbus.
Cristoforo Colombo,
Christopher
la capacità di
Columbus
immaginare di Cristoforo
so
Colombo
had a
è
great
che oltre
ability to
l'oceano
imagine.
ci fosse
So
qualche
he
cosa.
imagined that there was something
Però
beyond the ocean.
da sola la capacità di
But
immaginare non è
the ability
sufficiente,
to
probabilmente
imagine is
chissà
not
quanti
sufficient
avevano
alone,
pensato
because
che
many
oltre
people
l'oceano ci
may
doveva
have
essere
thought
dell'altro.
that there was
In
something
più,
beyond the
quindi
ocean.
Cristoforo Colombo
So
che fa?
what
Ha la
happens to
fantasia,
Christopher Columbus? He
cioè
has the
passa
fantasy, so
a un qualcosa
he
di
goes
più che una
to
semplice
something more with
immaginazione.
respect to simple
Diventa una
imagination. So
prassi
this
e
becomes a
allora
kind of practice.
allestisce tre
So
caravelle
he
per
prepares
affrontare
3
appunto
ships to
questo mare sconosciuto.
go through the
E questo non
unknown
so quanto può
seas,
essere anche
and I don't know
riferito
whether this can
alla
also
nostra
refer
prassi di
to our
psicoterapeuti in
practice as
cui
psychotherapists.
noi possiamo
In
immaginare
fact,
per gli
we
strumenti
can
teorici che abbiamo per la formazione che ci sia un
use
oltre
psychotherapeutic
nel
instruments,
paziente
and we
che
may
ci arriva
imagine
anche
that there
quando
is
sta
something
molto male
beyond the patient
e che
when the
con la
patient
nostra
arrives,
prassi,
even if he or she is
diciamo,
feeling very sick.
da una parte immaginiamo che ci
But
deve
we
essere
can
un oltre,
imagine
con la
that
prassi
there must
cerchiamo
be
di
something
arrivare a una
more, but and then with
trasformazione.
practice we can create a transformation.
bellissimo.
Well, thank you very much.
Grazie a tutti, siamo costretti a marciare, i tempi
So we have to go quick. We have very little
Chiamo sul
time. I would like to call
palco
upon
il
Professor Gabriele Caravaggioni, who is going to be the chairman of the next session.
professore all'Università di Roma La Sapienza.
Professor at Rome University La Sapienza. And I would also like to invite the various speakers, Cristina Andrizzi, Irene Calesini, Alessandro Mazzetta, Maria Pia Albrizio, and Alessio Giampa.
Sì, ho sbagliato. Maria Chiara Lipuò.
Buongiorno.
Good morning.
Onestamente,
Honestly,
dopo questa parte della mattinata,
after
non so se
this
ringraziarvi,
first part of the morning, I do not know whether I have to thank you.
associo la mia emozione
I like to associate my deep emotion to the emotion of the others in opening this session.
il compito mi onora, vi assicuro.
I'm deeply honored
certamente complesso
to be here, but my task is complex.
Dunque, cominciamo subito.
So let's
il tema di
start.
questa
The issue of this session
psicopatologia
is
del non
psychopathology of the unconscious.
Se ci avessero affidato il tema della psicopatologia del cosciente,
If we had been entrusted to speak about the psychopathologies of the conscious, it would have been easier. We could have spoken of symptoms, manifest symptoms. We could have provided test scoring, but we've been given the task of talking about the psychopathology of the unconscious, and therefore we are forced to move in this slippery ground, which is necessary if we want to face the challenge of recognizing psychopathology and starting an exchange of views with psychopathologists. So I'd like to introduce Cristina Andrizzi, specialist of collective psychotherapy. She will focus on the issues of delusional perception that open the way to the possibility of talking about schizophrenia without fearing you've been carried away by the fact that it is really hard to understand it. I'd like to give the floor to Cristina Andrizzi. She will talk about the diagnosis of delusional perception, paving the way for psychotherapy.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning to all of you. First and foremost, I wish to thank the Foundation for the invitation, and I wish to thank all the participants. I must admit that the discoveries by Massimo Fagioli on the human mind led to a real revolution in the thinking of mental illness. So I wanted to retrace this evolution, starting from his initial writings, his medical practice, and the comparison with psychopathology of the time. So there was a debate in Milan in 1962, a first exchange of views on the problem of psychotherapy among some of the most important psychotherapists. And that discussion that tackled the very sensitive issues such as the psychotherapy of psychosis, the interest of participants in particular was focused on the relationship between doctor and patient. That was the fundamental core of the therapeutic relationship. So the meaning of the psychopathological symptoms was tackled with a dynamic approach, trying to understand what could explain the inexplicable world of the patient. Unfortunately, it was not possible to remove that idea of the organic genesis of the disease, of the illness, looking for the cause, the origin of delusion. So it was not possible to talk about the unconscious dynamic or the latent reality of the patient, and therefore the ambition of our work was to delve into the evolution of the thinking of Massimo Fagioli, starting from his subtle intuitions of delusional perception, trying to understand the alteration of thinking with the perception stimuli, compared to the psychopathological and phrenological interpretations of the time that he knew quite well. Also, through his clinical experience, he could clearly define this delusional perception. Going back to the intuition of the therapist that was previously devised, our young psychiatrists identified the possibility of understanding the symptoms and understanding the unconscious of the patient. This is a sort of a prerequisite for understanding this annulment pulsion that was interpreted in the relationship with patients. as from 1964, with the clinical cases that it described in Death Incident Knowledge, a specific case of schizophrenia, for example, that was brilliantly presented by Dr. Polese in the online contribution. So we try to find links between the evolution of his practice and the development of new hypotheses for understanding the phenomenon. At the time of the debate, as Panzera already said, Fagioli worked in the psychiatric hospital of Padua, led by Barison. It was an excellent structure at that time, and they started schizophrenia with all collective psychotherapy. In the articles by Fagioli on the delusional perception and insulin therapy and collective therapy, he told his experiences with the patients in Padua. In the direct relationship with the severe psychotic patients of the hospital, he had gained a specific experience of therapeutic community. The basic idea was that of facing the unconscious aspects of the psychotic patients, already thinking of a possible transformation in the therapeutic relationship. With specific reference to schizophrenic delusional perception, Fagioli refused the idea that it was not possible to understand it due to the lack of a link between delusion and perception, and developed the idea of the strange link that can be seen through that feeling of schizophrenia felt by the therapist vis-à-vis the schizophrenic patients. In so doing, he could overcome the idea that it was not possible to understand the delusional or schizophrenic delusion and act as a bridge to start a therapeutic relationship, and at the same time to better understand the unconscious trends and dynamics that caused the disease. It is here evident his intention to discover a pathway to have access to this mental disease, not to stop to the symptoms, but also with the idea of curing the patient. The new element of this approach was a break with the past, in particular with Freud's psychoanalysis that considered psychotic patients unable of countertransfers and transfers not treatable with psychoanalysis. According to the old approach, whereby the disease was the loss of reason, ignoring the unconscious reality that was considered intractable, Fagioli started his pathway with a new approach compared to the classical psychopathology, looking for the organic causes of the disease, and psychoanalysis that was not really interested in a real cure of the disease. He perceived human reality as a human dimension subject to develop, and that therefore can be transformed through the psychotherapeutic relationship. Change, transformation based on the existence in patients of a lost, balanced relationship that can be found again. His method envisaged a complex study and research compared to conventional medicine, starting from the medical identity with this idea of disease and lack of disease. He developed the discovery based on human birth, based on the possibility to see the invisible, thus imagining the evolutionary prospects for a patient. And this would enable the therapist to face the psychic disease with the possibility of healing the unconscious. Fagioli confirmed what already started in those years by stating that we talk about delusional because this means that we believe what indeed is not. So there is this impossibility of seeing, thinking, knowing. There is a lack. That is to be the unaffectivity of thinking without conscience, believing that is not thinking because there is no reality with there is no relationship with human reality. So the study on the delusional perception enables us to understand that phenomenon that is the delusion of schizophrenic patients and show the pathway that leads to this delusion by knowing the thinking that is behind the immediate reaction to the perception stimuli. The search for these unconscious dynamics will lead Fagioli to discover the annulment pulsion and the theory of a psychically healthy human birth with all these characteristics typical of human beings that are at the basis of the origin of thinking. These first intuitions will be further developed during the course of his life, in which he got successes. He went away from Venice and then from Padua and Kronslich. And finally, he broke away from the SPI, the Italian Association of Psychoanalysis. In each of these phases, he created a new identity based on the experiences he lived. There was always the need to write, formulate theories, discoveries confirmed by therapeutic practice. Through practice with psychotic patients and his study on invisible violence, Fagioli theorized the dynamic of annulment pulsion and the possibility of interpreting delusion and understanding its underlying significance. And I like to conclude with his words of 2012. Visible violence, 40 years later. That was the title of this premise. I told the patient I had not disappeared, even though I was not physically present. You made me disappear. I was trying to treat and cure patients, and I tried to understand what could be the causes of mental illness and the discovery of the annulment pulsion that makes non-material reality invisible. There is this link with this word absence, so that I could understand this word unaffectivity. I realized that I've brought psychiatric clinic well beyond the analysis of the perceptions of the mind that are clinically visible. Thank you. Thank you, Cristina, for your presentation. I wonder whether there are questions or... Yes, there is a question. The mic, please.
Rialzi la mano, per favore.
Could you please raise your hand so that we can find you in the audience? Okay, thanks. Thanks. I'm curious to know something more on this Padua therapeutic community and what was the relationship between Fagioli and the patients. Thanks for the question. because this helps me to retrace the idea of the therapeutic practice of Massimo Fagioli that was really important in relationship with his patients. Pansera told us what happened in Padua, where Fagioli had created that therapeutic community with a group of patients, the insulin patients, that in the morning had a sort of shock therapy with insulin, and then they were woken up by Fagioli with an injection of glucose. That therapeutic community within the hospital has specific rules, very different from those of the other patients in the hospital. They could move freely in the hospital. They could regulate themselves in their daily life. They only have a point of reference, Fagioli, with whom they carried out community psychotherapy. Fagioli told repeatedly that the belonging of these patients to a group was a therapeutic aspect, because obviously the patient was forced to have relations with the others. But it is also told that what happened in the group vis-à-vis the therapist were characterized by invisible violence, so to say. And he also told something important. He succeeded in resisting to that invisible violence that was probably more dangerous than any violent behavior of patients, because it attacked the latent reality of the therapist, that was a healthy person with having normal relations with reality, while in the case of patients, the relationship with reality was absolutely lost. And his ability to resist, the ability not to be damaged by this invisible violence, enabled Fagioli to understand the deep mental reality with the discovery of pulsion. And facing this violence and the unaffectivity at the origin of the disease, and the inner void leading to delusion, Fagioli developed new discoveries also through the mediation of the relationship with the mental reality, the inner internal reality of patients. Thank you.
Grazie Cristina e grazie per
Thank
la
you,
domanda che
Cristina.
ha permesso alla dottoressa Andrizzi questo utile, almeno per me, approfondimento.
Enabled Cristina Andrizzi to delve into these specific issues. Now we move to the second contribution, identification, definition and clinic in death, instinct and knowledge. So we should see how the thinking and practice of Fagioli enabled to criticize this idea of the unavailability of this process, making a clear-cut distinction between his pathway and the pathway of human identity. So now the floor to Irene Galesini, with a long tradition in public services. She is now a freelance and provides her experience in the psychotherapy school. The contribution has been drafted by Azzori, Costantino, Montanari, Fargnoli. Identification, definition and clinic in death, instant and knowledge. Good morning to all of you. In Death, Instinct and Knowledge, the discourse on the identification unfolds throughout the book, intertwining with the underlying theme of human identity that begins at birth. We wish to emphasize how Massimo Fagioli's elaboration, even on this theme, is absolutely new compared to what has been produced by psychoanalytic culture and has considerable repercussions in the work of psychotherapy. As is well known, Fagioli makes human life and the psychic reality of the individual begin at birth, when coming into light, when a biological organism formed in the womb, due to a characteristic peculiar to the human species, reacts to the light stimulus and the extrauterine environment with a complex drive activity that is simultaneously a annulment or annihilation pulsion, and vitality, which Fagioli calls the fantasy, disappearance fantasy, and capacity or ability to imagine. Because of this dynamic that occurs in the very moments of life and that Fagioli will take up and specify and deepen until his passing away, the infant arrives at the breast relationship with his or her own inner images that constitute his or first identity of being, to be developed in the relationship with the other. The infant, therefore, has arrived at the first interhuman relationship with the dynamic of libidinal investment of reality and with the certain intuition that a breast exists and will tend to turn towards the other with desire. It is here that the child brings into play all that it has already realized in the first moments of life, all that it already is. It will not be a blind devourer, but will sense the images and qualities of the breast, warmth, goodness, energy, and will be able to desire the inner substance of the other. Fagioli's discourse is completely different from others, precisely because of the dynamics of human birth, which others do not have. Without the conceptualization of the disappearance fantasy at birth, there would be no creation of the first inner image, and the infant would arrive at the breast without any individuality, condemned to construct his or her own psychic reality through introjection and incorporation of objects or parts of objects. Psychic reality would be formed by the relationship to the breast. In fact, in Freud's case, the infant is autistic or neurotic. It has an original ego dominated by the pleasure principle that needs to introject into itself all that is good and to reject all that is bad, balanced, and socially functioning. Identity will then be formed by introjection and identification with the parents, with the overcoming of the Oedipal complex. In Klein's case at birth, the rudimentary ego lacking cohesion perceived the destructiveness of the death instinct as a danger, and in order to defend against the primary anguish, the ego deflects the resulting threat partly outwards to the mother's breast. This is for Klein the infant's first psychic activity, and it should emphasize that for Klein, projection precedes introjection. It is not possible to dwell at length on these or other authors. Suffice it to say that the identification represents, for psychoanalytical, cultural, and evolutionary goal of human identity. This construction will all be demolished by Massimo Fagioli. In his theoretical and clinical works, he makes the meaning and form of the terms comprehensible, and identification is immediately related to the introjection of projective dynamics that can occur in the first interhuman relationship. He reiterates the significance of important terms, of important words. We reiterate that the infant attaches to the breast after the realization of his or first internal image, or after the dynamic that leads to the hope certainty that there is a breast. The infant arrives at the breast with a desire for human relationship and introjects the breast when it is disappointed, especially if the breast mother hinders the satisfaction of the desire. Anger at the disappointment leads him to fantastically eat the breast, and the unconscious dynamic of craving begins. Introjection precedes projection and is, I quote, understood as the object disappear in fantastically placing it within oneself. The child will project into the other the alteration, the blackness of the object fantastically eaten and disappeared within itself, and within the sadomasochistic relationship of the object relation leading to the annulment pulsion of the object relationship. It is important to say how in this dynamic there is a degradation of the libido that enabled the relationship. To be clear, I quote from The Puppet and the Marionette, stating, "To fantasize about swallowing the breast is the degradation of the human being from feeling and perceiving the rage of the appropriation of the object whose qualities are no longer perceived." It is the more the child is disappointed, the more the path is towards introjection, projection, and cancellation of the relationship. and of his capacity to desire. The more satisfying the relationship is, the more it will neutralize the annulment pulsion, and the more the child will be able to feel pleasure and absorbs the warmth of the breast mother object. It will be able to realize in itself the memory of the experience lived and develop its ego. So, introjective and projective dynamics therefore begin not because of physiological tendency of the newborn, but because of the disappointments that the baby experiences in the first human relationship. The novelty of Fagioli's theoretical approach with respect to the other authors is evident here, and how empowering it is in relation to adult society. The loss of libidinal possibility with the consequent denial of the possibility of meeting and satisfying desire when the other's response is disappointing depends on the one who disappoints desire repeatedly. Fagioli places great emphasis on the dynamics of separation from the breast at weaning, which is the second major separation after birth and the subsequent starting point for psychosocial development. And here I quote, "Weaning should be a creative act of the child itself who, assisted by the mother who tends to propose herself as a total object, abandons her own total partial impulse in order to integrate it with an interest in the mother as a whole object." Throughout the book, we see the differences between the introjective and projective identification. Introjection and projections are made explicit. Projection is always preceded by a relationship with the human object in which a fantasized introjection of the object or an introjection of the image of it has occurred. Introjective identification is the result of the fantasy introjection of the physical object and is a pure reverie. The external real object becomes internal, unreal. Projective identification is the subsequent externalization of the introjected object that would become the internal reality of the other. In both cases, in the projective and introjective identification, there is a difference between the fantastically introjecting the object and introjecting its image of substance. In the clinic as well, Fagioli mentioned the difference between projection and introjection and defines projection as applying to the object the image, the introjected image of it. So there is indeed a difference between fantastically introjecting the object and introjecting its image or substance. The introjection of the image implies a relationship in which one desires the inner substance of the other with greed, like something that is there. Unfortunately, time is pressing and there is no time to focus on this, to delve into this concept. We could say that for Fagioli, identification is always an introjective and projective identification. So we have all the different dynamics, and the more the patient can accept its libido, including the avid libido, and introject the images, the more the patient succeeds in accepting his own libido and reducing his blindness and to make images. As a result of what has been said, in the non-delusional therapeutic relationship, the patient is forced to reintegrate his libidinal capacity into himself and turn towards image and substance. When the sadomasochistic relationship is no longer tolerable, the unconscious solution intervenes. Affection disappears and we live in a condition of inaffectivity. In this sense, the introjective and identification and projective identification are not only a precarious realization of self, but also a central link towards a serious mental illness. I refer to the Storia di un caso, where after denouncing and describing the absence of the analyst, Fagioli addresses the identification with the father, writing the story of the treatment of a schizophrenic patient and finds the essence of severe mental illness.
Diciamo che Fagioli nella premessa alla seconda edizione del 76
Fagioli wrote in the foreword to the second edition of 1976 that the annulment pulsion versus projected identification, human castration, the sadomasochistic interhuman relationship find its solution in schizophrenia and affectivity. But this discovery of the book could not be tolerated by those who had made identification with the fathers of culture their identity. And indeed, I'd like to conclude by saying that in the dominant society and culture, identification has always been considered the supreme goal of every human being. And with birth theory, on the other hand, it is possible for the original identity that the newborn child realizes in coming into the world to be maintained intact and developed in interhuman relations, leading him or her to realize his or her own special identity. We could say that without the human identity at birth, there is an identification or dissociation. I wish to thank Dr. Calesini for her rich contribution that is thought-provoking. Just one question. Do you believe that this new concept of the identification compared to the other theories can change the relationship with the patient, and in what way? So what is the impact of this theory through the concept of the identification that you mentioned in the therapeutic relationship and the treatment of patients? Very quickly, I wish to say that this theory necessarily changes the relationship with the patient and the possibility of curing the patient for this fundamental discovering of human birth. And this is the first basis. This is the first way in which therapists can somehow bring the patient to recover his or her lost skills and abilities, and the interpretation of the so-called annulment pulsion. We have spoken about identification, and I believe that we can preserve even an altered relation with the other. And in this sense, the therapist that follows this theory listens to patients, and they know that although the patient is ill, that can really perceive the real communication, as Fagioli said in one of his articles of 1962. The therapist knows that the patient can perceive the real communication, although he cannot understand them. And therefore, he requires the patient to see his or her blindness, but compared to the projective identification on the therapist, for example, you're violent, you're abandoning me, you're sadistic, you're envious, the typical dynamics in the therapeutic relationship, the therapist responds with his presence, his interest, his ability to listen to the patient, and shows that he is not envious, he is not sadistic, and therefore the patient has to recover these skills, these abilities, and find in himself or herself a minimum libido ability and set again into motion to find a new approach. This therapist never judges the patient, and I want to insist on this.
Questa fu una delle domande, insomma, che il terapeuta non giudica mai.
Grazie molto. Irene. Dunque, a questo punto siamo nel pieno del non cosciente.
So now we are really into the unconscious, and the next report shows us that the discovery of the disappearing fantasy can rescue us from this anguish of helplessness, thinking that mental illness cannot be cured. Now the floor to Alessandro Mazzetta, psychiatrist and psychotherapist, working in the local health unit Roma 3. He will talk about the loss of natural evidence compared to the disappear fantasy, conscious and unconscious intentionality.
Grazie.
Thank you for giving me the floor.
Abbiamo assistito negli ultimi decenni alla lotta allo stigma delle malattie mentali.
In the field of combating the stigma of mental illness, the last few decades have witnessed a dialectic between different something opposing culture and sensitivities. The dialectic has involved, on the one hand, those who express the demand for care, and now, in Japan, for example, this word is no longer used in Japan, South Korea, and Hong Kong. And now we need to have other types of words. Dysregulation syndrome, and for example, there is no longer reference to the different types of schizophrenia in DSM. And so we wonder whether this would lead to a development in terms of knowledge. There are words that show diagnosis and have the ability to create exact correspondence between the sound and the object, to pave the way for many aspects of the mind that are not well known. We need to attribute a normal meaning to things. In psychiatry, in order not to focus only on the DSM, we need to recover psychopathology.
È del 1971 la perdita dell'evidenza naturale di Blankenberg.
In 1971, we had a book by Blankenberg, and the author wondered what is essential in this type of polysymptomatic schizophrenics, for example, the simplex form and the hebephrenic form. The author mentioned the case of a girl in her 20s who, in 1965, was hospitalized following a suicide. There was a loss of common sense in that girl. So that case was initially based on a sort of simplex schizophrenia. What am I really missing, Anna, this patient said? Something small, something strange, something important, something indispensable to leave. At home, at my mother's home, humanly, I was not there. I was not up to it. I just stood there. I just stood there, but without being there. I need a connection to guide me without everything being artificial. Now, I always have to be careful not to lose everything. I simply have the impression that I still need support. I need support in the most basic everyday things. I'm still too small in the way I think. I cannot do it myself. No doubt, I lack natural evidence. To these considerations of the patient, Blankenberg added, if the loss of natural evidence were to be understood as a symptom for the purpose of clinical diagnosis, it would be judged to be almost worthless. It would not, in fact, be a specific symptom. In addition to being found in a more or less pronounced form in various or other psychopathological contexts, the loss of natural evidence also constitutes a stimulating moment in any normal evolution of the personality. The German psychiatrist focuses on the epoche, reality, in its immediacy and everyday life in order to grasp the patient's intentionality, which is intentionality of consciousness according to Husserl. He tries to enter into the world of identifying the so-called horizon of meaning, as Alice said, underlying the patient's attitude. He identified 4 different realms devoid of delusions and hallucinations of the productive forms, a relationship with the world, the perplexity, feeling incapable of autonomy, then the time dimension, the constitutional of the ego, and the subject towards oneself and towards the others. Sometimes the patient says that he is overwhelmed by something that other people have and that she no longer has. He is treated with electroshock with neuroleptic drugs, and there is a therapeutic approach that leads her to worsen, and in spite of all the efforts, in the day after the initial therapy, she committed suicide, coinciding with a change of therapy and with increasing conviction that no fundamental change had happened. The suicidal tendency evidently returned to the fore at the beginning of 1968 and put an end to her days at a time where she was unsupervised, and shortly before the planned start of a new job, as had happened on the occasion of her first suicide attempt. So this means that there is resignation. Blackbird wrote, from the point of view of developmental psychology, these cases show that insufficient autonomy was already preformed in the early years of life due to also a biological problem. For Blackbird, suicide is an extreme attempt to create a boundary to the timeless dimension of the patient. In 1971, Massimo Fagioli wrote Death, Instinct and Knowledge, that he published the year later. And the first chapters ended the story of a case of schizophrenia treated with psychotherapy. It is actually a clash between 2 worlds, the omnipotence of the patient and all the therapists on the other, aimed at welcoming and receiving both conscious and unconscious verbal communication. Fagioli wrote his inner fantastic world that was rooted absolute, always denies and repudiates himself, the child within him. And so the patient is convinced that he may be killed by others. A dream there is a mother killing a baby to prevent others from killing it. On the other hand, there is the presence of the psychiatrist trying to interpret and understand. And then when the fathers died, there was the onset of psychosis. And this had happened already in adolescence. So the psychiatrist interpreted this as an annulment pulsion expressed by the patient at the end of each session towards both the therapist and the work performed. It is precisely the annulment pulsion that the pathogenic cause of the illness is identified. And Fagioli writes, the effect of the unconscious omnipotent annulment pulsion directed outwards is the realization of A, emptiness or inner darkness, denial or disappearance of the self, because the external object is the projection of an inner situation of the self, identification with the father. In particular, the annulment of the identification with other is the rupture of the relationship, the loss of vitality and affectivity, and the realization of oneself as non-affective.
the intentionality to cure as an unconscious dimension of the therapist allows to understand the deep communications of the patient to delineate the history of illness and to carry out the therapeutic relationship in the interpretation of the latent death of the father, and with it the loss of the basic platform of fundamental identification in an inner realization of total destructiveness of being non-existent, unborn. In the relationship with the therapist, the patient repeats the annulment and he tries to attempt suicide by jumping out of the window. And fortunately, does not succeed. So the therapy goes on. The patient is moved, and he doesn't understand why the therapist goes on with analysis. So the patients are followed, shock and move for the intensity of the human presence and the implacable lucidity of the surgeon who incises and operates the therapy that continues at the omnipotence that cracks. The patient rediscovers an unthinkable dimension of activity and sexuality. I conclude. Fagioli goes beyond the clinical framework of the loss, and he talks about the loss of the unconscious vitality and the image of the birth common to all human beings, vitality and birth that unseat anyone who has lost it after having had it for a longer or shorter period of time. Fagioli proposes the possibility to cure the mental health or mental disease through the physiology of the mind. So illness is not a design, it's not a destiny. Also for schizophrenia, it's a sign. And the author opens the possibility to actively intervene against immobility and failure of the other person's failure. So treatment means that the patient can go back to having a self, to have a relationship with others.
Grazie Alessandro.
Well, thank you, Alessandra, for your beautiful presentation. I would like to say that our work may not be bogged down in this sphere. This is wonderful. But I have a question for you. Is it possible to think that if we do not give up our opinion on mental health and if we presume endogenicity of psychosis, is it not possible, or is it not even possible, to hypothesize the cure for mental health? So can we state that this opinion coincides with social stigma and the consequence idea of incurability that the patient feels? Well, thank you, Gabriele. Well, I believe that this passive attitude that psychiatrists have vis-à-vis the patient is the expression of a preconceived idea that may be biological, so people are convinced that something is actually like a genetic lesion or brain lesion or a lesion at the level of the neurotransmitters or due to the dilatation of ventricles, or this may be linked to a particular design of being in the world. So in either way, also referring to the end of Irene's presentation, the judgment is not suspended, but there is an idea sometimes that there is a kind of a destiny. Maybe this is not expressed at a conscious level, but at the non-conscious level, yes, this is expressed. So Fagioli manages to do this because he suspends his judgment. Thank you.
Molto bene.
Very well, very well. So you said that looking at what it is not possible to see with the eyes and hear with the ears, it seems to be indispensable for the therapeutic relationship. So grasping the immaterial movement in the relationship with the patient, between the patient and us, means so the dynamics of psychopathology can be treated and recognized.
Tra queste, l'invidia è da sempre riconosciuta.
In fact, envy is always recognized as the most important pathogenic factors. Cara Liquor, a specialist in pediatrics and clinical psychology, and she acquired her experience working as a director of different units, and together with Assistente Materia Albizzo, she wrote the presentation, The Invisible Clinic of Envy. And now she's going to present it. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank my colleagues with whom we wrote this presentation, Dr. Stocco and Dr. Albrizio. Envy is the hatred that moves the hand that does not right, but kills. The problem of envy arises in the relationship with the good breast. That is, the one whose psychic qualities the child has realized, the one that has not been introjected and disappeared within itself. The relationship with the breast object is complex as it includes an oral, cutaneous and olfactory relationship with the introjection identification with the object and consequent projective identification of it outside and in the object of relationship, which thus becomes an inanimate object, black, that breast. It is the object with which one has experienced a predominantly physical relationship. With the dynamic of craving. So in this dynamic of introjection and projection, the child is impoverished of libido. But the relationship with the breast also includes the relationship with the object whose psychic qualities have been understood, the one which has been seen and perceived. The good breast is image. It is the object with which one has experienced a psychic relationship to fulfill the desire. And the more the relationship with the mother breast will be satisfactory and will the limit of performance of interjective, projective, partial dynamics and prevent the fantasy of disappearance from being expressed as a death instinct. And if the child is wounded by disappointment, it will have difficulty interjecting images and qualities, and its looking will have little receptive possibilities. It will be a kind of looking that damages the object. We therefore note that envy is connected to the dynamic of covetousness, which is a dimension that compromises a child's libidoral possibilities, and we emphasize the ambivalence aspect of the envious dynamic, moment of intuition and immediate reverie of destruction, moments that encompass being sexually invested and not being investment in death. The drive is now ambivalent, simultaneously imbued with desire and repulsion. To love, to desire the object is together with the drive that make it disappear. I love and I hate. Maybe I don't know whether this is possible, but this is so, and I feel bad, and this verse, as Catullus, represents the drama of ambivalence and the torment of the splitting of the eyes from the mouth that can become totally unknown to the envious subject. For Massimo Fagioli, the matrix of the envious dynamic does not come from an introjective relationship as theorized by Melanie Klein. It is not the expression of a sadistic oral relationship, but it is an aggressive visual drive investment of the object. Envy, therefore, is not identification with. We also distinguish ourselves because, as we've noted, envy is always relative to a relationship and not a constitutional factor that operates from birth. The aggressive dimensions of envy are often present in the psychiatric clinic and are transnosographic. In particular, the aggressiveness in envy is related to seeing and the concept of fantasy. When the envious person makes a truth different from reality, this power can reach an almost absolute level of omnipotence. In fact, having lost the moment of libidinal investment that had permitted intuition, the truth that is determined is the only truth that the subject knows. Reality is what he or she has determined. And it is here that the envious dynamic becomes invisible to the subject, who becomes wise. He thinks or she thinks with respect to a reality with which he or she has in truth lost the relationship and the possibility of knowledge. Envy is not being able to introject and not being able to have for oneself the good of the other. It is the possibility of living desire and being like the other, because the greedy oral libido is feared and denied. Envy is splitting between the eyes and the mouth, which becomes a splitting between the unconscious consciousness and behavior, and it is responsible for the invisibility of this dynamic. We were struck by the emphasis placed by several authors on the dynamics of envy in personality disorders. In particular, in the narcissistic personality disorder, along with the well-known characteristics of grandiosity, of the sense of the self, fantasy of success, power, beauty, and lack of empathy, Gaba describes the narcissist's envy that is expressed by the tendency to devalue, belittle, denigrate, and failure to not to recognize the value of others. Grandiosity is well described, but associated with an inadequate, frightened, rejection-sensitive self-representation. Nancy McWilliam knows that these patients have lost their ability to love and understand the others. She also notes an exacerbation of symptoms in approaching the other due to the onset of envy. Kemper notes with concern that narcissists often want to destroy the therapist and ruin him or her because they're gripped by envy. Sometimes suicide is supported by the idea that death will ruin the therapist's reputation. However, these painful experiences and the profound sense of uneasiness found in a very high percentage of patients are not correlated with the specific psychodynamics of envy, and the anguish described in the narcissistic patient is referred to a generic vulnerability, while the inability to love becomes a trait and not the outcome of a specific envious dynamic. Is not Iago, a narcissist who, aware of his own limitations and inadequacy to play the role of Othello's lieutenant, sinks into envy of the other's worth and abilities? And the affection of envy is hatred, as Shakespeare well describes. In psychotherapy, it is common to experience patients' hatred that stems from the annulment, denial of love, interest, or intuition in the therapist. The drive investment in making what is not transforms love into hatred. Hatred of which the envious person may not be aware. So hatred becomes unconscious, dreaded, unconfessable affection that becomes castration, a real, incurable deficit. The patient feels that he or she is not worthy and claiming that he or she does not deserve the success of his or her projects, the realization of his or her desire, annihilating his or her own possibilities, losing self-esteem and feeling depressed. In proposal and depression, there are tragic envious dynamics. So the depressed person experiences the drama of his or her lost affection, somehow feeling that the poison of hatred damages human identity. And we wonder if the feeling of the lack of feeling could be linked to the removal of the hatred experienced as unacceptable. Depression also comes through therapy whose cause is hidden in an envious relationship that makes the depressed person believe he has an original deficiency, that he is not what he's not. It is Othello who believes Iago's lies and loses himself. Fagioli believes that the interpretation of dreams is absolutely essential, which in envy transforms the relationship with reality into more or less altered images and make it possible to grasp the seriousness of denials, to assess the strength of the drive, how much it is imbued with the death instinct, how much it alters thoughts, affects, and images. It is fundamental to proceed in order to reintegrate the oral dimensions with the visual auditory ones so that the patient can take the analyzed substance and reach a relationship of sexual investment of reality, an investment of life and not of death. We consider that it is significant and important to grasp the envious investment present in culture and to highlight this often subtle, invisible, hidden dimension, which contains a denial of human truth, but it destroys hope and it saps resistance and it thwarts the struggle for human fulfillment and transformation. The cultural propositions that negatively influence the possibilities of human development, however disguised and modernized, are still the anthropological foundations of psychoanalysis in the most diverse contexts. TV series, films, novels, cultural debates, we find the makeup operation of psychoanalytic assumptions. It is still true to activate the conscious control, because if passion takes over, it becomes an obsession, desire, eagerness for revenge, the same old confusion between denial and rejection, envy and desire, hatred and anger. It is a cultural deception to continue terrorizing human beings about their profound nature, just as the proposition of a genetic biological origin of mental illness is equally violent. The intention to abolish any possibility of research into the human mind seems evident, condemning us to passivity, to resignation, and not being able to know what really moves human behavior. Faced with this annulling investment, man does not rebel, he does not see it. So we ask ourselves whether the emergence of new needs on the experience of life of being well or badly is not triggering an envious culture which generates confusion between fulfillment and realization not of happiness but of a self-fulfilled life. And we'd like to talk about the rebellion of Iran women, which is also supported by men for the first time in Iran. And we see banners, we will no longer be afraid, we're going to fight. This is a collective fight without leaders, without coordination, a revolt that wants for women life and freedom, providing a very powerful image that is much more powerful than envy and hatred or oppression.
Grazie, Chiara.
Well, thank you, Chiara, for the very profound presentation and the very beautiful images you've given us. I'm a little bit embarrassed for the envy I feel
alla vostra capacità di pensiero.
for your ability to think.
Ma mi consolo
But
pensando che a fronte di
I'm
tre
okay
donne sono
thinking
soltanto
that
un uomo.
I'm just a man faced with 3 women, and
Mettete in evidenza
so you
la
emphasize
dinamica invidiosa sia nel disturbo
the envious dynamic in
personalità,
the
sia,
narcissistic personality disorder,
nella
but
depressione,
also in depression,
distinguendone le manifestazioni cliniche.
with the distinction
Puoi
of
raccontare
clinical
meglio
manifestations.
la
Can you
differenza
please tell us something more about the difference between these two kinds of envies? Well, thank you for this question. Well, so I think that we can say that the difference is in the force and in the violence of the annulment pulsion. In the narcissist, the level of relationship with others and the level of aggressive drive investment is much deeper with respect to depressed people. So narcissists have a kind of more generalized envy, but also less profound envy. So their vision of others is less profound. So their intuitive capabilities that can grasp the other people's content is not so deep. Probably narcissists stop at a more superficial kind of envy, while depressed people maintain the ability to become invested with others. So they suffer from a crisis in the relationship because they see the qualities of the other. And so these people feel they are not worthy. They feel they are not at that level. They feel the weight of lost affects. So we know that depressed people actually are weighed down by these problems. So they do not other people suffer, but they hate themselves. So that is why they are at risk, and this is also the reason why they actually kill themselves. So psychotherapists should be able to convey the hatred of depressed people away, so that depression is no longer a lethal disease.
Grazie.
Thanks. Thanks, Chiara. Thanks for underlining the importance of this dimension. And now we have the last contribution with the evolution of the concept of envy through the clinical cases of death instant knowledge between theoretical elaboration and therapeutic approach. Alessio Giampà, psychiatrist and psychotherapist, medical director of local health unit Roma 2. He also works in the prison of Rebibbia, and together with Antonia Mocci, he drafted this report, The Evolution of the Concept of MD Through the Clinical Cases of Death, Instinct and Knowledge Between Theoretical Elaboration and Therapeutic Process. Thanks for inviting me.
Allora, la rilettura dei casi clinici contenuti in Istinto di Morte e Conoscenza.
The rereading of the clinical cases contained in Death, Instinct and Knowledge offers multiple points of interest and insight, as it allows to grasp both the method of thought of the author of birth theory and the theoretical elaboration resulting from the relationship of therapeutic practice. In the fourth chapter, entitled The Disappearance Fantasy and Envy, on which our work focused, the clinical cases obey a demonstrative reason of the dynamics illustrated. The latter offer valuable evidence of the author's therapeutic praxis, which approaches the therapeutic relationship by interpreting the fundamental pathological dynamic of negation emerging in the communication of oniric images. As we shall see, Fagioli revolutionized the concept of envy on the basis of his discoveries, and in particular, his theorization of the disappearance fantasy as a mental expression of the death instinct. In psychoanalysis, the concept of envy makes its appearance with Freud and later with Karl Habermas, who realized that the origin of this character trait already goes back to the first oral phase of libidinal development, thus laying the foundations for what was to be Melanie Klein's later theoretical elaboration. The Austrian psychoanalyst makes envy one of the central concepts of her theoretical analysis. She defined it as a feeling of anger because another person possesses something we desire and enjoys it. The envious impulse aims at taking it away or damaging it. The first object of envy is the nurturing breast, since the child feels that the breast possesses everything he or she desires and has an unlimited amount of milk and love. And again, envy seeks to place what is bad and the bad parts of the self in the mother, and primarily in the breast, in order to damage and destroy her. In the opening of the chapter on envy, Fagioli, after stating his three proposals, and indeed statements, envy is not an emotion. Envy is not a relationship with the object, but is not a break in the relationship. Envy is directed towards or against the psychic qualities of the object, goodness, beauty, power, creativity, departs from the concept of Klein theory, according to which envy is derived from destructive sadico-oral and sadico-anal impulses. Fagioli theorized that envy is the sadistic expression of destructive impulses. Fagioli's theoretical thinking arrives at the new definition of the infant's interaction with the mother. Overturning Klein's vision, he put in order the key psychodynamic mechanism never before understood: projective identification, envy, and denial. This work of identifying, drawing the boundaries between one and the other, is completed by the explanation of how they interact with each other, feeding pathogenetic psychodynamic circuits. With regard to projective identification, Fagioli points out how this dynamic is based on the introjection of the physical object, meaning a pure oral satisfaction, a blind libido that has no possibility of perceiving the psychic content and correspond to the dynamic of craving. The relationship with the psychic object, on the other hand, concerns the good breast, the one that has not been eaten in a state of blindness and projected, but is the one with which one has related with a different dynamic from the introjective oral one, that is, the visual dynamic. It is in this relationship that Fagioli places the dynamics of envy as a relationship with the image of the object that implies the presence of the captative libido that has the possibility of seeing. And he states that it is in its relationship with the good breast, with the breast on which the child has understood psychic qualities, that the problem of envy arises. Fagioli rejects the overlapping between envy and projective identification, stating that envy is a destructive dynamic of the qualities, creativity of the object, but without the use of projective identification. It is a looking in order not to see, to look in order to live out. The dynamic of envy is of a drive nature, characterized at first by the libidinal investment of the psychic object quality, followed immediately by the aggressive drive investment, which finds expression in the mental representation with the negation of the altered unconscious image of the object content. Hate, on the other hand, is the expression of envy at the affective level. In the first two cases in the chapter, Fagioli illustrates the two moments that can be traced in the psychodynamics of envy. Particularly in the second case, It highlights the dynamics of envy within the transference relationship. The treatment concerns a patient who was unable to express his possibilities as a writer, his potentialities as a writer, which he nevertheless felt to be valid. The patient recounted a dream. I was in a villa garden. Everything was dry and decadent. At a certain point, it was as if the sun came and everything was green, and there were beautiful orange trees. Then everything returned as before, dry and decadent. Fagioli interpreted those images in the light of the envious dynamic. The first part of the dream, in which everything was dry and decadent, was a representation of the patient's idea that analysis was a useless task and that his situation was unsolvable. When in the course of the therapy the analyst interpreted the disappearance fantasy made at his father's death, the patient grasped the interest, the calmness, or the meaning of the interpretation, which he later represented in the dream with the images of the sun, the green, and the beautiful orange trees. But when faced with the intuition of the therapist's qualities, the patient, unable to make them his own due to a libido deficiency, obviously enacted the negation so that in the dream everything returned dry and decadent. Thus the analyst's words lost their vital content, becoming chatter and dead words. The patient who has lost the greedy libido cannot have the substance of the object, and being unable to become like him feels the relationship impossible, and that is why envy arises. The third clinical case on envy, on the other hand, has the function of showing a common dynamic in the psychotherapeutic relationship, namely the one in which the patient changes his situation to a different one out of fear of the analyst's envious attack, debasing and degrading his libidinal situation from genital to covetous. In this case, the patient had skipped the session to be near his brother who had lost a loved one. Instead of realizing an effective availability without either motives, he had degraded it to material advantages by fantasizing about saving money on the missed session, making a truth other than reality through aggressive fantasy. Such an operation can become omnipotent if the moment of insight seeing is lost. In fact, in the latter case, the libidinal investment having been lost, the truth determined by the patient is the only existing one. The omnipotence of the envious attack is realized by the subject as really determining a destruction or negation of reality. Only the truth of the envious object agent exists. The discourse is reflected in the severely depressed patients who believe to be deeply incurable and who constantly are convinced that no one will be able to help them. It often happens that these patients, on the one hand, demand psychotherapy to cure themselves, a moment of insight, but on the other, try to prove that the therapist will be unable to cure them, denial. Through the omnipotent thought of being destructive, they are convinced that they can drag the therapist into their failure. If such denial somehow found some confirmation in reality, the patient will develop the belief that they have really destructive power, a conviction that in some cases will take the form of outright delirium. Delusion. Let us now briefly see how the dynamics of envy can be made explicit within the transference relationship. The prerequisite of psychotherapy is to arrive at the knowledge of the other. From this viewpoint, the dynamics of envy based on the patient's making a reality that differs from the truth can be considered a modality of the relationship through which to arrive at knowledge of the other. By changing, altering, degrading the other, the patient can know about the other, can know him. An example is the patient who provokes the therapist to induce in him a mood of boredom, indifference, or anger, obeying his own need to know the therapist. The therapist appearing calm, confident, interested in a situation that the patient does not understand because he has never experienced this in his life. All psychotherapists are aware of the importance and centrality of envy and the related dynamics of denial, as it is ubiquitous in all pathologies and frequent causes of the so-called negative transference. And it is precisely through the constant work of interpreting the dynamics of negation that healing can be achieved. And I'd like to conclude by quoting Alice Masillo, my colleague Alice Masillo, stating that the task of the psychiatrist is to recognize and interpret denial by transforming the not is into no. That is to feel, see, and accept positive and healthy dimensions of the other, and at the same time reject the negative, pathological, and violent ones. Thank you. Thanks, Alessio, for your very interesting contribution, targeted contribution. And I'd like to put a question. You use 3 words, envy, negation, and oniric images. And as far as I understood, the negation is ubiquitous in all psychiatric problems. Is there a soft or light, mild or severe negation of the images? And can it be cured with the images of dreams? In order to answer your question, I can go back to a TV interview to Massimo Fagioli in 2002, published on #1 of 2003 on the publication Il sogno della farfalla, The Dream of the Butterfly. And he clearly stated that this does not refer to the psychiatric semiological analysis, but rather on the diagnosis of internal reality of the patient that can be done through onirical images. Massimo also added that when you make this analysis, you must also consider the severity, the destructivity, and the violence of the envious negation. And why so? Because this differential image will affect also the therapy. In non-severe patients, you may have images that include this envious negation that can be defined as evident, benign. And sometimes it is so explicit that the patients can even understand on his or her own. And when the therapist provides an interpretation, he or she can grasp it. Other times, this envious negation is included in some dream images that are abstract, cold, detached, hard to understand for patients. In this case, therapists should focus attention on the interpretation, because there is the risk that patients cannot understand this due to the underlying unaffectivity they have. And in this case, the therapist must rely on his or her sensitivity, clinical experience, to provide the right interpretation in the right and the proper way.
Mi pare che siamo riusciti a rimanere nei tempi. Abbiamo ascoltato
had
bellissime
5
relazioni
very beautiful
che hanno
presentations
toccato punti
that
cardine di
touched
istinto di
on
morte
the
e
highlights
conoscenza.
of
Ringrazio
Death
tutti,
Instinct Knowledge. So I would
tutti
like
gli
to thank
autori
all the
relatori di
panelists
questo tavolo
of this
solo per averci permesso di
round table
avvicinarci alla complessità del pensiero di Massimo
for having
Fagioli.
allowed us to
Anche per
get
averci
closer to the
mostrato
complexity of Massimo
talvolta
Fagioli's
la
thought, but
fatica
also
per
for
lo
having
studio,
shown
per
that
l'impegno, per la comprensione, per l'approfondimento,
the
per quanto
effort
onerosa
to
sia,
study and
può
to carry
essere
out research
carica
and
di
investigations
passione e
may be
regalare
full of passion
riflessioni ed emozioni.
and lead to reflections and
Dopo
emotions.
quanto
So
ascoltato avrei voglia di
after this
ricominciare da
panel,
capo,
I would
ma
like
temo
to
non sia
start
possibile.
from
Quindi
scratch again, so
ringrazio
it's not
tutti
possible. I would like to
e
thank
vi
all of you,
ricordo
and I would like to
soltanto
remind
di
you
andare allo
that
spazio
you should go
poster
to the
dove
poster
ci stanno
room
diversi
where you
poster,
have
appunto,
different posters
legati agli ambiti tematici
linked to the
di oggi sono
thematic
psichiatria, psicoterapia,
subjects of
psicologia dell'età evolutiva
psychiatry,
e
developmental
neonatologia e
psychology,
bioetica.
neonatology, and
Saranno
bioethics.
presenti vicino ai poster gli
Close to
autori per
posters,
il
you will
confronto
see
con
the
il pubblico.
authors.
Grazie
Well,
e alle
thank you,
14.
and see you at 2.
Ci siamo riusciti.
Sì, proprio siamo stati svizzeri, siamo stati.
Di là.
Dai, sì. Bene, bene.
Quarto d'ora di sforo.
Vabbè. Bella, fatta salutare. Va bene.
Allora, questo lo lasciamo qua.
Come vuoi?
Adesso mi sento molto al centro, mettici tu.
Vai. Eh?
Laggiù c'è quel pulsantino che poi lo passiamo.
Andare avanti.
C'è un aggeggino.
Vedete le slide e anche un piccolo timer.
Ok. E invece non ce l'ha. Invece il timer sull'ora e un quarto non c'è. Quello lo devo tenere io.
Questo lo do a Elena.
Serie, sì.
Maria, quello è tuo?
Sì. E poi qui.
Non me ne ero accorta neanche io. Questo è di Elena.
Allora, questo è tuo?
Perfetto.
Come si mangia?
Questo è mio.
Penso con il
questo qui che ci passiamo tra di noi.
tasto verde avanti,
Cesare.
tasto rosso indietro.
Mi dici tu il via anche se non c'è in sala? No, ancora manca 5 minuti.
Vabbè, però se è tutto mezzo vuoto.
Lo so, ma
Maria, non c'erano cambiamenti.
cioè nel senso, diciamo che
Sì,
questo è
bisogna
indipendente da
rispettare,
me. Diciamo così.
Io sto morendo di caldo.
Sì, fa caldo.
Allora Maria,
No, però noi siamo partite direttamente. La prima
perché sì, perché gli altri hanno
quando tu dici
così.
cioè la
Me lo
seconda
da giù, no?
sì. La prima la metteranno loro.
Vabbè,
Non lo so.
è un timing ancora più
non lo so.
È per stressarli, per dimostrare che noi vogliamo stare nei tempi.
Io quando tu dici la linea,
7 donne. Allora, io mi preparo. Ci sono due, no?
quando tu dici
vero.
la linea io metto la linea e basta, giusto?
Sì.
Paolo mi fai diversi dalla sala, non ci può.
È finita.
Ah,
C'è un bicchiere in più di là?
L'articolo del settimanale.
c'è un bicchiere in più per caso? Un bicchiere in più
italiana
di
come
là?
cosa.
C'è un bicchiere in più.
Sequenza per la prima volta.
Ah, perché noi siamo 7 in
Ti lascio il mio. Perché voi parlate, io dico 2 parole.
Questo non è utilizzato, c'è acqua frizzante.
Grazie mille.
Sì, però magari non si può chiedere un bicchiere in più, no? Tu per caso... No, non ce l'hai la borsa.
C'era il tizio di pianizzazione.
Però c'è.
Fra?
O ne manca uno?
prendi
Ah
un
no, mi ha
fazzoletto.
dato il suo Elena.
Sì,
Io pensavo fosse in più. Pensavo fosse in più, te l'ho
Chiediamo un
preso.
bicchiere.
Vediamo
C'è in più?
No, io avevo capito che il tuo, quello che mi avevi mandato, che fosse in più.
No.
Adesso vedo che tu non ce l'hai.
Ma no, Manu, tanto io ho poche parole.
Ma chiediamolo.
Voi dovete parlare. Ma questo come si fa? Si accende? Si...
No, è già acceso, no? Penso che il verde significa che è...
Cerco che la voce mi rimane calda, perché il problema è che l'emozione i muscoli ti fanno così. La mia unica cosa è di avere una voce calda, penso a questo, e di non farmi l'emozione. Dai. Andare poi piano aiuta.
Vabbè, lo sa lei.
Quindi punto anche sul tempo. Ma non ci vedono.
No, non ci vedono chi?
Loro 3. O è sbagliato chiederlo a loro?
Ci hanno già fotografato.
Ah, eccoci. Ciao.
Magari se
Che carini, che carini.
quello non è il ragazzo del gruppo del giovedì, no?
Sì, sì.
So, tu vuoi l'acqua frizzante?
No, ci sta una marea. Sta un altro pezzo sta laggiù, un pezzo il giovedì, un pezzo stanno là lì.
Ma dove stanno Carmen che invece...
Loro non lo so.
Perché Silvia ci ha fatto la foto, quindi...
Tutte donne.
Ah, lui? Ah, ma eccolo.
Sì, sì. Claro.
No, vabbè, ma non importa. Io preferisco... Non importa. Grazie.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, per favore
Good
cominciamo
afternoon, and let's start, and we're going to start on time, because otherwise we'll not be able to leave the theatre as requested, at the time that was requested.
Quindi secondo me
Vabbè, dai, la facciamo.
l'altra...
Sposto di qua, così vediamo meglio.
Vai a vedere dove è Giorgio.
Questo funziona. Ah sì, funziona già.
E poi lì hai visto bisogna fare il tasto verde.
Non è che bisogna schiacciare qua, no?
Infatti no, però c'è il simbolo della voce. Mentre lì c'è il tasto verde, secondo me quello regola le slide.
No, tutti.
Questo regola la slides.
Questo per le slide.
Mi sa che è già attivo.
Ma sono accesi. Funziona. Stiamo parlando di tutto il tempo.
Funziona.
Benissimo. Forse, e se lo schiaccio che succede? Vabbè, no, non lo voglio sapere.
Io l'ho schiacciato,
Che succede?
Non si è spento.
Ok. C'è il microfono. Bisogna stare proprio in silenzio perché è aperto continuamente, quindi se loro, quando presentano loro, se noi ci scambiamo due parole,
Dobbiamo possiamo, sì.
mi hai detto dobbiamo arrivare a minuto. Qui non dobbiamo essere a più di 9 minuti.
E dove ce lo dà?
Non lo dico, ci dà.
Non credo.
Alta tecnologia.
Ora urla mio fratello che sta in piedi a parlare.
L'ideale è arrivare qua a che minuto? È arrivare prima che tu inizi questa parte. Effetti dello stress.
Pronti? Ok.
Io ho 8, tra le 8 e 9 minuti. No, anche 9 minuti. Cioè, nel senso non arrivare a 9 perché c'è troppo poco.
8 e mezzo.
Io con 2 minuti quella parte la dico e poi dopo c'è il tempo
so.
di leggere la frase di massimo.
Quindi c'è già sopra. Questo corrisponde a sopra. Ok.
Che bello anche il titolo.
Perché ne hanno messi così pochi? Si sono sbagliati? Vabbè, adesso non è il momento di preoccuparsi. E buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon.
Se direi di iniziare.
I think we have to start.
Prima di tutto perché abbiamo una
First of
sessione
all, because we have a very interesting
interessantissima, poi
session,
perché abbiamo dei
but
tempi
also because
un po' stretti.
the program is very tight, so we don't have much time.
Grazie. Allora, buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon.
Iniziamo
Let's
con una
start
sessione dal titolo
this
Identità
session
umana
entitled
e il
The
suo
Human
sviluppo.
Identity and Its Development.
È una sessione, a mio avviso, estremamente
According to me, this
interessante
session is
proprio
very
perché va a
interesting
approfondire
because it looks
l'importanza e la
into
centralità del
the
pensiero di
important and
Massimo
central
Fagioli e della
role
teoria della nascita
of Massimo
proprio
Fagioli's
nella
thought and the
formazione
theory of birth
dell'identità
in the
dell'essere umano
development
attraverso
of the
appunto lo sviluppo
identity
del
of the
bambino
human
e
being
dell'adolescente
through
sia nella sua
childhood and
fisiologia
adolescence
sia qualora
at the
insorgano
physiological
invece
level, but
aspetti
also at the
patologici.
pathological level.
Allora, il primo intervento
The first
dal
presentation
titolo
is
Stress
entitled
materno in gravidanza,
Maternal Stress in Pregnancy, Maternal Mental Disorders and Fetal Neurodevelopment, a scientific approach to the light of the theory of birth by Massimo Fagioli. This is going to be presented by Dr. Emanuela Lucarini, the head director of private facilities in Umbria, and Dr. Valeria Fino, a medical a medical specialist in gynecology and obstetrics, and the first colleague is a psychiatrist and a psychotherapist. And they wrote this presentation with other authors, and they start from the master thesis of Dr. Lucarini on the peripartum period. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back. The aim of the study is to try and compare psychiatric gynecology and neurobiology in the light of the scientific literature at international level. And we decided to separate the study in two parts. The first part is the study of a mother who is pregnant and whether she has psychiatric disorders, and the effects on the fetal and neonatal development, and for example, whether that mother may have psychological effects on the child or the adolescent. But we want to confirm Massimo Fagioli's theory, the birth theory. Before starting, I would like to say that the study of the international literature has been thorough, but we excluded animal-based studies because for many other pathologies of human beings, it is possible to compare human disorders with animal disorders. But if you think about mental health and perception effects, feelings, sentiments, it's not possible to make a comparison with animals. It's quite difficult to make a diagnosis of schizophrenia in a mouse. So I would like to say the mechanisms that may have influence on the mother in a pregnancy from a psychopathological point of view, especially anxiety, stress, and depression, and the biological substratums of cortisol, the famous stress hormone, inflammatory cytokines, and epigenetic modifications. But independently of what we see and what has been confirmed with the theory of human birth, there are defense mechanisms. And fundamentally, the defense mechanisms amount to four. First of all, the two barriers that do not allow the passage of substances between the fetal and maternal blood. We have hematoplacenta barrier and the fetal hematoencephalic blood-brain barrier. And then we say that the fetus are protected, and but so the central nervous system of the fetus is protected, but my colleague is going to talk about these mechanisms. I would like to thank you. So the fetus inside the uterus is protected by the placental barrier, which is the interface between the fetal circulation and maternal circulation. And in the human placenta, they're quite close. So in pregnancy, cortisol is involved in multiple physiological functions. The effects of cortisol on fetal development depend on the levels and time of exposure. In fact, in literature, we see excessively high levels of cortisol are associated with effects on the physical health of the fetus, such as intrauterine stunted growth, preterm delivery, and the development of some pathologies in adults. However, some studies have shown that cortisol, despite the concentration gradient and lipophilia, does not freely cross the placenta, as it is inactivated to cortisol by an enzyme, which is 11-beta hydroxysteroid dehydrogenase type 2 at the levels of the placental villi. The enzyme is present at the very early stage of
after conception,
aumenta nel corso della
blastocysts,
gravidanza per
and
poi
increases
ridursi
during
verso la
pregnancy,
fine, verso
decreasing after 36 or 38
È
weeks.
probabile dagli studi che
So on the basis
abbiamo
of the
analizzato che
studies
uno
that we
stress acuto
reviewed,
ne aumenti
acute
l'espressione,
stress
mentre uno
may
stress
increase
cronico
its
sembrerebbe
expression, and
ridurla.
chronic
Ma
stress
l'enzima
seems to
in
reduce
questione
it.
non è soltanto
But this
l'unico meccanismo che
enzyme
abbiamo
is
a livello della
not
barriera
the only mechanism
ematoplacentare, ci sono
that
anche
acts
delle
on
proteine,
this
le
barrier, but there are
cosiddette
also
proteine
proteins,
trasportatrici ABC proteins,
so A,
che
B, C
escludono, quindi
binding
fanno fuoriuscire il
proteins
cortisolo dal circolo fetale
that
verso quello
release
materno,
cortisol from
e in
the
più l'ambiente
fetal circulation
idrofilico
towards
villare
the mother
ne
maternal
limita ulteriormente il passaggio a
circulation.
livello del feto. Come abbiamo detto, i disturbi
we said,
psichiatrici in gravidanza e lo stress si
psychiatric
associano ad un
disorders and
aumento delle
stress in
citochine
pregnancy
infiammatorie. Il ruolo del
release
sistema
inflammatory
immune
cytokines. The role of the immune
determinare, diciamo, lo
system
sviluppo,
in
soprattutto il
determining
neurosviluppo fetale,
the
deriverebbero
fetal neurodevelopment
dall'osservazione
derived from the
delle conseguenze
observation of the
neurologiche di alcune
neurological
infezioni, come
consequences
ad
of
esempio
some
le infezioni del
infections
sistema
such
torce,
as
nelle quali però non
the
possiamo
torch system.
distinguere gli effetti nocivi indotti
Infection is
dal
quite
germe in
difficult
questione
to differentiate the
mediatori
noxious
dell'infiammazione come
effects
appunto le
of
citochine.
this
E dagli
disease
studi invece
from
animali sull'attivazione
cytokines,
materna
or for example
immunitaria
the
indotta da agenti
immune-maternal
immunogeni, che ovviamente nel
activation
nostro studio abbiamo
due to
escluso. Quindi in
immunogenic
letteratura
effects
in
on
sostanza non ci
animals.
sono
In the
degli studi
literature
che
there are no
correlano
studies
questo aumento
correlating
delle
this
citochine
increase
infiammatorie
inflammatory
con
cytokines
alterazioni del
with
neurosviluppo e lo
alteration
sviluppo
of
di patologie
neurodevelopment and the
psichiatriche.
development of psychiatric disorders.
Se la barriera ematoplacentare rappresenta la prima barriera, un secondo checkpoint è proprio rappresentato dalla barriera
very strong,
ematoencefalico-fetale,
but we also
che
have blood-brain
come
barrier
la
of the
seconda
fetus,
dogana che
which is a second
protegge
protective
praticamente il
barrier,
sistema nervoso
protecting
centrale
the
e che
fetus
inizia,
nervous system.
nonostante in precedenza si pensasse che non
even though we
esisteva
thought
appunto
that
a livello fetale, inizia invece a
this barrier
fermarsi
did not
molto
exist,
precocemente, già a
instead it
partire da
develops
12
very early
settimane di
after 12
gravidanza
months
e
of
già a 18
pregnancy,
settimane
and
è
already at
paragonabile a
10
quella
weeks it has the same
del
characteristics as that of adult,
e nel corso della gravidanza diventa sempre più selettiva
it
attraverso
becomes very
l'espressione
selective
di specifici
by
sistemi di
expressing a
trasporto,
specific
tra
upflow
cui
transport system.
citiamo soprattutto una
For
proteina
example,
che
a
svolge un ruolo
protein that
importante,
plays
che
a
è la
very important role, which
glicoproteina
is
P,
glycoprotein
che è una proteina trasportatrice
which
che allontana
is
dal circolo fetale delle
transport
sostanze
protein,
ipofiliche, tra cui farmaci e cortisolo, che viene espressa anche questa molto
this is
precocemente
expressed very early.
Che ha un ruolo protettivo ulteriore, in quanto si è visto che aumenta la sua espressione proprio con l'aumento della cortisolemia materna e fetale, oltre che dopo la somministrazione di corticosteroidi dati in maniera esogena. Quindi la barriera ematoencefalica rappresenta un meccanismo
This barrier
di
is
salvataggio
a
ulteriore.
kind of an additional protective level. As we
il
said,
sistema nervoso centrale
the central nervous system has an extremely protected development. We don't have time to explain the 5 phases, but we can say that in these 5 phases of development,
vanno a influenzare sono le neurotrofine, ci sono altre
only things that really have an influence are neurotrophins, so we don't have direct studies on cortisol.
Il discorso che si potrebbe fare, ma la letteratura
We
scientifica
can
internazionale
say,
non
but the
approfondisce ancora
international
questo
scientific
punto sulle
literature
citochine
does
riguardo
not
alle
have an
cellule
insight
delle
on
glia.
cytokines
Ora, questo è un
as to
concetto
glial
difficile, però
cells.
accennarlo e poi andiamo
I would
avanti.
like just to hint
Diciamo
at
che
this
nelle
subject, and I would like to say that in the glial
nell'adulto non si
cells, in
trasformano
adults,
neuroni,
we don't have any
nel
transformation into
feto si
neurons, while in the
trasformano
fetus
neuroni, quindi
they
probabilmente
are
sono
actually
diverse. Ci sono già
transformed
questi studi che stanno
into
già vedendo
neurons.
queste
So we
cose, per cui
have already
probabilmente
studies
un po' come succede con
on
l'epidemia fetale,
this particular line of
quindi
research.
probabilmente anche la risposta alle
Probably
citochine va
even the
testata
cytokine
veramente.
response has to be tested.
Il parto pretermine poi
So
rappresenta
preterm
l'ultimo ed
birth
estremo meccanismo protettivo che
represents the
mette in
last
atto
extreme
il feto
protective
in risposta ad
mechanism
un
put in
ambiente
place by the
intrauterino
fetus in response to
ostile, come
chronic
quello appunto
maternal
causato da uno
stress.
stress cronico. L'aumento della
Greater
cortisolemia
response to
materna
hostile intrauterine
determina
environment by
una minore
terminating
espressione
pregnancy,
dell'enzima che abbiamo visto
and
precedentemente e
we've
quindi
seen
un potenziale aumento
that there may be
della
an
cortisolemia a livello
increase
fetale
of the
che
level
se
of
da un lato
cortisol in the fetus, which lead
travaglio di parto
to
pretermine, dall'altro però
preterm
garantiscono una
delivery,
maturazione
but
degli organi
this
vitali
also
fetali.
allows for a maturation of the vital organs of the fetus. The second part of the study,
dove noi abbiamo visto appunto, abbiamo studiato tutti gli articoli che c'erano per vedere se poi comunque ci
was
fosse una
done on
correlazione
a
tra
review of
lo
the
stress e
literature
la
to see whether there
malattia
was
in gravidanza
a correlation between maternal stress and the development of psychological and psychiatric disorders
Ora non
in
staremo a
children and
citarli
adolescents.
tutti, l'unico
I
che ci
cannot
teniamo a
mention them all,
citare
but
The only one I would like to mention is a study of 2014 by Stein and Pariante, published in The Lancet, saying that the psychological effects on newborns can be avoided, and social factors are very important. Also, psychiatric diseases of parents that continue after the birth of the child. And another study is by Latorescu and others that studied with magnetic resonance imaging and also electroencephalography the effects of prenatal stress on child's brain, although they report some articles noting correlations. But we've seen in the study that the international scientific literature confirms that
o comunque non la sconferma, per cui conferma la teoria della nascita di Massimo Fagioli che con un metodo deduttivo,
theory of birth by Massimo Fagioli is confirmed, and over 50 years ago
dimostrato che lo psichico
Fagioli demonstrated that the psychic
non c'è nessuna differenza tra il feto di 7 e 8 mesi e il neonato.
Scholars believe that there are no differences between
in effetti non c'è nessuna differenza anatomica, ma solo fisiologica, in
very
quanto il funzionamento dopo la
babies
nascita non è lo
or
stesso
the
di prima.
infants and the babies
Non vedono il
in 8
fatto che
months.
nell'organismo
In
biologico
the
che si è formato
biological
nel corso di 9 mesi
organism
si determina una
developed over 9 months,
trasformazione
there is a
che direi è
transformation
invisibile.
which is invisible.
Si debba avere il coraggio
So
di
we should
pensare
have
che
the
alla
courage
nascita
to think
c'è una
that at
trasformazione
birth
e
there
il
is a
feto
transformation
diventa
and the
essere umano,
fetus becomes a
non
human
solo
being,
vita, ma in
not only
particolare
life,
vita
but in
umana.
particular human life.
Grazie alle colleghe.
Thanks to our colleagues.
Passo la parola
Now the floor
alla
to
dottoressa Ilaria Rocchi,
Dr. Ilaria
laureata in
Rocchi,
ingegneria chimica e al momento studentessa
with a
di
degree
medicina
in
al
chemical
quinto anno
engineering
presso
and studying
National
medicine at the
Medical
International
School
Medical
dell'Università di
School
Roma
of the
La
Rome
dottoressa sta svolgendo
Sapienza.
la sua tesi di laurea in Germania
She
presso il
is
Dipartimento di Epigenetica
performing
e
her
Plasticità
studies in
Strutturale
Germany,
dell'Università
epigenetic
Otto Fongueriche. Ci
Otto
parlerà di un
Fonguering.
argomento di grande attualità e
She
strettamente
will
interconnesso
talk
con quello
about
che abbiamo appena sentito. Dall'epigenetica alla
a very
neurofisiologia,
interesting
il
issue from
rapporto
epigenetics to
non
neurophysiology, the
cosciente
non-conscious
madre-bambino
mother-child
nel
relationship in the
primo anno di
first year of life.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti e grazie alla
Good
dottoressa.
afternoon. Thanks to Dr. Tonucci.
Oggi la mia
Today my
presentazione
paper will
tenterà
attempt
di
to
proporre un'ipotesi di
propose
ricerca
a research
rispetto ad un tema
hypothesis
che
with
nel
respect to
corso
an
dei
issue
miei studi di
that
medicina
I have
e
tried to
formazione
investigate in the
personale
course
ho
of
tentato
my
di
medical
indagare,
studies
ovvero
and
se
personal
esiste,
training,
come
namely
è
whether a
possibile
link
spiegare in termini
between mental illness and
scientifici e
physical
medici
illness
un
exists
nesso tra la malattia
and how it
mentale
can be
e la malattia
explained in scientific and medical terms.
Su questo argomento nella
On this
letteratura
topic,
scientifica
in the
internazionale,
international
un
scientific
ampio numero di
literature, a large
studi
number of
ha
studies have begun to
effettivamente
investigate
iniziato a studiare
how adverse
come
events
eventi avversi
experienced
vissuti
in
nei
the very
primissimi
first
anni
years
di
of
vita
life
abbiano poi un impatto
have an
sul
impact
nostro stato
on
di
physical
salute.
health.
In particolare, con
In
il termine
particular, the term early life stress
in italiano stress precoce,
refers
si intende l'esposizione a gravi
to
forme di avversità
exposure to
che
severe forms
includono
of
il
adversity in childhood that
maltrattamento,
include maltreatment,
l'abuso fisico ed emotivo
physical
o
and
la
emotional
presenza di un
abuse,
caregiver,
or
quindi di
the
un
presence of a
genitore
caregiver
affetto da malattia mentale
with
o che fa
mental
abuso di
illness
sostanze.
or abusing substances.
Studi osservazionali ed
Observational
epidemiologici hanno
studies
inoltre
and
dimostrato come questi
epidemiological
pazienti
studies have
esposti
shown
ad avversità
that these
postnatali
patients
abbiano poi
exposed to
un maggior
postnatal
rischio di
adversity have a
soffrire
higher
di
risk of
infantile
developing
le
conditions such as
condizioni come
asthma,
asma,
allergies,
allergie, obesità,
obesity in childhood, and later in
e
adulthood,
età
chronic
adulta di
physical
patologie fisiche
diseases,
croniche,
including
come le malattie
cardiovascular
cardiovascolari,
disease, type 2
diabete mellito di
diabetes,
tipo 2,
cancer,
tumori e
and
malattie autoimmuni.
autoimmune diseases, thus having a considerably
Questi studi
reduced
quindi
life expectancy.
evidenziano come avversità
So how
infantili
can this association between
portino
childhood
poi
adversity
ad
and
una
the risk
maggiore
of developing
vulnerabilità?
physical disease be
Si parla di
explained
vulnerabilità
from
appunto
a
di sviluppare nel
pathological,
corso della vita una serie di
physiological
malattie.
viewpoint?
come è possibile però spiegare da un punto di vista patofisiologico
Because we should
questa
try to
associazione
provide an
tra
explanation
avversità
to this
infantili
association
e
between
il
childhood
successivo
adversity and the
sviluppo
risk of
di malattie
developing physical
croniche.
disease.
Le neuroscienze
Neurosciences have shown
hanno
how the
dimostrato
first years of
come
life
i
are
primi
a
anni di vita
critical period in developmental plasticity. This expression refers to an organism's ability to modify its physiology in response to external environmental stimuli. In particular, adversities experienced during periods of plasticity are responsible for a programming or imprinting effect, I would say, on the developmental trajectory of certain adaptive systems of our body, such as the neuroendocrine, the immune system. Among the various environmental factors, neurobiological studies conducted by Levin as early as 1957 show that an alteration in maternal care is a major risk factor in the programming of these systems. Among the various adaptive systems, the neuroendocrine system has been the most extensively studied. In fact, it plays a fundamental role in the stress response. Under physiological conditions, there is the activation of the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis with the release of glucocorticoids, which act in a systemic manner, also regulating the human response. Glucocorticoids are also instrumental in disrupting this HPA cascade as they bind to the GR receptor in the subcortical region of the hippocampus, leading to the activation of the negative feedback of the axis. However, epigenetic study conducted in animal models by Mini in 2004 have shown how impaired maternal care via epigenetic methylation mechanisms results in reduced expression of the gene encoding the glucocorticoid receptor in the hippocampus, thus leading to its decreased expression and ability of the hippocampus to regulate the disruption of the neuroendocrine cascade. Clinical studies were pioneered because they showed that maternal care in particular was responsible of this dysregulation of the neuroendocrine axis with the consequent hyperactivity and chronic increase of the glucocorticoid levels during life. Clinical studies conducted on patients have since confirmed these neurobiological findings, finding extensively that high levels of this hormone are associated with a wide range of pathological effects in the body, including chronic inflammatory state with endothelial dysfunction and related risk of hypertension and atherosclerotic plaque formation. There is also the development of a metabolic syndrome-like profile characterized by hyperglycemia and insulin resistance. And finally, the most important aspect is the suppression of the immune system with a reduced antiviral and anti-tumor action. I like to specify that these neurobiological studies have shown that individuals with a history of childhood adversity have a great vulnerability to developing a wide range of diseases later in life, precisely because of this programming effect early in life. And this shows that this can contribute to increase the risk. All the pathophysiological knowledge about the effects of impaired maternal care stem from animal models that have been crucial to understand the biological mechanisms at the basis of these processes. And all these models are characterized by a paradigm of separation between mother and pups at a postnatal stage with the aim of replicating a compromised human-maternal relationship. However, one of the main limits of these neurobiological studies is the assumption that these separation models are able to fully replicate the complex mother-child dynamic or relationship that occurs in humans. No research has ever been conducted to answer a question that is as simple as it is fundamental. It asks, what drastically differentiates animal models from human ones? An answer to this epistemological question is represented by what Fagioli theorized in 1972 in the pivotal book on birth theory, Death, Instinct and Knowledge. Birth theory is the first in the scientific landscape to state how the non-conscious mind is the first to emerge at birth, thus representing the prominent form of thought in the first years of life. In particular, the non-conscious mother-child relationship will be fundamental to healthy psychic development. If the mother is unable to respond not only to the physical but above all the affective demands of the relationship, the psychic absence will be experienced unconsciously by the child, thus leading to feelings of hatred and anger, leading it to an unconsciously realized pulsion to an annulment pulsion as a defense. In animal models, a mother physical absence is the experimental paradigm that triggers a stress reaction. While only in the human species, this reaction can also be caused by a maternal physical presence, however marked by a psychic absence, to which the infant will react on an unconscious level. While the role of the unconscious mind has never been investigated in studies on early stress, numerous neurophysiological studies, including the one published by Tamietto in 2010, demonstrate how unconscious perception to emotional stimuli elicits activity in subcortical regions such as the amygdala, superior colliculus, basal ganglia, and the pulvinar. Recent findings suggest that not only a person's face, but the posture of the whole body can trigger an unconscious perception in the observer of the emotions experienced by the persons being observed. Associated with these non-conscious perceptions, there are the specific neurophysiological reactions that include increased skin conductance, changes in stress hormone levels, and changes in heart rate. How can this physical response to unconsciously perceived emotional stimuli be explained? From a neurophysiological viewpoint, the answer is in the amygdala, which, through its projection to the hypothalamus and brainstem, activates the endocrine, autonomic, and primarily the hypothalamus-pituitary-adrenal axis. As we have already seen, the neuroendocrine axis has been extensively studied to explain the correlation between adversity experienced in childhood and physical pathologies in adulthood. In simple words, we could therefore say that the amygdala is responsible for processing the body's reaction to a non-conscious stimulus. Let us have a look at the future studies. The studies in the field of epigenetics on the impact of the maternal relationship on the planning and the programming of the neuroendocrine and immune systems, and in the field of neurophysiology on the value of the non-conscious perception, offer interesting research prospects, but at the same time seem to lack an overview of the mind-body reality and the mind-brain duo. And it is in this sense, I think, that the birth theory, the only one in the scientific scene to propose research on the role of the unconscious mind in the mother-child relationship, is a rigorous theoretical and clinical framework capable of integrating the knowledge already acquired to investigate more deeply how the very first years of life play a crucial role in psychophysical development, which is unique to the human species. Thank you for your kind attention.
Grazie alla dottoressa per la
I'd
splendida
like to thank you for the wonderful presentation. And now we'll talk about a very central theme for the development of the child, i.e. the line in the mother-child separation, scientific insight in the light of Massimo Fagioli's theory of birth. And this will be given by Dr. Maria Snyder, psychiatrist and psychotherapist. She has worked in many mental health units, and now she works privately, and also Dr. Agnese Pelagazzi, a psychologist and speech therapist at the Rome 1 local health unit. The colleagues wrote the paper together with Emiliozzi, Genco, Patrignani, Giovanni Snyder, and Nicolò Trevisan. You have the floor. Good afternoon. In the article of the Weekly Left of July the 2nd, 2006, Massimo Fagioli wrote for the first time 21 words coming from his research during the seminars of collective analysis of the last few years. Words summarize new scientific discoveries on birth and the first year of life. In 2019, at the presentation of the book Left, 2016-2017, Gianfranco De Simone said, there are numerous research paths opened up by these 21 words, and they have also shown a very rigorous and demanding way to carry out a psychotherapist to cure people, to try and deal with the unconscious for healing purposes. Before 2016, only birth and weaning were considered to be important for treatment, and now it is important to recreate the line around the face. But what is the concept of line that has taken on a very important role in the theory of birth and in the diagnosis and treatment of mental health? I would like to give you a historical background of this ingenious discovery. The first idea of line as a creation of man appeared when, in 1992, Massimo Fagioli participated in a debate on language at the Sapienza University of Rome, stimulated by the degree in medicine by Marcello Fagioli. In that context, he stated that the line that appears at 6 months around the face of the mother is an internal conceptualization to the extent that there is a neurophysiological apparatus that perceives the external figure. In 1996, at the Naples conference, on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of Death, Instinct and Knowledge, it was said that the body of the fetus in the amniotic fluid is well limited by the boundaries of the uterus, and this experience may determine the experience of line as a boundary. In 1999, in Palau, in a cultural meeting, Fagioli talked about the line in this way, and I quote, "The line is black, and it is the silent sign separating one thing from the other, from one image to the other. And if it can be drawn in red, the separation between one image and the other is always in black in the human mind. And here I wanted to be overbearing, saying that this is due to the fact that the first separation of the human reality is the annulment, pulsion of birth that we may say creates darkness around man. The line does not exist in nature, but separation does exist. Change does exist. And so I pass to another thing, but there is no line. I draw the line. I actually draw something that I cannot perceive in nature. The line is an exclusively human characteristic. It is a set of infinite points bound to language and writing. In 2015, on the occasion of the celebration of the 40 years of collective analysis, at the main room of La Sapienza, at the end of the conference, Fagioli stated, after 8 months, what happens at the mirror with a mirror perception? What does the child do? He or she draws his or her face. And before, the face was not drawn, and he or she requested the ability to create a line by defining traits, the eyes, because the baby sees the image, but the baby says it is him or her, even without any verbal expression. So the child acquires an identity. 8 months, the child becomes overbearing, and then since then research has formulated the 21 words. It has progressed, and today we are going to talk about the last 6 words: conscious perception, fantasy, line, sense, face. These words are related to the period between 8 and 10 months of life, and they show the link between the line and the weaning period. But how is it possible to link the 19th word, the line, to the process in which the child becomes separated from his or her mother? In order to better understand this nexus, we have to go back. And we have to define what we mean by weaning. Fagioli wrote that weaning is the cessation of a relationship to satisfy desire. The baby was born with an ego, so with a satisfactory relationship with the adult during breastfeeding or feeding in generally, allows the child to have the development of the internal reality, but generally at different phases. So now the relationship mainly takes place with the breast, together with the nurture. The baby feels the affect and the interest of the mother. The beginning of weaning occurs at 3-6 months, where the newborn leaves the breast. In giving up maternal milk, the child works out the unconscious memory of the relationship he or she has had so far. The detachment from the breast means the loss of the partial relationship to create a total relationship with the object, so a relationship with the mother as a whole. In fact, with the end of the gratification related to the physical breast, the baby sees, or the baby is obliged to see the psychic qualities of the mother as a whole, so a total object. The fusion between seeing and feeling is composed of a triangle with 2 eyes and a mouth, and the mouth is the energy source and the libidinal source for the vision of the eyes. This triangle, however, may also have an avid reality, greedy reality, trying to take something from the other, but it's necessary to have a more profound vision of the object. in which we need a libidinal investments. At the end of breastfeeding, the child has a sounder and a wholer image, but the baby needs another 3 months to have the fantasy and the strength to go to another phase that is creating the line that makes the child understand and grasp who he is. For example, when the child is 7 or 10 months, with the conscious awareness of himself or herself in the mirror, drawing the line around his face or her face. Moreover, he said that the line is a recreation of birth, but at the same time is a creation of the ability to draw the line, that at the beginning, at birth, it was only a possibility. The mirror image is not an objective reality that may be perceived by wakefulness and consciousness, because otherwise the child will not be able to know himself or herself. It is the child that gives the sensation of his or her image at the mirror, but this can only happen if something comes from the baby. The line is a certainty of internal reality. I am. This is an unconscious, profound sense of the self with the images. So for the first time, the baby arrives at a fundamental phase, a self-fulfillment, so the fulfillment of the self separated from the mother, so the baby can become autonomous. While before, the baby could not be aware of her psychic reality that was already present at birth. Now, at the face of the mirror, the baby has a certain internal relationship fused with his or her body, and together with the conscious awareness and the neurophysiological development of the body, there is also fantasy and the profound psychic functioning. The baby will be able to ideally trace a line around the face in front of the mirror, just giving sense to perception. At that time, the baby will create a different kind of birth because his or her reality has changed, passing from possibility to the ability to draw a line. In conclusion, with the 21 words, Fagioli redefined birth and the first year of life, and looking into the process of separation from the mother, from the detachment from the breast, at the time in which in front of the mirror, the baby is creating the line of his or her face and is able to know himself or herself. I quote Fagioli, so no longer equal to all, but with one's own reality, different but similar to others, being in relationship with a human being equal to himself, herself, with the adult, the nurtured and helped protected him is no longer there. For example, the oral phase is centered with the relationship of the mother. Now, with fantasy, consciousness, line, sense, and face, there is a new phase in which the theoretical focus is on the child who alone in front of the mirror, through his or her ability to draw the line, becomes sure of his or her internal reality by redefining separation from the mother. Thank you.
Grazie alle colleghe.
Thanks to our colleagues.
Allora, l'argomento successivo estende la riflessione
The next contribution will focus on childhood and adolescence. Dr. Eva Gebert, the psychiatrist and psychotherapist that works in the ward early interventions of Roma 4. She will present a contribution entitled Roots Must Trust Flowers, the discovery of birth as the foundation for the psychopathology of childhood and adolescence.
Grazie Elena.
Thanks, Elena. Good afternoon.
Mentre la psicopatologia dell'adulto oggi viene poco insegnata e applicata.
While psychopathology of the adult is little told and applied, that of the child and adolescent has really never yet been born.
La psichiatria dell'infanzia e dell'adolescenza.
Child and adolescence psychiatry was born in Europe at the beginning of the 19th century and dealt substantially with mental retardation for about a century. In Italy, given the problem of literacy and the enforcement of mandatory schooling, it focused on cognitive problems, always maintaining a dual psychiatric and pedagogical nature. The separation of psychiatry from neurology in Italy dates back to 1976 for adults, while it was not implemented for developmental age due to the stronger position of the neuropsychiatrists themselves, with the persistence to this day of child neuropsychiatry, in which there is a clear prevalence of neurological and statistic aspects over psychopathological and psychiatric ones. In the section devoted to developmental age, the most recent versions of the diagnostic manuals, you can find diagnoses exclusively used in that developmental age. Typical diagnoses include, for example, specific learning disorder, ADHD, autism, oppositional defiant disorder, etc. These are clearly strongly descriptive diagnoses of behavior that is considered deviant. Thus, other diagnoses are made at development age compared to those for adults that are based on a very specific and partial alteration of behavior. In this way, it often happens that the child or adolescents are often given passing diagnoses that change over time. And it is also frequent that the same clinical situations are coded through fragmented diagnoses that differ from one another depending on the moment or aspect on which the observer's attention is focused. It follows that it is relatively rare to reach a classical psychopathological diagnosis, such as, for example, depression in the age of development, although it is evident that pathologies such as depression also exist at this age, albeit with specific expressive features. Curiously enough, while there has been greater interest in early diagnosis in recent years, it has been forgotten that depression or schizophrenia do not suddenly emerge out of nowhere at the age of 18, but are the consequence of previous malaise or difficulties that should be given a correct name. This is the only way to establish the correct treatment and cure before the illness becomes fully structured or chronic. Unfortunately, it is very common, on the other hand, that on reaching the age of 18, a change of referral service leads to a change of diagnosis from one day to another. This is the product of a severe deficiency on the clinical and cultural level. To this day, there is no coherent and systematic psychopathology of children and adolescents because upstream, their physiology has not yet been thought of as proposed by Fagioli from 1971 onwards. In fact, the prevailing clinical and nosographic approach in child neuropsychiatry is still strongly conditioned, influenced by a series of traditional preconceived ideas linked to two conceptions, which, on closer inspection, represent two sides of the same coin: Freud's conception of the polymorphous perverse child and that of the tabula rasa child. According to the latter ideology, the child would be a wax tablet on which the correct coordinates of life must be stamped. And it actually happens that the younger the person, the less social and family aspects are taken into account. Hence the idea, absolutely devoid of a scientific basis, that the onset of illness in childhood necessarily implies the presence of organic aspects. So the younger the person, the less social and family aspects are taken into account. As Fagioli denounced, for the child, it is thought that before the age of 2 years, there is no mental reality. Mental reality are the words, the sentences, the language that mothers and teachers teach us. But that anything comes out of the human organism, or any movement comes out of the human body has never been thought of. And again, I quote, they never think that there is anything arising from the body. The human being is a wax table. The infant is an amorphous matter, is amorphous biology, which is only formed because it is molded by the rational adult, the one who teaches it to walk and recognize things. The fact that the age of development rational thought, verbal language, and behavioral control are less developed leads to the prejudice that the child is not yet properly or fully human. Similar preconceived ideas traditionally also affect women, artists, and primitive man. But the child, for obvious reasons, is least able to defend himself and is still not sufficiently defended. On the contrary, still today, part of culture, society, and unfortunately medicine act in a devaluing, minimizing, and negating manner towards the developing subject. He or she is thus alternately considered a pure angel, without psyche, with the idea of the tabula rasa, or a corrupted devil, the idea of the perverse polymorphous child. The negation of the child through this splitting into angel or devil is equaled by its annulment. The child or adolescence would not be human, but something radically other, a kind of alien. Thus, it may happen that one gives up trying to explore the situation in order to understand the motivations, emotions, and affection behind that particular behavior, if the perpetrator is a child or an adolescent. It is considered problematic, unreliable, if not impossible, to directly explore the mental content of a young subject because it would not be a totally rational subject. A first-person statement by the child is therefore prejudicially questioned. Until a few days ago, the validity of testimony in court by minors, especially the victims of abuse, was investigated and often questioned. Indeed, on the one hand, the idea that children are not capable of lying by their nature, and the opposite idea that they could not be considered reliable witnesses because they were incapable of distinguishing fantasy and reality. The adult manifests his or her impotence by abandoning the attempt to use psychopathological reasoning in the face of the so-called fascinans et tremendum of a irrational mind, and diagnosis is based on the basis of altered behavioral expression. Fagioli has repeatedly denounced what lies behind this approach in which the child is considered a body without psyche or psychic dynamics. And here I quote, this stolidity is an affectivity, which is not really stupidity, because the relationship with things, with reality, is perfect, but there is no relationship with the meaning, the interhuman relationship. The unaffectivity behind this attitude, which can become a real delusional perception, because it conceals the child's own annihilation of human reality. In this view, the child resembles an inanimate puppet whose passivity requires external shaping until, thanks to the divine breath of reason, it suddenly comes alive. Fagioli wrote instead, the child begins by himself and herself, as his or her activity to speak, to walk, does it by himself or herself, but not by instinct, as was perhaps so in 1968, but by the drive, by the pulsion. In man, there is no predetermined behavior, but there is this drive, this pulsion, which arises from within, which is completely new, absolutely new. Birth theory discovered the presence of an original healthy mental reality of the child, that is, activity, spontaneous reaction of the body that arises from within. It does become evident that the psychic dynamics of the child and the adult are fundamentally the same. And this applies also to the presence of psychopathological dynamic, greed, envy, and annulment pulsion, the three witches described by Fagioli. This approach makes it possible to apply psychopathology also to the developmental age, because there is just one single human being, and psychopathology is therefore always one. It provides tools that must necessarily be expressed and adapted to the subject and specific situation in order to formulate a proper diagnosis and treatment. And in order to do this, a report must be made. With an adult, it is possible to have a rational interview based on questions and answers, although limit oneself to do this would in any case be a poorly done interview. But to talk to a child, rationality alone isn't certainly not enough. On the contrary, it makes the dialogue impossible. In order to have a relationship with a child requires play, fiction, representation, the ability to understand the play of images. And to understand the child, you must know how to create a relationship with the different, with the unknown, with the other. The relationship with the unknown, as in the first year of life, the child is to the mother and the mother to the child. Nobody knows the other a priori, and yet the relationship is possible. The child knows this, and it is naturally drawn to the relationship with the other. Much further on, this is the matrix of the male-female relationship. To conclude, I'd like to recall this statement written in 2021 on the steps of the National Gallery of Modern and Contemporary Art in Rome. The roots must trust the flowers. If you think about it, this is what culture does not yet with regard to children. Already in 1978, in an interview about school, Fagioli denounced the problem is that we don't trust children. Perhaps one could start from there. The roots don't see the flowers being underground, but they have to trust. The flowers are there, and they will be beautiful. Thanks. Ce l'hai? Se no l'ho trovata.
Grazie alla dottoressa Gebhard e conclude la sessione la dottoressa Manuela Petrucci.
With Dr. Manuela Petrucci, and she works as a psychiatrist at the Academic Hospital Christusbad, the clinical in Göppingen in Germany, at the Department of Psychosomatic and Psychotherapy, section of Psychological Medicine of the University in Germany. And she is going to talk about transitional psychiatry and birth theory. Thank you. Some years ago, when I was working in a psychiatry and psychotherapy department for children and young people, it happened that one day a 15-year-old young man was hospitalized in the midst of psychotic crisis and had been diagnosed with autistic disorder. And that is why the director of the clinic forbade me to use any medication. During the course of the interview, my skepticism about the autism diagnosis increased due to the prominence of many symptoms and signs of schizophrenia. However, I said nothing as was not to create unnecessary frictions. What mattered was to help the boy, who started to get deep wounds in his arms, to destroy his room when he was in solitary confinement, and reported hearing voices inciting him to take his own life. I then decided, with his consent, to prescribe drug therapy, which led to an improvement in his symptoms and the boy's discharge after a few days. The clash with the clinic director was solved when I left to work in another psychosomatic unit of medicine. And so I observed that even though in Germany there is a branch of psychiatry which is separated from neurology, specifically dedicated to developmental age from 0 to 18 years of life, but as initially there are many specific problems in terms of diagnosis and treatment in this age group. And then there is a kind of diagnostic and therapeutic nihilism. And in fact, it's important to go beyond the failure of the medicine of the mind that gives up the idea of cure. And we have to start from the physiology of the human mind, from the fundamental distinction between pathological and healthy, and the dynamics leading to the pathology. As said by Massimo Fagioli in an interview of 2001, in fact, mental illness is not a disease of the brain. It is an illness of interhuman relations, of affects, of images, of identity. It's the mind, the thought that is ill. And how is it treated? With psychotherapy. In Germany, as in Italy, there is this so-called transition gap. That is the transition from psychiatric care for children and adolescents to psychiatric care for adults. Basically, it happens that, apart from rare exceptions, example in the case of cognitive retardation, on reaching the age of 18, adolescents in crisis in need of psychological support, as well as adolescents diagnosed with a clear illness who needed to be treated, find themselves from one day to the next, from a child psychiatric context to an adult psychiatric care system, which is in many respects deficient compared to the previous one. This is reflected in a lower treatment utilization by adolescent patients, a high dropout rate, long delays and interruptions in psychiatric care, and adequate quality of treatment. The transition phase encompasses an age range from early adolescence, approximately 14 years of age, to early adulthood, also called emerging adulthood. So psychiatrists dealing with transitional psychiatry are a group that is still in its infancy and not very institutionalized. The European Milestone Project, for example, started in 2014 and ended in 2019, involving 8 countries, including France, Germany, and Italy, and aimed at managing and optimizing the link between the transition of the child to adult mental care. In the meantime, with bubbly, spontaneity, and tacticism, specialist outpatient clinics for this age group have sprung up, well, in Germany, fueled by a cooperation between adult and child psychiatry, psychotherapy wards, day centers, outpatient clinics are being set up, all dedicated to this transition. As has been known since the dawn of psychiatry, ever since Bleuler and Kraepelin, and recently rediscovered in the scientific literature, most psychiatric illnesses, even serious ones, begin in adolescence. It is desirable for the public care system to strive to better meet the specific needs, requirements, and problems of adolescents and young adults. However, multiplying the number of specialized branches, each of which becomes autonomous and separate from the others, could generate unhelpful and unwise fragmentation. But beyond the organizational and structural problems, what is crucial is the cultural issue, which we heard about clearly in the previous presentation. That is, the idea of the adolescent as a strange animal with different and specific needs compared to other phases of life. In daily work, the idea that the professional, even a very specialized one, has of the human being and of the patient is fundamental, because it guides and directs all its interventions. This is why a definition of the adolescence, according to the birth theory, based on the scientific knowledge contained in death instinct and knowledge, is an important enrichment. Adolescence is the period characterized by the transition from childhood to adulthood. It begins at puberty and includes enormous changes of the body, accompanied by profound transformation of the person's identity. Francesca Fagioli stated in an interview with Left on August 14, 2018, that adolescence is crisis by definition. Why? The identity of the human being is present right from birth. But from puberty onwards, biological and hormonal processes make the body fit for sexuality. At the same time, the psychic transformation of the adolescent, who separates from paternal figures to turn to peers, provides for the birth of an absolutely new one that is precisely related to sexuality. The appearance of the human sexual identity provides for the possibility of a relationship, not only mental but also physical, with another human being who is at the same time equal and different from oneself. This emergence has its own time to be realized and involves a crisis that we must consider physiological, which can be expressed at a behavioral level with very different attitudes, even in the same person, from loneliness to the search for companions, from sadness to loud and irreverent laughter, sometimes rebellious. They're all united by an underlying uncertainty reminiscent of the pre-verbal period immediately following birth, when the child, immersed in the reality of light and shadow, has wisdom but no knowledge of the world, and imagines the presence of someone similar to himself capable of loving him. The adolescent who becomes adult is faced with the challenge of sexuality as knowledge, and in order to be able to know, he must realize a new human and sexual identity, without a split between consciousness and lack of consciousness. A final consideration concerns the concept of emerging adulthood, which encompasses the phase between the end of adolescence, 18 years, and the beginning of adulthood. This concept is based on large-scale empirical surveys conducted by psychologists or NET since the 1990s on the general population. This would be a genuine, new, autonomous phase of development with clearly recognizable characteristics in all Western industrialized countries. The psychological characteristics include the exploration of one's own identity, exploring, getting to know and testing one's possibilities and interests. Another characteristic is called instability. Although most young people have defined goals, these can be revised several times, and the young person may experience different things. Intensive confrontation with oneself and others fosters a better understanding of oneself. The activity carried out has a strong impact on development, so that the characteristic traits just described are more evident among students than among young workers of the same age. Thus, according to these results, those who study can afford to mature more slowly, which is more difficult for those who work already at 16, 18 years of age. When reading the results of these studies, we are struck by the negative impression with which the economic dependency of young people and not have or immediately seek a steady partner for procreation. I think there is a connection with the dominant American culture, as if in a monstrous combination of Marxism, Christianity, and neoliberalism, you become 100% a real human being or adult if you produce either work or children or both. Hence, the exclusion, along with children and adolescents, of artists as not fully human and not fully adult. According to Annette, this is an attitude whereby young people are in no hurry to become adults. I personally find a serious omission on the part of Annette and colleagues that this courage to take the right time to mature is never interpreted as an indication of a cultural evolution that could be an enormous advantage for the human species. They claim that the increased tendency to explore stems from a lack of obligation, and consider that it could be a better need, or could be a need of the ego that arises from the within and linked to the drive in the image of birth, turns simultaneously to the outside world and to the search for know thyself. On November 6, 2015, at the end of a wonderful conference on the occasion of 40 years of collective analysis, Massimo Fagioli stated, "The new generations will not be the same as before, for sure. Perhaps, in addition to the generous acknowledgement of the participants in the collective analysis, one must consider an even greater truth behind these words. The need to first see the beauty of the new generation in order to be able to recognize it and protect it together. Thank you.
Grazie,
Thank you. I would like to thank the colleague and all the other speakers. And now we have time for some questions. Are there any questions?
Sì.
Faccio un atto incosciente.
It's not easy to speak after these distinguished panelists, but I would like to try and pose a question to the panelists who talked about the line in the process of separation between the mother and the child. I would like to thank them for the scientific, rigorous approach and the courage with which they looked into Fagioli's theory. I would like to look into two concepts, which is creation and recreation, in the context of the 21 words. Thank you. Well, thank you.
Risponde il dottor Emiliozzi.
Dr. Emiliozzi is going to give you an answer.
Prego un microfono.
Grazie.
Well, I would like to thank you for this wonderful question, and I would like to thank my colleagues for the very interesting presentation. I'll try to give you an answer. Well, the word creation is referred to the first instant of life for Massimo Fagioli, and it has a basis in the biological reality. The first 8 of the 21 words refer to the existence of a body and of a mind to create a first image that is not conscious. Then there are another 7 words that instead, one adjacent to the other, talk about the fact that for sure in newborns there is existence of a human reality equal to his or her, but then there are another 6 words that talk about the fantasy that creates the line and draws the face. This happens when the child for the first time looks at himself or herself in the mirror, so he or she is sure about his or her reality, his or her internal image. But this is also true for the creation of the line and the recreation of the image of the birth. While the image of the first instance of life is not definitive and is universal because it's the same for everybody, what you have with the creation of the line and the recreation of the birth is definite and original as our face. So in summarizing the 21 words, we can say the first 8 are related to the creation of the existence of the human being, and the other 7 to the relationship with another human being, and the last 6 to the certainty of oneself, of being different from others. I hope I've given you the answer, an adequate answer. Are there any more questions from the floor? Yes, there is one there.
Prego.
Si sente?
Sì.
Can you hear me? Hello. Thanks to all of you for these beautiful presentations. I have a question for Lucarini and Fino. In particular, I would like to reflect on what you said, in particular on the fact that whether during pregnancy something happens and something unforeseeable happens. For example, the companion of the would-be mother is ill or has an accident. Well, all this has no repercussion on the fetus. If I understood correctly, and that is why I would like to have some clarifications, this is due to the fact, among others, that the development of the fetus nervous system is planned in a very peculiar way. So can you please give me some more in-depth information about this system? So I will try to give you an answer. As we said before, so we went very quickly, that there's 5 phases in the development of the nervous system. It's quite difficult to explain for non-experts. So especially cortisol does not act on these phases according to the international literature. So we have to further study cytokines. But we are discarding animal studies. So in the first part, so the development of the central nervous system is the following. First, there is a kind of tube that develops, and then a folic acid and the first cells come out. These are the most important thing. And then there is a second phase. So cells increase in number. And as said by the colleagues this morning, especially the subplate cells, specialized cells. So we have many cells. And then there is another phase in which cells take their position, and which changes according to the position over time. So the external influences are not so significant. Each cell has different mechanisms to recognize adjacent cells. And so once they recognize some cells, they stop, otherwise they continue to move. And then the final formation of neurons, so they create branches and almost leaves, and also synapses and glial cells. And then there is a final stage. So the central nervous system produces 2 times as many cells, so we need 50% die for 2 reasons. First, it is as if they have a kind of expiry date, so we call this apoptosis. So we can say there's a programmed death schedule of cells. And for nutritious substances stop, and this is how Rita Levi-Montalcini was awarded the Nobel Prize. So cortisol is not able to act directly on these phases. So we saw that different mechanisms of cortisol cannot reach the central nervous system of the fetus. Thank you. Other questions? I would like to seize the opportunity to address a question to Dr. Rocchi, because we talked about cytokines and cortisol, but in your presentation you talked about epigenetic mechanisms, but in neonates and also in adolescents, they seem to be important only on pathological adverse events of the maternal health. So yes, epigenetics studies the mechanisms that lead to the different expression of genes. So we may have an increase or decrease in the number of genes, but there is not any genetic mutation, so the DNA sequence remains exactly the same. So genetics has been dealing with genetic mutations for 50 years now, and it has enabled us to understand the etiology of many diseases caused by mutations such as cystic fibrosis or sickle cell disease. According to me, the advent of genetics has led to the tendency to find heterogenetic origin of pathologies that are not genetic at all. For example, in psychiatry for many years, the gene of depression or the gene of schizophrenia has been searched for, but nobody has found them. So the hypothesis we should develop that genetics has not been able to explain many pathologies, but epigenetics is a new area of research. And epigenetics acknowledges external stimuli can have an impact in the various expression of genes. And the most interesting aspect, by external environment, we do not only mean diet, physical exercise, exposure to pathogens, but we are talking about the interhuman relations, psychosocial and cultural factors. So epigenetics gives us the possibility to give up the deterministic approach that we have. And while epigenetics recognizes the role of the environment as a causative effect of diseases, but it also shows that by changing the external environment, it is actually possible to treat and cure. Thank you. So we have just very little time, but I have a question for Dr. Petrucci, who talked about transition psychiatry, which is very topical and very interesting subject. I am curious about your opinion on the idea of having specific training for this age group. For example, now in Ireland, there is a pilot project with a school for young people of psychiatry. So not only as clinical services, but also as training courses. Well, thank you, Elena, for this nice question. Well, this is a very difficult issue because, for sure, training is fundamental. Yes, training is very important. And on the other hand, any therapeutic plan in the institutions works better if there is a cooperation among the different healthcare professionals. And in the transition gap, this unfortunately does not take place, and that's one point. I do not actually know what happens in Ireland, but I know what happens in Germany, and as I said, there is a branch of psychiatry which is childhood and adolescent psychiatry, which is already separated from neurology, and this is absolutely logical for me. But then I know the reality of Italy, where there is neuropsychiatry, and there is no separation between neurology and psychiatry. And for example, Dr. Giorgini gave an online presentation on this very topic. So having a kind of specialization on this phase of life may lead to further high specialization and fragmentation of medicine, because we only have one medicine, and human beings are unique with their physiological and also pathological dynamics, right from the first moment of life. And we deal with psychodynamic diagnosis for this. Thank you.
Effettivamente mi trovo molto
Yes,
d'accordo con
I
quello che
fully
dici
agree
e
with what you say.
prendo spunto per concludere
And
questa
I would like to
sessione
conclude
che
this
direi
session
è stata
that
interessantissima
has been very
e per
interesting.
fare un
And
commento
also
che
to
si
make a
lega
comment
strettamente
in
alla
line
relazione
with
della
the
dottoressa
presentation
Gebhard
by Dr.
su questo problema
Gebhardt
appunto della
on
neuropsichiatria infantile in Italia,
psychiatry
perché
for children and
effettivamente a
adolescents in
parte
Italy, because
alcune
apart from
eccezioni
some
virtuose
virtuous
come la
exceptions,
specializzazione
such
della
as
Sapienza,
the
di
one in
neuropsichiatria
La
infantile, però
Sapienza
effettivamente la
University, but
formazione è
actually
fortemente
training
sbilanciata
is
sulla neurologia e
imbalanced
questo
towards
chiaramente poi ha delle ripercussioni
neurology. And this has clinical
e
repercussions
di formazione.
and also
Quindi
repercussions in
forse
the field of
l'idea
training. So
potrebbe essere appunto ristrutturare dei
I think
percorsi
we should
più
actually review
uniti e pensare che forse
training
la neuropsichiatria
and,
infantile
for example,
potrebbe
child
essere
neuropsychiatry
un approfondimento, quasi
may
un'ulteriore
be
specializzazione
a
a
further
partenza da una formazione
specialization,
però
but
molto
starting
solida
from a
nella
very sound
psichiatria adulti,
education
come
in
effettivamente
psychiatry for
tanti
adults. In
colleghi
fact,
che conosco negli
many
ultimi
colleagues
anni
I know
hanno messo in atto,
have
partendo da una psichiatria
exactly
adulti, poi
done this.
attraverso
They
dottorati,
started from adult psychiatry and then through education, courses, master degrees or PhD courses, they managed to be specialized in developmental age. Well, thank you. Thanks to all of you. We're almost on time. Thank you.
Ringrazio i relatori, i coautori, tutti i presenti per l'attenzione. Adesso lasciamo spazio alla sessione successiva.
We will have the following session, and I'd like to ask Cecilia Iannaco and Martino Riggio to come to the podium. Thanks.
Posso iniziare? Così lasciamo tempo anche alla tavola rotonda che segue.
I like to start because we don't want to wrap time to the following roundtable discussion. I'm really deeply moved
Cerco lo stesso di
to take the
parlare.
floor today, but I'll try to do my best.
È già venuta in soccorso con l'acqua, però spero che sia un'emozione bello rivedervi. Questo volevo
It's
dire.
so nice to see you again in presence. Coming back to Rome has been a marvelous experience.
Purtroppo non parlo solo per me, parlo
Unfortunately,
anche per i colleghi, quindi maggiore responsabilità.
I have greater responsibility because I also speak on behalf of my colleagues. But as I said, I'll try to do my utmost. We have been given half an hour within the program of this conference, and we decided to organize initially a symposium, but then we decided to rise up to a challenge, namely focusing on imagination. And this is the reason why we asked a young director, Bruno Rocchi, that had already carried out a nice work on dreams, to react with some images to some spontaneous meetings we had between us therapists, having an exchange of views on clinics. And it is just a suggestion. It was a personal reaction of this director. The title, Dreaming, Healing, is ambitious. It is a short movie, and this title is needed to talk about us, of the theory that Massimo left to us. With the dreams, we can go well beyond the symptoms that do not talk about the origin, the causes, and the severity of the disease. These dreams, for us, therapists that try to work and interpret what happens invisibly, are diagnosis a tool to monitor the therapy, and sometimes they are also a prognosis tool because they also speak about the future. The title of this short movie is also needed to say that curing patients means that sometimes these dreams may change up to representing no longer a devalued and deformed reality, but rather a proper human reality, a healthy reality, especially a relationship where the human reality is considered, especially from the therapist's viewpoint. In the most problematic cases, these dreams should change, shifting from a disappearance situation to a new appearance of a fantasy, original fantasy. This shows that for us the pivot is this notion of disappearance, because treating and curing does not mean restoring something that has been destroyed, but rather making something that disappeared reappear, or appear something that in the patient that never existed. In this sense, there are also probably some small mistakes in this short movie, but we have decided to have it as it is, and the director, although young, decided to keep things as it were. We never repeated, since he was an observer, a silent observer. So we were talking, and we hope that what we have said could be helpful for you. And I would also like to say that in Network Europa, we are a group of therapists faced with a large group of therapists operating with the interpretation of dreams and the theories of Massimo Fagioli. So I can really say on behalf of everybody that our life, our experience, the relationship with patients, our work is linked to the work that we are today celebrating and the practice of Massimo Fagioli. All our work and the video is devoted, is a tribute to Massimo that we all miss.
lascio adesso alle immagini di questo appunto inedito.
So now I'd like to show you this short movie by Bruno Rocchi. And in spite of our uncertainties, it's really interesting. And I think that he has really understood the concept of disappearance, because I cannot see him. He should be here. You can come to the podium. Or probably you prefer to see the short movie and then the short film, and then you can come here to the podium. Thanks, Bruno.
Vediamo il cortometraggio.
So,
e dopo si prenderà l'applauso meritato.
Let us see this short movie, and then we will have another round of applause for him, for Bruno Rocchi.
È un sogno di questa settimana. Sta al mare, arriva la madre, ma sa che la madre morirà. E tu gli interpreti l'identificazione con la madre, che deve far morire questa identificazione per poter immergersi nel mare.
Mi chiedevo, forse ti chiedevo, se esistono delle caratteristiche che si ripetono per determinati sogni. Cioè, come fai a dire che un sogno è malato? O un sogno, come se ci fossero delle caratteristiche in medicina, un fegato è malato quando c'hai, che ne so, una bilirubina che ti sale, insomma, le transaminasi che ti aumentano, insomma, allora dice è malato. Se non c'è quello diresti non è malato.
Lo possiamo fare perché noi, per così dire, abbiamo un laboratorio nel rapporto terapeutico, i sogni con una grande probabilità, con una grande maggioranza, raccontano il pensiero non cosciente del paziente sulla situazione terapeutica, no? E come sa fare o non sa fare il rapporto con questa situazione terapeutica e con il terapeuta. E dato che quella situazione la viviamo pure, possiamo riconoscere quando il sogno parla, insomma, della seduta o del rapporto, e possiamo valutare se la rappresentazione è in rapporto con la realtà o no. Alla fine il criterio è come nella psichiatria manifesta, se c'è un rapporto con la realtà o meno. Se per esempio il sogno dice io sono venuto allo studio, ho suonato ma tu non c'eri, allora posso dire ma io c'ero, perché questo lo so che era, insomma. Quindi allora perché rappresenti una non verità del rapporto? Quale è la tua esigenza di, in questo caso appunto, proporre che io debba fare assenze che in verità non faccio? Tu mi guardi attentamente, insomma, ma ti conosco.
Perché a me è piaciuto invece il modo, insomma, mi è piaciuto parecchio la parola che hai usato, il sogno parla. Ora il sogno, se c'è una cosa che non fa è che non parla, a meno che uno non parla di notte, cioè, però in realtà non parla, uno c'ha tutto dentro di sé, come se fosse un pensiero, come dire, personale, insomma. Invece io sono d'accordissimo, cioè, perché parlare va inteso in un altro modo che parlare, insomma, parlare è come dire, come esprimere un pensiero, cioè,
Comunicare anche.
il sogno, esatto, comunica, cioè, mentre un pensiero razionale che ho fatto oggi può non comunicare niente, cioè può non essere comunicativo, non significare nulla, insomma, e quindi non servirci a fare nessuna diagnosi oppure nessuna idea su quel paziente, perché ci sono quei pazienti che ti raccontano quello che fanno, no? Insomma, cioè, riempiono l'ora raccontando di quello che fanno. E a volte glielo fai pure fare, perché è l'unica forma di relazione che hai, insomma, cioè è possibile, però effettivamente non stanno parlando, anche se parlano un casino. Quindi no, io questo penso, insomma, che questo è già un dato importante, insomma, perché la domanda che verrebbe dopo, se tutti i sogni parlano, se basta che sia un sogno perché parli oppure no.
Parlano anche quando parlano male, no? Cioè anche quando non è un'elaborazione di un rapporto profondo, ti comunicano comunque che lì c'è un problema, no? Che c'è in qualche modo il nodo da affrontare, anche quando la comunicazione è astratta, no? Spesso e volentieri a me è capitato dei sogni di quello che vola, che sta nel pallone, l'aereo che si schianta, no? Tutte situazioni che ti raccontano che non ci sta, che non sta coi piedi per terra.
Anche i sogni quelli molto un po' piatti, no? Al supermercato, cioè queste cose che raccontano proprio la quotidianità, no? La modalità con cui, diciamo così, stanno vivendo, no? I rapporti. Per me la linea guida sono i libri di teoria, quindi diciamo parte con l'assenza, allora cerchiamo di capire se c'è un'assenza oppure se invece si evidenzia una presenza.
Ricordo uno dei primi sogni che ho fatto quando sono andata in terapia e sapevo di essere una depressa e quindi avevo questa chiarezza che ero andata incontro a degli episodi depressivi anche piuttosto pesanti dall'età di 16 anni, poi avevo 35 quando invece ho finalmente fatto la terapia. E però come sapevo appunto di questa diagnosi psichiatrica e poi ho fatto un sogno in cui avevo il vestito scucito e il terapeuta è saltato un po' su perché sapevamo tutte e due, ma io non ci ho pensato in quel momento, che scucito nel linguaggio psichiatrico è un modo di dire dissociato, frammentato, cioè come dire la psiche non è sufficientemente compatta. E quindi avevo voluto raccontare al terapeuta, avendo la fiducia che lui forse potesse capire quello che io stessa non sapevo, che non avevo solo un problema di depressione, ma c'era anche una dissociazione, frammentazione da qualche parte. E quindi come dire, la diagnosi è, come dire, si è modificato e mi sono anche piuttosto arrabbiata perché appunto questa cosa, qui c'è la dissociazione, la depressione sporca non mi piaceva per niente, sai, le depressioni sono roba nobile, ma le depressioni sporche, no? Poi pensandoci bene questo forse spiegava certi episodi di leggera euforia a cui ero andata incontro proprio all'inizio della terapia, quindi questo credo un classico esempio in cui i sogni permettono una diagnosi più profonda oltre quella psichiatrica clinica e quindi permettono di impostare la terapia di seguito, per esempio mentre un quadro molto più grave e devi stare attento ad altre cose che non una depressione che è un abbattimento e basta.
Ho visto a volte dai sogni che è come se poi il paziente a livello non cosciente sapesse che qualcosa è sparito, poi ha bisogno dell'interpretazione per comprendere, però è come se sapesse che si tratta di sparizione, che magari prima, perché se qualcosa è sparito significa che prima c'era, prima esisteva, e è come a livello cosciente verbale spesso non lo esprimono, perché anzi ti fanno delle comunicazioni, ti dicono sono sempre stato così, la mia vita è sempre stata in questo modo, quindi darebbe da pensare che non vedono che prima c'era. Poi nei sogni invece, come dire, si tradiscono e penso per esempio a una paziente che un giorno mi ha raccontato un sogno. Lei era in un paesaggio pietroso, assolutamente desertificato, cammina e vede solo rocce, da uno stato di angoscia crescente. Non c'è più niente, hanno raso tutto al suolo. So che lì invece c'era un prato e questo prato tutto attorno aveva un bosco. E poi dopo, nel tempo, nei mesi, il bosco è tornato con immagini diverse. Prima un bosco con i genitori e teme che ci siano bestie feroci, anzi sono i genitori che le comunicano di fare attenzione. Tempo dopo ha sognato di essere in una situazione boschiva dove incontra un signore anziano e questo signore invece le dice che il lupo che incontra e che vede, che le va incontro, pensavo potessi essere io, non era così feroce come sembrava, ma poteva stare tranquilla perché accarezza questo lupo e in effetti c'è questa morbidezza del pelo. E poi più avanti io ho legato anche questo sogno che è fatto poi nel tempo, dove lei in una situazione di montagna si ritrova in un bosco, in un percorso molto faticoso in salita con le biciclette e non è nemmeno più sola, ha un gruppo di amici.
Oltre a cose sparite, a cose, no, soprattutto ci stanno dei pensieri che sono delle convenzioni a volte violente, nel senso, soprattutto all'inizio, per esempio alcuni sogni dove nel mare c'è lo squalo, è uno dei sogni che sono abbastanza ripetitivi, perché c'è il terrore degli affetti, no? Perché l'affetto che prevedono e che sentono è quello dello squalo, insomma, no? E per cui su questo intanto il fatto di interpretarlo e restituire la responsabilità del sogno al paziente, no? Sei tu che pensi, cioè non è qualche cosa che viene da fuori e che non puoi modificare, insomma. Già questo permette una risposta diversa nelle sedute successive, cioè proprio questo dare il soggetto al pensiero non cosciente. Sono io che ho la rabbia, sono io che l'odio, sono io che ho un pensiero malato sugli affetti, sul mare, insomma, no?
Di una ragazza che andava al mare, però non era più estate, quindi non era, il mare forse era un po' freddo, insomma, si avvicinava uno, forse il bagnino, e gli diceva dai fammi il bagno, insomma, e lei diceva, guardava un po', diceva no, non me lo voglio fare perché manca la buona onda. Io non sapevo cos'è la buona onda, cioè la buona onda è quella brezza sempre che i surfisti lo conoscono bene, cioè che in qualche modo, come dire, senza di quella è inutile che esci a fare perché sta sempre a cascare. Se si rivolgeva a un rapporto sessuale, la buona onda deve essere una dimensione di desiderio. E un altro sogno che ricordo bene, insomma lo ricordo bene perché lo utilizzai moltissimo, di un tizio che era diverso tempo che faceva terapia individuale e non aveva nessunissima voglia, io già all'epoca facevo i gruppi, per me lui poteva venirci, insomma non aveva nessuna voglia di farli, insomma fatto sta che l'immagine del sogno era che lui teneva un gatto in braccio e basta, insomma subito dopo, no, insomma, questo gatto scendeva con suo disappunto e andava verso la stanza dove io attualmente facevo i gruppi, cioè, e soltanto che mentre camminava sto gatto si trasformava in un riccio o in un istrice, insomma, cioè la cosa che lui dice ma così non lo poteva accarezzare, non potevo toccarlo, insomma quindi entra in questa stanza e c'era altra gente e lui rispetto dice ma che stiamo a fare tutti qua, insomma, e qualcuno di loro gli risponde ma come non lo sai, è morta tua mamma e noi stiamo qui ad aspettare l'alba.
Of course, this round of applause is for Bruno Rocchi, whom I don't see.
Fatti vedere, Bruno.
Please show your face, Bruno.
Io poi i due me li confondo sempre.
Adesso io non vorrei
Well, I don't want to ruin this atmosphere, but
vi parlerò brevemente,
I will briefly
molto più razionali,
talk about
del sogno e di quello che accade
and
grossolanamente,
of what
non è che si sappia
happens
in maniera precisa,
more or less,
quando
because
si
we don't know
dorme, quando si va a
precisely
dormire.
when we go to sleep.
La sera spegniamo le
In the
luci e
evening,
ci
we
accendiamo
switch off the
nel letto.
light and
Non lo
we
sappiamo,
go
ma
to
sta
bed. We don't know,
cambiando il modo di
but
funzionare
the
della
way
nostra
of
mente.
our mind is
Tutte le
about
afferenze
to
sensoriali funzionano,
change the way
quelle
it
degli stimoli
functions.
che vengono da
So,
visto, orecchio, gusto,
and
tatto,
there are
ma è
stimuli
come se
coming
subissero
from
una
sight,
limitazione
touch,
funzionale,
and
cioè
hearing,
funzionano
as
meno.
if they have a functional impairment.
Alcuni esempi,
Well,
il
some
fastidioso rumore
examples,
del rubinetto che non
for
funziona
example,
bene,
the tap
la
that is
televisione
dripping,
troppo alta dei
or the
vicini,
loud television of the
persiane che non
neighbors,
chiudono del tutto e lasciano trapelare un po' di luce.
blinders that are not fully shut and light comes through. So all these external effects stop they still continue sending impulses, but they are no longer processed, so the brain does not understand where they are. So in this way, little by little, the mind becomes silent due to the fact that the mind does no longer understand a series of impulses. Normally, all the sensory windows opened towards the world integrate millions of information on a continuous basis. And we always know if a stimulus, what the stimulus is. But sometimes perceptions are not exact. When you are going to sleep, when you're falling asleep, something changes. So dreams may be seen as a response to a non-conscious response to a stimulus. Because the stimulus is still there, and probably you remember the example repeatedly stated by Fagioli in Chiede, when he said that we should actually throw some drops of water on the face of a young lady, and when she woke up, she said that these drops of water were like rain. So she was wrong, of course, about this perception, and she invented something new. So we don't know whether this new perception is not incorrect or whether it's a fantasy. If it is fantasy, it is thought. So I just would like to say a couple of things. And then I would like to say something about healing, because we say that dreaming is healing. As already pointed out, this is a very ambitious title. In order to heal, you need psychotherapy. And in psychotherapy, the psychotherapist should be knowledgeable enough and wise enough to have a relationship with the patient.
Quello che si può considerare è che cosa è stato per Fagioli il concetto di guarigione.
I have to see what the concept of healing was for Fagioli. This is not so simple. In fact, Fagioli told in the last clinical case of the first book, Instinct, he talks about a case of healing, a guy who had a major psychiatric disease, and at a certain point, I don't know whether you read about this case. This is a fundamental case. So he had lost a relationship with reality, and he was diagnosed as schizophrenic. And he had become a chronic patient. Fagioli says that when the patient arrived, the patient said that the person's wife would take a child at home. Well, I don't want it to be too long.
Sì, perché mi fanno notare. E quindi insomma era comunque insomma in questo primo caso insomma c'era questo dato
So you see that this woman made this child reappear. So in this clinical case, the disappearance of the child was fundamental. Just to tell you that for Fagioli, healing has always been considered as a recreation of an image that had been annulled. So, in this clinical case, Fagioli is not talking about a dream, but he's talking about a dynamic. So this woman talks about the recreation of the image of the child. And on the basis of this, Fagioli says that there is healing. But I would like to quote Fagioli, but please allow me to give you a quotation. When I interpret the unconscious, I don't see it, I feel it. So I don't have photography of the dreams. They speak and I listen to them. What do you see? I do see. I see whether there is a disease or not. And not only, I also see how severe the disease is. And I call it denial, annulment, dissociation. But the eyes can remain closed. I don't need them. The important thing is my ears. Yes, because the passage from oniric images through my mind come through my ears and not through my eyes. So by hearing and not by seeing. Thank you.
Vi ringrazio.
Thank you. And now I open the other round table, which is entitled Dynamic Psychotherapy in the Light of the Theory of Birth, an International Comparison. And we have Dr. Annelore Homburg and Dr. Paolo Fiori Nastro as the two presidents of this round table.
Bei ricordi, buonasera.
Nice memories, good evening.
Abbiamo sentito tantissime relazioni.
We've had many interesting presentations, starting from the American professor who talked about the theory of birth, and then a very vast panorama of in-depth analyses. So this is a wonderful day. We close with a very complex exercise, the comparison of the practice of colleagues who have been working for years with the theory of birth, with other psychotherapeutic modalities. So we have decided to have these presentations in English. If you want, we have the simultaneous translation. And you can actually also connect to the website of the conference, and you can actually listen to the simultaneous translation into Italian also through the website. And we have Annelore Homburg online.
Purtroppo, causa
Unfortunately, because of COVID, Anna is not able to be here, but she is here as if she was in presence. But she is connected with us online.
So I welcome my colleagues, and I would like to ask Professor Alfonso if he could join us on this table. I am co-sharing with Anne-Lore Omberg, Dr. Anne-Lore Omberg. We are both, Anna and I, psychiatrists, and we spent many years of our life studying, exploring, learning how to treat mental diseases. It was not an easy journey because the great majority of our colleagues were truly convinced that mental diseases were caused by biological damage. But now time is changed, and psychotherapy is no more a side, is equivalent in its effectiveness as pharmacotherapy. Recently, we had the chance to read on psychological medicine that the serotoninergic hypothesis of depression is not more sustained by a lowering or of serotonin. So we decided to invite colleagues that work in groups that give us key points to deep our knowledge in psychotherapy. So this is what I want to say to introduce this roundtable, and I ask Anna if she wants to add something.
Thank you, Paolo, and good evening e buonasera a tutti. Thank you for having me here from home. E chiedo, come dire, a tutti clemenza e pazienza.
So please be patient to accompany us in this experiment of an English session.
The Italian part of the roundtable to which I belong is rather nervous because of the language problem, but we are really giving our best, and I hope you will be merciful. I just want to add something to what Paolo already said. It's about the organization, the structure of this roundtable. Of course, there will be, first of all, place and space for your interventions, for your speeches, for your opinions, and for your point of views. Dear guest, we are very, very happy to have you here. But then maybe we still have some time left for discussion, and there might be something the speakers will want to add or the chairpersons might want to ask. But we also asked some very young colleagues of ours, some younger colleagues, to intervene, to take advantage of this great opportunity they have in having direct contact with some of the most renowned experts on psychodynamic psychotherapy. And I was told the young colleagues are in the TEATRO, so I think they're willing to intervene in the very last pass, if we have the time to do so. So that's what I wanted to add, and I'm really happy to be here. And now, Paolo, it's up to you to present Dr. Karyotaki.
Of course, thank you, Anna. Mm-hmm. The first speaker is Dr. Irini Karyotaki. She has been recently named as a highly cited researcher. It means that she is one of the 7,000 highly cited researcher in psychiatry and in highly cited research. She belongs to a group which is very much involved in research on psychotherapy, group headed by Pim Kuyperts. Dr. Karyotaki is an assistant professor of clinical psychology at the University of Amsterdam. And she has, by her own, coordinated a large project on college student mental health. And recently she published a paper on the effectiveness of type of psychotherapy, of different type of psychotherapy. So I think she will present the results of this network meta-analysis she co-authored with her colleagues from the University of Amsterdam. Thank you, Dr. Karyotaki.
Hello, everyone. I am delighted to be here with you today and have the opportunity to present you the research evidence on psychodynamic psychotherapy. But not only, I will give you an overview of the research evidence that we have across all psychotherapies with a focus on psychodynamic. So, as I'm sure that you're well aware, depression affects hundreds of millions of people worldwide, causing avoidable suffering in the world. And unlike with the burden of other medical conditions like ischemic heart disease, the burden of depression has shown a stable to increasing trend over the last 3 decades. Well, we see, like in other medical conditions, as I told you, ischemic heart disease has shown a decreasing trend over the last years. So it becomes clear why we need effective treatments for depression. And first-line treatment approaches include psychotherapies and pharmacotherapies. And with respect to psychotherapies in particular, the vast majority of trials that have been conducted examining the effects of psychotherapy for depression focus on cognitive behavior therapy, or CBT. However, there are several other trials that have tested other forms of psychotherapy, including psychodynamic, of course, but also problem-solving therapy or behavior activation or third-wave treatments, among other types of psychotherapy. So what do we know so far? We know that psychotherapeutic interventions are effective in treating depressive symptoms compared to control conditions like treatment as usual and waiting list control groups. And in head-to-head comparisons of these types of psychotherapy, we know that there is no evidence of a difference between the major psychotherapeutic types, including, again, psychodynamic. However, these head-to-head comparisons of psychotherapeutic interventions are usually heavily underpowered, and thus their conclusions are limited. So, to better examine and understand the relative effectiveness of psychotherapeutic interventions, we need to employ more sophisticated methods of evidence synthesis, such as something we call network meta-analysis. And for those of you who are not aware about what a network meta-analysis is a way to combine all the available evidence on the effects of treatments that exist on a topic without relying on head-to-head comparisons. So, for example, if we want to compare two active interventions against each other, it doesn't matter if there are trials comparing these active interventions against each other, as long as there are trials comparing these active interventions against a common comparison condition, let's say waiting list or care as usual. And in this way, we can make the most out of all existing evidence using both indirect and direct comparisons. So I would like to present you today the evidence resulting from a recent network meta-analysis that we did. And it was published last year in World Psychiatry and was led by Professor Pim Kuipers, who is also leading our meta-analytic lab in the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. So what we did, we want to examine the relative effectiveness of major psychotherapeutic types compared to control conditions, but also against each other. So we did this network meta-analysis. And to do this network meta-analysis, we used an existing database that we have been developing in Amsterdam and maintaining yearly through systematic literature searches in major bibliographic databases like PubMed, PsycInfo, Embase, and so on. And for this specific meta-analysis, we used the update that was performed on the 1st of January in 2020. So we were able to identify 331 RCTs on major psychotherapeutic interventions, and of those, only 21 RCTs focused on psychodynamic psychotherapy, which constitutes the 6.3% of the total number of trials that we have on psychotherapies for depression. We conducted both pairwise and network meta-analysis. Pairwise meta-analysis are just conventional meta-analysis that examine head-to-head comparisons, and network meta-analysis, as I told you, are meta-analysis that include both direct and indirect evidence into the same analysis. So here you can see the network of the trials, and was a very well-connected network. So you see there is not a standalone node, so this is good news for a network meta-analysis. As you can see, CBT is the most well-studied intervention and it's very well connected to other comparisons. And another very well connected to all comparisons intervention was non-directive supportive counseling. The rest of the interventions were not that well connected, but still they were well connected with the control comparison conditions, the treatment as usual, and waiting list. So what we found in pairwise or conventional meta-analysis, we found that all therapies were more efficacious than treatment as usual and waiting list, apart from psychodynamic psychotherapy and non-directive supportive counseling. There was no evidence of a difference between psychotherapies, apart from non-directive supportive counseling, which was less efficacious than cognitive behavior therapy, problem-solving therapy, and psychodynamic psychotherapy. However, in the network meta-analysis, psychodynamic psychotherapy was more effective than treatment as usual and waiting list control groups, but it was not more effective than placebo. In response, which was defined as 50% reduction from baseline depressive symptoms, or remission at both the short term, right after the end of treatment, and 12-month post-randomization. The psychotherapies that we tested did not differ in terms of effectiveness, again, apart from non-directive supportive counseling, which was less efficacious than other types of psychotherapy. However, something that we should note is that psychodynamic psychotherapy was significantly less acceptable compared to treatment as usual and waiting list. And we defined acceptability as dropout due to any cause. So based on this evidence, we used a well-established method to make a ranking of psychotherapies. This method is called SUCRA, and what this method means, it provides a numerical expression of how well a psychotherapy ranks to assist clinical decision-making. So this specific method has 0 to 100% values, And those therapies that are closer to 100% are at the top of the ranking, and those closer to 0 are at the bottom end. So what we found good evidence for behavior activation, for problem-solving therapy and life review, so they were like at the top, while psychodynamic therapy was somewhere at the middle to the lower end, and especially low when it comes to treatment acceptability, defined as dropout due to any reason. So this is the evidence from this network meta-analysis, but if you'd like to examine our results yourself, all you have to do is visit our website where we have uploaded all the results that we use for this analysis. So all you have to do is, for example, start analyzing and then select depression. Let's say focus on psychotherapy versus control conditions. And then again start analyzing. Then under intervention type on the right, not format, but type. Thank you. So you have to select only psychodynamic therapy if that's your interest. Update the table and run meta-analysis. So simply as that, I just ran a meta-analysis thanks to an embedded tool that we have implemented in this website. And you can find the effect of psychodynamic treatments compared to control conditions like treatment as usual on this screen. And then you can also generate a forest plot if you want and see the exact studies that we have included, or examine outliers, or publication bias, or risk of bias, and so on. So simply by following some simple steps. So if we go back to the slides, please. Something important for you to remember about this website is that it's very simple for you to run any sort of analysis you want on existing data from randomized controlled trials, and we have included all relevant documentation for you to replicate in full our procedures if you want. But to conclude, it's very important to mention that the results that I presented to you are based on only a few numbers of trials on psychodynamic psychotherapy. And this makes a point clear that we do need more randomized controlled trials on psychodynamic psychotherapy, more high-quality trials to draw firm conclusions about their effectiveness. Also, it's important to remember that our overall conclusion in this paper was that all types of psychotherapy, given that they do not differ in terms of effectiveness, can be used in the routine care. But of course, given that they do not differ in terms of effectiveness, and again, apart from non-directive supportive counseling, then that means that clinicians can also place a high priority to the patient's preferences when selecting an appropriate treatment. Finally, something else that we have concluded based on all of these meta-analyses that we have done is that the combination of psychotherapy and pharmacotherapy seems like the best treatment approach we have for depression, which means that a combination of antidepressants and psychodynamic is probably the best approach for short and long-term outcomes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Anna?
Scusate, non avevo attivato l'audio. Sorry, that was my technical clumsiness. Thank you very much, Dr. Kirotaki and Indiarini, for this so compact view on the world most of us know so very few things about. We understand that sort of psychodynamic psychotherapy is back into the battlefields, although there are a lot of light and shadows around in the world. And of course, there are many questions that come to our minds. For example, why are there so very few clinical trials on psychodynamic psychotherapy? How do you find psychodynamic psychotherapy? Do you put all different approaches together? So there are lots of questions we would like to ask you. I don't know whether you feel like answering one of these right away, or you feel like doing this at the end of the presentations.
As you prefer. For me, it's the same.
Maybe just if you could just give us a review why there are so few psychodynamic trials.
I believe that the basic difficulty when it comes to examining psychodynamic interventions in research is their length. So most of the times are lengthy interventions, and thus that means that we need to have more research funding, more substantial research funding to test these interventions, because they last for a considerable amount of time, as opposed to CBT, for example, that it can range from 10 to 20 sessions. I think that's the main difficulty about testing psychodynamic psychotherapeutic interventions in research.
Okay. Thank you very, very much for your appunto intervening this way. And now I'm very pleased and happy to introduce our next speaker, our next dear guest, which is Dr. Natalia Solieva. And we are kind of in touch with her since 2030. She is a chartered counseling psychologist and psychotherapist and holds doctorate in counseling psychology. She specializes in psychodynamic psychotherapy and has over 80 years experience working in the national health system and private sectors in the United Kingdom and abroad. Her doctorate, which we know rather well, her doctorate thesis was dedicated to group psychotherapy for patients suffering from psychosis. It was published in 2015 as a mixed method Delphi study to determine professional consensus on the key elements of psychodynamic group psychotherapy for psychosis. A very special, a very difficult item. Solieva was kind enough to include the Teoria della Nascita approach. She called it then the psychoanalytic school of Fagioli in the study. And doing this, she gave the impetus for the research Dr. Brandizzi will talk about later on. Until then, we understand that her interest in psychodynamic psychotherapy hasn't decreased at all. So please, dear Natalia, we're looking forward to listen to your contribution to today's session, a contribution which, as I think, will shift from general consideration on psychodynamic psychotherapy to the specific form of group therapy. Please, go on.
Thank you very much, Anna, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I felt both excited as well as intimidated to be invited to present my research. I'm not a researcher, I'm a clinician. Most of my professional daily life is spent treating patients and supervising colleagues and residents. So I very much appreciate the honor, but I'm not sure whether I deserve it, particularly after the first presentation of such a thorough research. The research I'm going to tell you about was very much driven by my clinical practice needs. I undertook an ambitious project of offering psychoanalytic group psychotherapy to patients with psychosis in an NHS setting in London. And I was concerned about the specific modifications that needed to be applied to psychoanalytic group psychotherapy when working with this very highly disorganized, distressed, and very much struggling patients. So I hope that you will find some of my findings useful. I certainly did, and that affected my clinical practice. But in terms of the research, it's very much what I think professional researchers would call it a zero level of research, where we are looking at what is it that constitutes psychodynamic group psychotherapy for psychosis. So psychoanalytic psychotherapy has been offered to patients suffering from psychosis for over a century and has been proven to be effective by several studies, and as we know, not many studies. Psychosocial dysfunction in psychosis is the primary concern of therapeutic engagement and interventions in psychodynamic psychotherapy. The goal of psychodynamic treatment goes far and beyond the acute symptom alleviation, but fosters inner capacities and resources enabling patients to live life with a greater sense of meaning, freedom, and possibility. Because patients with psychosis often have difficulty testing reality, lead isolated lives, and have problems with relationships, group therapy can have certain advantages. Psychodynamic group psychotherapy, with the help of participants in my Delphi study, was referred to as an investigative therapy which seeks to raise awareness of the group's dynamics and individual internal conflicts in order to improve interactions between group members, thus enabling group members to draw on this experience to improve their interpersonal relationships beyond the group. Psychodynamic interventions for people with psychosis, both group and individual, as you might know, have been a controversial issue among many researchers, ranging from being considered as an effective treatment to issuing a moratorium on using psychodynamic interventions with patients with psychosis. The climate of skepticism, I'm afraid, has reasons, as there are very few studies that confirm the effectiveness of this treatment. In order to be confident that people with psychosis receive appropriate and effective psychotherapy, its content and delivery needed clarification, and that's why I undertook the Delphi study. Now, to tell you a bit about the Delphi study, I think I'll leave it to Martina. I am really interested in the recommendations that came out from this study for how to conduct this treatment. So, in terms of the research stages, I think I would skip that, because Martina, in her talk, will address some of it. So in terms of psychosis, how do psychoanalytic theories understand psychosis? And we've heard quite a bit of it today, and I was so pleased to hear that we are very much aligned, that we are looking beyond this system, beyond this symptom. While the term psychosis is most often applied to people who have received a psychiatric diagnosis of psychotic disorder, in psychoanalytic theories, psychosis is identified as a state of mind in which the person relates to himself and the world around him in a great dissonance or rift with consensual reasons. Psychoanalysis revolutionized our understanding of psychosis, enabling a shift from the previous view of a hereditary constitutional degenerative disease of the brain to considering it in terms of human development. And I think every single presentation today, I can refer to Professor Andrizzi and Dr. Mazzetti, I'm sorry if I pronounce your names not correctly, who talked about the meaning behind the delusions and referred to understanding the symptom and suspending our judgment. Contemporary psychoanalysts argue that the search for meaning beyond this psychotic symptom, that is the focus of treatment. They promote the shift of focus in the treatment from trying to cure patients to trying to understand them. Psychodynamic group psychotherapy has characteristics that really differentiate it from other psychotherapies, including individual psychodynamic psychotherapy. And they include: patients in these groups participate to the degree they feel comfortable. There is an improvement in reality testing by mirroring patients' experiences in others. They feel accepted as an equal. They don't feel alone or somehow desingularized with their experiences. One important one, which I find with my patients, is that they feel competent and meaningful and being able to help others and have something important to offer. As you know, these patients live very desolate, very lonely existence and often feel that they're not good for anything. And they receive corrective emotional experience, and of course they practice interpersonal relationships. Dependence on the group can often be more tolerable for these patients, whereas dependence on the therapist can be resented and denied. Group patients are often more able to bear plain speaking and interpretation from a fellow member than from a therapist. I'm sure some of you are familiar with this. You can say this many times, but until another patient says this, patients wouldn't hear it. For many patients, group therapy is their primary socializing experience. It allows these patients to address the issues of loneliness, emotional dependence, and sense of ineffectiveness by helping them to communicate by developing common language. The group offers a particular structure in which each member can feel himself to be not only a patient, but also have an important role in the treatment of others. The new trends in psychodynamic group psychotherapy for psychosis. All reviewed accounts in my study affirmed that classical group psychoanalytic technique requires supportive adaptations when it is applied to patients with psychosis. These modifications included more active engagement of the group by the therapist versus more neutral stance as in a classical approach. Focus on the here and now interactions rather than there and then. Avoiding interpretation of unconscious material, especially in the beginning. That's very important, in the beginning of the treatment, not obviously as the group gets on with the work. Selective interpretation of transference, frequent detoxification of countertransference reactions, creative use of metaphors to facilitate group communication and patient self-expression. As you know, they often find it difficult to express themselves in language, so metaphors could be very helpful. And a supportive institutional context. As the additional comments of the experts in the study were analyzed, there were 4 additional areas that were added to already existing modifications in the literature. The first one was, psychodynamic group psychotherapy offers a potential for healing and growth via helping individuals develop unique understanding of their experiences in a process of building relationships with other group members and the therapist. Second one, exploration of the unconscious dynamics are indispensable in order to remain in the psychotherapeutic work. So although we're cautious, but we continue working with unconscious dynamics of transference, countertransference, and psychic defenses. Patients with psychosis can benefit from psychodynamic group psychotherapy, providing it has an important supportive component. Participants commented on the intervention being of more supportive rather than exploratory nature and argue for more active and facilitative approach towards the interactions between the patients. And an important one, which all participants in the study highlighted, was an understanding of a psychosis as not a symptom, but a valid response to overwhelming life experiences. Participants insisted that when delivering psychodynamic group psychotherapy, psychosis should not be viewed solely as an illness without taking the person who suffers it into account. We again see bridges here with the ideas of Fagioli on psychosis and psychic development. Participating analysts felt that understanding psychosis as an illness was unhelpful, stigmatizing, and even damaging. To conclude, psychodynamic group psychotherapy by a number of 37 experts across the world were included in the study, was considered as an effective intervention with appropriate supportive modifications for people with psychosis. Over the time spent in the group, patients improved their capacity to withstand relationships as the group, with its structure is seen as a containing and thinking apparatus which allows patients to bear the complex feelings that come up once they enter the realm of relationships with others. 2, Critically and importantly, none of the participants of reviewed studies provided evidence of psychodynamic group psychotherapy being harmful to patients with psychosis. Third one, supportive modifications identified in this study include more active leadership and careful interpretation of unconscious dynamics and transference, with countertransference providing the key information about the individual and the group dynamics. And the last one, this set of co-components of psychodynamic group psychotherapy for psychosis was formed as the result of this study and may influence clinical practice by defining the main components that can guide us to offer safe and effective application to psychodynamic to patients with psychosis. I will conclude with an illustration of a patient from my own practice. A patient of mine in his mid-30s attended my group for 2 years, and as the result of attendance in the group, I would not say that, so this patient presented with severe delusional ideas. He was very much avoiding all people in his life. He would not open the door to his family, friends. He would feel that neighbors are trying to control him through radio and TV. He would barely leave home except for the group. At the end of the 2-year treatment, he terminated the treatment prematurely. On the surface, nothing changed in his delusional ideas, or in his avoidance of people in his life. He did start working as a volunteer 1 day a week, and he did start cooking his meals from scratch rather than buying ready-made meals or using takeaways. So if we were to apply measurements, current standard measures of the recovery, I don't think we would consider that this patient benefited from my therapy. On top of it, he decided to leave therapy. A year and a half later, I was in East London crossing a very busy road, and in myself, I was tired, I was in between the patients. All I wanted is to get a sandwich and come back and write my notes, and just nobody come to me, nobody touch me. And here a man comes to me, and quite respectfully, because this was my patient. He was aware that I was busy, preoccupied with something, so it wasn't an intrusive entry into my space. And he's a very tall man, so he bends down to the level of my face and says to me, "Hello, Natalia, how are you?" And I can tell you that 2 experiences happened to me. I think Professor Chamber talked about it. Enormous pleasure of human connectedness looking into his eyes. But also, as I was walking away, having said goodbye to him, thinking, gosh, I need to look at my own paranoia and withdrawal. My patient seems to be doing better than I am. So I will leave it up to you to decide whether the treatment he was offered has made a difference to his life or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. I think that we should be grateful because you shared your activity, your practice with us, and we know that since the beginning of last century, psychiatrists tried to treat psychosis, and they weren't able, and that meant that we stopped. But it is important to try to treat psychotic patients. We all believe that it should be possible. We have to find out the best way to do that. So thank you, Natalia. And I will introduce Martina Brandizzi. Let me say a few words in Italian. Ora tocca.
Now the floor to Martina Brandizzi. In my opinion, this is an important attempt that many colleagues that make reference to the theory of birth have done, namely sharing our experience with different experiences from ours. And this is not really easy because we lack the instruments and tools to make what we do objective. So we try to find common language so that we can share experience and reflect on these experiences.
Martina,
Martina,
I know Martina since a long time. I have been the supervisor of her master degree, of her residency, of her PhD. She has been in London during her PhD, collaborating at King's College with Paolo Fusarpoli, and she made research on early intervention in psychosis. Today, Martina will present the results of a study done with many colleagues on the psychotherapy based on human birth theory. It is not an easy effort, it is a hard effort, because, as everybody knows, we don't have instruments, we don't have means to objectivate the how our psychotherapy works. Please, Martina.
Thank you, Paolo, for the introduction, and hello, everyone. As Irene just told us, in recent years, research on psychodynamic psychotherapy has increased, and evidence for its efficacy is beginning to accumulate. It is not enough, as Irene told. I would like just a bit focus on limitation of these studies on psychodynamic psychotherapy, because this is one reason, in my opinion, because there are so few studies, RCTs, and the first reason is the lack of information about the therapeutic methodology and its systemization. The second reason is a problem of lack of homogeneity. So psychodynamic therapies are a wide group of therapies, and each one with a specific theory and therapeutic methodology. And the third issue to consider is the treatment integrity, intended as the extent to which a treatment is carried out as the author intended. So before conducting efficacy or effectiveness studies, a clear definition of the theoretical framework and a description of the therapeutic methodology are needed. With this aim, we conducted this survey aiming at identify key components of a psychodynamic therapy approach based on the human birth theory formulated by the Italian psychiatrist Massimo Fagioli and on his clinical practice known in Italy as analisi collettiva. It was a large group lasting 41 years, for 4 sessions a week, 200 people per session. So this dynamic approach can be considered an independent, general and time-tested model of dynamic therapy. It is empirically tested by a large number of therapists at the time of the survey, about 160, in several psychiatric disorders. And even if a lot of these psychotherapists practice individual psychotherapy, it is possible to consider this approach as a group dynamic approach. For this reason, we decided to focus our research for studying key components of dynamic approach, but on group psychotherapy. The aims of the survey were to determine the extent of consensus among the therapists on the essential theoretical and practical elements of this group dynamic approach, and the second aim was to permit a comparison between key ingredients of this approach and other dynamic approach. So we used the Delphi method, the one Natalia used. It is a method aiming at obtain expert opinion in a systematic and interactive manner and relying on a panel of independent experts answering questions in 2 or more rounds. So after each round, a feedback is provided to experts with the aim of achieve consensus. The steering group, my colleagues in this survey were 4 Italian therapists with a long experience in group psychotherapy and 6 research in psychodynamic psychotherapy and early intervention in psychiatry. The experts, our participants, were all the therapists trained with this dynamic approach and practicing group psychotherapy. So we invited the 152 psychotherapists, 118 accepted to participate, but only 81 declared to carry out group dynamic therapy, so were included in the survey. So as you can see, they were for the majority female, for the majority psychiatrists and working in private practice, and at the time of the survey they were conducting 152 groups for a total of more than 1,800 patients involved. So let's go through the stages of this survey. The first stage was the elaboration of a questionnaire with 90 statements describing our therapeutic approach, divided into these 5 areas you can see on the right: therapeutic factors, therapist identity, setting, scope of therapy, and determination phase. These statements were compiled using theory text by Massimo Fagioli and contemporary text and previous research. And we added some statements from the survey Natalia did in a PGT for psychosis with the aim of comparing different dynamic approaches. So the second stage was the first round of the survey. So we sent the questionnaire asking to our psychotherapists to rate their degree of consensus for each statement on a 5-point Likert scale. Statements with a consensus more than 80% were included. Statements with a consensus less than 70% were excluded, and statements with a consensus between 70 and 79% were sent them again, asking them to re-rate their consensus on each statement. So after two rounds, a consensus on 55 items was reached, 35 were excluded. So the first thing we can highlight is that among our therapists there is a high consensus on the principal components of the therapeutic process. Due to time constraints, I will focus on the first area, so therapeutic factors. Therapeutic factors were divided into non-specific, following the literature, non-specific and specific. Non-specific are therapeutic factors general, common to all types of group therapies, and specific are specific of this approach. So as you can see, out of 14 statements describing non-specific therapeutic factor, 11 statements reached the consensus, but only one reached 100% of consensus. While for specific therapeutic factors, out of 14 statements, 5 statements reached the consensus, but all of them reached 100% of consensus. So it seems that for our psychotherapists, specific factors are more important. There is a higher consensus on specific factors. And this is in contrast with the common factor theory that consider common factors such as therapeutic alliance or empathy or cohesion in group therapy responsible for the cure. For our therapists, the reference theory, the human birth theory, is one of the main therapeutic factors that allow the efficacy of the treatment. I would like just a bit go deeper in this, the fact that human birth theory is a therapeutic factor. So human birth theory is a general theory that permits the comprehension and the cure of mental illnesses. According to his author, mental illnesses, even the most severe mental illnesses, are not constitutional, and every human being was born with a valid mental reality that need to develop through appropriate interhuman relationships. So in his first book, That Instinct and Knowledge, Fagioli describes the dynamic of birth as a creation of the original self equal for all human beings. So this is the first reason why the human birth theory can be considered a therapeutic factor, because it gives the patient the hope for a cure and the idea of universality and equality between all human beings. But there is something more specific in a therapeutic sense. Fagioli identified a dynamic, a psychic non-conscious dynamic, he called annulment pulsion. Even though a lot of psychoanalytical concepts touched upon this defense, it was never clearly named, neither described until the publication of That Instinct and Knowledge. And this is the specific ingredient of the therapeutic process. Let's go deeper in the annulment pulsion. So it is a dynamic that arises, is a psychic non-conscious dynamic that arises when the subject is overwhelmed by intolerable feelings caused by interpersonal relationship, such as fear of abandonment or disappointment or neglect. For defending himself from aggression, he reacts with an interior blackout that makes the others, as well as his relationship with them, non-existent, disappeared as they had never existed. The high price to pay, the anger, the pain are no longer there, but the high price to pay is a strong decrease of affective resources and a psychic emptiness. So the impoverishment of vitality, affectivity, allows the repetition of the dynamic, and early and repeated annulment pulsions hinder the development of valid mental capabilities present at birth, and it might lead to a complete dehumanization in severe psychosis and schizophrenia. I would like to highlight some point. So the annulment pulsion is a pulsion, is not an instinct, is not something predetermined and repetitive. It is a reaction, an excessive reaction to a stimulus supposed to be aggressive for the subject. It is not activated if there is not a stimulus able to trigger it, and it is not trauma such as neglect or disillusionment that cause the mental illnesses, but is the reaction of the subject to this trauma or micro-trauma. And this can be corrected. This allows to us to correct them. So the illness is a regression to an early stage of the development, but is the annulment pulsion that makes disappear valid dimension present at birth and hinder their development. Thank you.
Thank you really a lot, Martina. It's not easy to resume a very complex theory in 10 minutes' time. I must say I'm starting to see a little bit the whole picture, because it seems the three intervention of you sort of show a movement of integration and differentiation instead of the usual battle fight that between different schools that has been so often seen in the decades before. But we might speak about this later on. Thank you very much for these really successful attempt to talk about this, our approach. And now I'd like to present you our fourth expert present here. And we are very, very happy that Professor Alfonso accepted to join in the roundtable, which actually is a square table. And it was just impossible for us not to ask you to join in because, you know, he is one of the worldwide known experts on the topic. I'll quite quickly read some information about his curriculum, and I feel a little bit like Sanremo Music Festival. So leggere queste schede è un po' come stare a Sanremo, senza le scale però, insomma così. Allora, Professor Alfonso is clinical professor of psychiatry at Columbia University in New York. He is adjunct and visiting professor at universities in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. He is also, to report just a few elements, a past president of the American Academy of Psychodynamic Psychiatry and Psychoanalysis, and editor of the journal Psychodynamic Psychiatry. So we're really right into the business. And last, but certainly not least, he has chaired the psychotherapy section of the World Psychiatric Association over the last 6 years. Professor Alfonso, we would like to ask you your comments and your point of view on the topic discussed. Please.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me without me getting close to the microphone? It's okay? Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much for the very gracious introduction and for the invitation for me to be able to be here. It's been 20 years since my last trip to Rome, so I am very excited to be here in so many ways. But let's get right into the topic at hand. My comments are going to be very brief and general. I did not prepare written remarks or slides. And I think I will begin by reacting to some of the presentations and some of the questions that came up in my mind that perhaps could be helpful in terms of informing the direction of research. Throughout my career, I have worn different hats as researcher, as clinician, but my primary identity is as a clinician. But I had a wonderful opportunity when I was mid-career. That's how I entered Columbia University. They were looking for a clinician to work with a group of researchers to coach them so that they could connect better with patients. So when I entered research, I encountered, what I thought was a very bizarre, strange environment. My first reaction was that the research situation and the clinical situation are so different. I discovered that there is very little attention paid to comorbidities or multimorbidities. So when we talk about a study that proves that psychodynamic psychotherapy works for depression, most of these studies screen out patients that have coexisting anxiety disorders, personality disorders, serious medical condition, some cognitive dysfunction. These are most of the patients that we treat. So I think an important direction of research has to be trying to simulate the real-world clinical environment and not so much the artifice of interviewing 1,000 patients to test if IPT, interpersonal psychotherapy, is more effective than psychodynamic psychotherapy. And of those 1,000 patients that get interviewed, maybe 900 get excluded because they're also anxious or because they have a borderline or narcissistic personality structure, and they don't qualify for this study. So I don't know, it was so difficult to find these patients, to recruit patients, and so much money spent by institutions for advertising to get patients into these studies. And it's even the case for medications, because I also did some work in terms of, I remember a drug company was looking to test the drug lamotrigine to see if it worked for people with somatoform disorders. I thought it was an excellent idea, but it was impossible to find patients who had purely a somatization disorder that did not have other psychiatric comorbidities. So the study never really got anywhere. So that's, my first observation is that we really need to look at comorbidities, multimorbidities. And this brings me to a very interesting research finding that has been lost in the research literature, and that is that when they were looking at a psychometric scale called the Defense Mechanism Rating Scale, and they were trying to compare the total defensive score in that scale to people who had comorbidities, and how that changed over time, and how that correlated with the level of functioning of the patient. Very elegant study. They actually found out that people who had, and this is at the time of DSM-4, before DSM-5, where we still would code the medical conditions on the axis 3. You probably remember this. So they found that people that had axis 1, axis 3 comorbidity were the patients who had more difficulty in terms of improving their defensive structure, moving from the more primitive defenses to the more sophisticated defenses. And that difficulty was greater than the patients who had a comorbid axis 1 and axis 2, personality disorder, and let's say major depression. So someone who has bronchial asthma or diabetes and has major depression will hold on to their primitive defenses much more than someone who has a narcissistic personality disorder and major depression. This was, I thought, revolutionary in terms of how we really need to go beyond the pure environment of research and look at what's really happening to the whole person and what challenges the brain, the mind, the body of the person. Something else that I think we need to do is to look at, in terms of informing research, is to look at not necessarily the common factors like you identified, but perhaps what is more curative in the different interventions that we institute, as opposed to other factors of psychotherapy. At one point, I conducted a study looking at practice patterns of psychoanalysts in the United States. And we interviewed the psychoanalysts, and we interviewed their patients. And we asked the two sets, what do you think has helped you the most? Or what do you think is most curative in your efforts? Of course, psychoanalysts rated interpretation of dreams very, very high up and patients, and the comments of the patients were almost, humorous. One particular patient said, dreams are important and dreams are helpful and dreams can take me to a level of insight and bring up important information. But I really was doing it more to please my therapist than for my own progress. What the patients really identified as most helpful had to do with empathy, had to do with the way we listen more than what we say, more than our interpretations. And very, very important, regulation of affect and mentalization. So the good news is that these, I think, are transdiagnostic elements that can actually be measured in research. And these are elements that are present in all the different types of psychotherapy. You can look at mentalization in a study about dialectical behavioral therapy, and you can look at mentalization in a study of psychodynamic psychotherapy. So I've actually looked and found many scales that I use in my teaching more than in research to demonstrate to trainees how to inform themselves and how to understand concepts like expression of affect and mentalization. There is one very helpful scale that is for teaching that's called the Achievement of Therapeutic Objectives Scale. And it's a very complex scale that has 7 subscales. 3 of those 7 are on measuring affect, measuring expression of emotion, in this session, outside of this session, in between sessions. Very, very helpful for a trainee to be able to look at that set of questions, even if they're not going to ask the patients or use the scale in a psychometric research way. They can use it as a way to understand what is it that we do with patients when it comes to expression of affect. But the mere fact that 3 of the 7 subscales have to do with affect, I think that demonstrates that it's of tremendous importance in the looking at progress in psychotherapy. There is another subscale on mentalization, but there are other scales that I think capture the aspect of mentalization, reflective functioning better, and that's the RFQ. And there's one particular one, the RFQ 54, that has 54 questions on mentalization. And it's wonderful to see a trainee or a patient look at the scale and see themselves there in those questions and look at their answers. It's really a wonderful way to psychoeducate, and to remind ourselves and our patients and our trainees of what is it that we're supposed to be doing. And all of this is transdiagnostic and it's trans-theoretical. So regardless of your particular school of thought or your training, I think that by adding this layer of measurement to the research that we do, can then connect symptomatic reduction on one end, which is what the insurance companies are looking for, but then you also connect improvement in functioning and decreased interpersonal tension. So we look at conflict, and of course, when you look at conflict, interpersonal conflict, you have to go to the unconscious, and that's where our training becomes incredibly helpful. And then you also look at symptomatic reduction, of course, because that's why our patients come to us. Our patients come to us with symptoms. They come to us in crisis. But then after the symptoms resolve, they realize that they can stay with us to achieve a level of serenity that will then be connected to a level of generativity and a level of sophistication in terms of their relationships with others and a level of understanding of their emotions, and making the connection between emotions driving our actions, and then our actions connect to the emotions of others and drive the actions of others, and that's the definition of mentalization. So you see, everything fits in. So if you can demonstrate to an insurance company, not only to a trainee, that you do the Beck's depression inventory and depression decreases, and you do a reflective functioning questionnaire, and the reflective questioning increases, then maybe we'll begin to move in the direction of these important elements in psychodynamic psychotherapy being recognized and validated, but the correlation between symptomatic reduction, improvement in level of functioning, and these transdiagnostic, trans-theoretical aspects, I believe is essential in terms of guiding our research. Thank you very much.
Well, now we are at the turning point, because of course the last intervention, as the three before, opened the whole world, and of course every one of us would like to jump into the discussion, but time is really rather short right now. Paolo, what you say is, how shall we proceed? Shall we give word to the young colleagues, or how shall we proceed? You have the clock in front of you.
I will ask the colleagues if they had something to add at your presentation. Yes, of course.
I actually have, wonderful points. You have raised some very important issues. First of all, the difference between clinical practice and research. This is evident, and we really need to bridge the gap between research and clinical practice if we want to move forward. Also, the multiple comorbidities that patients in real life have, that's a very, very important point. And I would like to add about the patient differences. So I'm sure that in your career you have seen very different patients, and I haven't touched upon this during my presentation, but I do believe it's so important to take into account patient differences when we choose the right therapy for the right person, in the sense of precision psychiatry. But thank you very much. Excellent points.
Thank you. Anna, do you want to add something?
Can I please?
Yes, yes. Natalia, of course.
I also wanted to respond to your comments. On the comment on empathy, it is an anecdote, and like all anecdotes, we need to be skeptical about them. But about Freud, one of his patients after Freud died was asked what was the most helpful in the treatment with Freud. And of course, everybody was looking for a profound interpretation or an insight. And the patient said, when it was raining, he offered me an umbrella. And in terms of symptom reduction, I also thought about that a lot of our patients are attached to their symptoms. And I think we need to be careful with measuring symptom reduction. We talked about attachment to opioids. There is something meaningful and valuable to our patients and their symptoms. I think Glenn Gabbard talks about attachment to hatred. And if we free, so to say, our patients of this hatred, what is going to keep them together? I think that's important. And in the other one, in terms of how to measure recovery, I was approached by a colleague of mine to help them make sense. So they were offering dynamic interpersonal therapy in complex care to patients, and their patients overall were getting better. Quality of life scales were rising, anxiety was decreasing, and then they were puzzled as their depression back scale was really high. Their patients were getting more depressed. And my answer to them was, well, you're putting them in touch with mental pain. They're doing the work of mourning. That's what psychotherapy is about. So they are getting more depressed.
Thank you. May I answer? I am a firm believer that we need to hold on to our symptoms until we can find something else to substitute them with. And I think that is the beauty of, for example, if you look at the defense mechanism rating scale, is that we we think of defenses in isolation. We don't think of defenses in cluster. And what matters the most in terms of a higher level of functioning correlates with the total defensive score. So someone with borderline personality structure is going to continue to use projection, projective identification, denial, and acting out for the rest of their life. But if they can add anticipation, sublimation, and a few of the other defenses, they're more adaptive defenses, or maybe even the neurotic defenses, their total number, their total score goes up, And that correlates with the global assessment of functioning of the DSM and with other scales of DSM. So, and we get what gets to us in terms of our countertransferential avoidance or aggression is that we're too concrete with those defenses that never go away, and we become intolerant, not understanding that this is just part of the personality structure of the individual, and in all likelihood would never go away. I remember when I was a patient and in my personal psychoanalysis, I was trying to convince my analyst who was a physician to prescribe antidepressants for me because I was clinically depressed. And he would completely ignore my question. And maybe after year 1 or year 2 of my analysis, he stepped out of character, out of the analytic characters. This was a very classical Freudian analysis, where he would only do transference interpretations. And he said, listen to me. It is okay to be depressed and be a clinician. You will be a better psychiatrist and a better psychotherapist. So stop with this thing about asking for medication for depression. So, I think it's, sort of a humorous, poignant way of saying that, we over-pathologize some of these pathological aspects and not understand them in a cultural context or even in the context of the culture of the individual. Going back to the question, the illusion of differences, I think differences are important. Cultural differences are important when we do psychotherapy work, psychotherapy research. But in the same investigators that you quoted, Kuispers and colleagues, there is one study that they sneaked into the journal World Psychiatry, looking at how psychotherapies that were invented and manualized in Europe and the United States, when applied in Asia, in other continents, in South America or Asia, the effect size, it's actually better. It's higher. And these were not culturally adapted, which was the surprising, you would think that these were culturally adapted European or American psychotherapies conducted in Asia. No, I mean, it was, but of course, the cultural consonance between the local clinician and the patient, that cultural understanding, and the eagerness of the patient to receive the treatment is probably what accounted for the higher impact factor. So, but an important lesson there maybe is that maybe we're too obsessive about cultural adaptations, and we need to look at commonalities more so than differences, and then we can do the sophisticated work of integrating cultural adaptations. This is for research, for manualized treatments.
If I may say something, and because I really now feel like asking something. Of course, I'm absolutely happy after years and centuries and decades of battles that there is a meeting on common ground and focusing much on the common factors that all psychodynamic therapies, all therapies maybe have in common. And this is, of course, a constructive orientation, but I wouldn't renounce, or I feel at ease. I feel uneasy when thinking that there won't be also strong interest in the differentiations, also difference between different psychodynamic approaches. Well, we're here in a Congress dedicated to death instinct and knowledge, in which there is a specific description of a psychodynamic model, and maybe there might be differences between the different approaches. So if I'm a little bit embarrassed to do so, but if I may ask you, dear guests, whether you had the opportunity of getting in touch with the context of this book, and whether you think that there are elements that could help discussion, that could kind of deepen knowledge on the possibilities of psychodynamic approach, or whether there are points on which you are in complete disagreement.
May I reflect on the cultural adaptation? This was indeed the paper we published back in 2018, and that was the conclusion that there was no difference between culturally adapted interventions and those interventions that did not employ such a cultural adaptation. Very interesting finding, I must say. And we have updated this meta-analysis very recently, and we concluded exactly the same, and also in a smaller sample on internet-based interventions or digital interventions, trials, we found exactly the same thing. But one thing I should note that we just examined whether cultural adaptation was present or not the quality of the cultural adaptation, which means that we cannot, we cannot really exclude the possibility that some of these, the so-called culturally adapted interventions were not actually appropriately culturally adapted. So this is something that needs to be examined in the future. But it's indeed a very interesting point.
And I'm glad that you're sitting next to me and that we can discuss this so close, because I've been following that research. Because, I mean, in my job as chair of the World Psychiatric Association Psychotherapy Section, I'm also now sitting for the next 6 years probably on the Council of the International Federation for Psychotherapy, where this is our bread and butter. This is what we do all the time, and these are the challenges. I mean, how do you teach psychodynamic psychotherapy in a country like Indonesia, where I teach? Indonesia is the size of the United States in terms of the length of the country and in terms of population, exactly the same size. They have 1,000 psychiatrists, almost no psychologists, no clinical social workers, for a population of 300 million. And there's still a tremendous interest in people, the trainees sign up for courses in psychodynamic psychotherapy, and they'll never be able to do more than 15 sessions. It's just impossible that in their curriculum, the maximum allowed number of sessions is 15 for psychodynamic psychotherapy, even less than some of the threshold that is used in research for CBT. So, and you know, you may ask yourself, well, what can you accomplish in 15 sessions with these patients that are so complex and with so many multimorbidities? The clinical interest is there, the patients improve. And the patients can come back maybe for a cluster of 5 sessions a year later. And this is how psychodynamic psychotherapy is being practiced in non-high-income countries all over the world, which is 70% of the world. So the clinical interest is there. The trainees, the clinical psychologists, the counselors, the psychiatrists want to learn it. They're waiting. There's more interest in the low and middle income countries in psychodynamic psychotherapy than in the high income countries. Percentage-wise, there's more interest. It's almost paradoxical. So I think we need to start looking at this and trying to understand this in a worldwide context and not so much in our American-centric, European-centric way if we're going to think of something as challenging as cultural adaptations. In terms of the other challenging question that was posed by the moderator, you know, we need to hold on to our identity. We need to be able to connect theory and technique. My position on this is that personally, I find that my training as a psychoanalyst informs the way I think about patients. And now, how that translates to the clinical practice of psychiatry and psychotherapy is a different story. Even Glenn Gabbard, if you look at his textbooks of psychodynamic psychotherapy, he will say that psychodynamic psychotherapy, and I'm quoting him, is practiced on a continuum that starts with supportive psychotherapy. So on one end of the continuum is supportive psychotherapy. On the other end of the continuum is psychodynamic psychoanalytic interventions. And we're constantly moving back and forth, many times without realizing it. And research of hermeneutic research of the sessions in real clinical offices of psychoanalysts have shown that up to 70% of the interventions in an office setting are supportive. These are psychoanalysts. 70% of what a psychoanalyst is doing is a supportive intervention. 30% would be, in a very sophisticated way, informed by our psychoanalytic training. This is no different than the CBT practitioner, where 70% of their interventions is going to be supportive, and then the other 30 is going to be CBT. So, I mean, I think that this, at least in my own practice and in teaching, I find this very helpful because it demystifies the field, and I think it helps us with the fragmentation. I think the problem with fragmentation, and this may sound, challenging for a psychoanalytic audience, is that I think that a lot of these acronym therapy wars, CBT is better than DBT is better than psychodynamic, better than supportive, better than IPT, is internalized, unconscious, internalized stigma. We're stigmatizing our field rather than realizing that we're always navigating from one to the other. And the more you learn about all of them, the more tools you have to fix the engine. That's another analogy that I like to use when I work with trainees, is that if you have one wrench and a complex engine, you're going to be limited unless you're a very talented mechanic. But if you have a whole set of tools and a computer, you're going to be a better mechanic in terms of fixing the engine. So, I think that, and it's refreshing for trainees to hear a psychoanalyst that is open-minded in that sense. They'll be more receptive to learn about psychoanalysis if you are open-minded yourself about other schools of thought.
Thank you, Professor Afonso. I think we have time for one question from audience. Is there anyone who wants to ask something? Please raise your hands. Yes, one over there. Two.
Good evening, and I will try. So I was captured by something that Dr. Karyotaki, and I hope I'm not misspelling your name, said in her introduction. So you mentioned the difference in the trend because of depression rising in the last 30 years compared to, with a striking difference compared to sorry for the not exact word, but
ischemic heart disease.
Sorry?
Ischemic heart disease.
So my question was, maybe this rising trend is suggesting that the main revolutions that made body medicine advance at a very fast pace, this improvement in body medicine was supported by genomics and imaging and pharmacogenomics. So you can better find the target gene, made drugs. So maybe this is an indirect evidence that depression and maybe psychiatric diseases are not in the grasp of genomics, imaging, and drugs revolution?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, it's indeed striking that unlike with the burden of medical conditions like ischemic heart disease, the one of depression is stable to increasing. I would say that next to what you just said, that can be very well possible. I would say that, for example, for ischemic heart disease, there is a lot of prevention that has paid off. For depression, the efforts that we have done so far in terms of prevention, I won't say that are unsuccessful. I would just say that are not as successful as we would want them to be. So I think that's the basic difference between the two conditions, and we should also take into account that many patients who receive either antidepressants or psychotherapy, or even the combination, that's the best thing that we have so far, Many patients do not respond to existing treatments, and we should not take that lightly. This is also another reason why we see such a stable burden of depression and other mental disorders, not only depression, of course.
I think we should stop our roundtable. Anna, do you want to add something?
Oh, just one sentence. I think the last thing Arina said is extremely important, that we are not actually at the arrival point of psychotherapy, of psychiatric treatment. There are so many people who we are not able to help. So we have the right and we have the duty to go on with the research, confronting different opinions, confronting different approaches. And I think the contributions of the speakers today to this afternoon were really a big, important first step in trying to do this also in our environment here in Rome. Thank you very much.
So I have to thank everybody for this amazing roundtable. Thank you, and siamo arrivati alla conclusione.
We have come to the end of the first day of work.
È stata secondo me una giornata
This was really
splendida.
wonderful.
Abbiamo veramente ascoltato delle cose, ho imparato un sacco di cose.
Learned a lot of things. We listened to incredible presentations.
Vi do
So
appuntamento
I'll
a
see you
domani
tomorrow morning
alle 8:30,
at 8:30.
Annunciandovi un regalo
Announcing a
dell'organizzazione.
gift from the
all'uscita troverete
organization. At the exit,
in omaggio una
you will
locandina
find a poster of the conference,
ognuno di voi lo può
and
prendere,
each one of us
personale.
may have a personal copy.
E quindi grazie a
So
tutti,
thanks to
grazie
all of
ai
you. I
relatori,
would like to thank the
grazie
speakers.
ai
I would
presenti.
like to thank all the participants. And the interpreters would like to thank themselves because nobody thanks them.
Appuntamento a domani
And
mattina alle
see you
8:30.
tomorrow
Grazie.
at 8:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, ladies. Well done, ladies. Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Yes. Pleasure to meet you in person. You will have to hold the fort. You will have to hold the fort.
Okay.
Yes.
We made it.
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful papers. Thank you.
I'm glad you